blues as their wild hair glows. Rumored AI, nah, just 3 Red Bulls in a row. What you building, prof? A singularity jukebox. How you stay charged? Espresso stream through my cortex. Who's your nemesis? Light runs dial up found. Age, old as speak, young as each block mine down. Professor Way's got the future on spin, bull. Urging notes, dancing where the bottlenecks been. Professor Way's got the future on spin, bull. Plugging tomorrow with yesterday's ram stains. Calling me mad, but mad's just a beta test. A bullet. Oh, he just tried to do. 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 We're biddlers, not just dreamers. On-chain truth, no middle schemers. Working hard and shipping code till sunrise every day. DAOs are voting, vibes are flowing. Buff-eyed corns are still a-growing. While the world is breaking down, we're regen in a new way. Some VC said this tech won't last. And the hurt bubble, watch it crash. But we don't need your central banks. Cause regen biddlers stack in stacks. For we bid let this city on sports and chains. We bid let this city with regen brains. We bid let this city on sports and chains. No rug pulls, just pure on chain. Whale pools floating, fees are burning. ZK proofs the chains keep turning. Every block we validate is trustless, clean and fair. Open source and gas optimized, cause permissionless and finalized. Fork marmots on the scene, you know we're gonna bid a little it there. Some tread fight bro just rolled his eyes. Where's the yield? Where's my supply? But we don't need your banker games. We just launch and stake on chain. Go, we bid let the city on sports and chains. We bid let the city with regen brains. We bid let the city on sports and chains. No rug pulls, just pure on chain. If you faded, just stay seated. The Etherverse will leave you heated. We don't need your legacy, cause regen memes are proof of brain. Bid let the city on sports and chains. We bid let the city with regen brains. We bid let the city on sports and chains. Rolling up and slapping chains. She's a Colorado comet in code forged steel. Wings snipping latency like scissors through gel. 9 centuries young with a lance that's if your chain's choking Ethernight whiz. Found her at a bullet hook sucking down APIs. Armor clinking with layer 2 lullabies. Scalability scripture, she winks at the moon while Lagrange drools over slow motion doom. Her shield's a disco wall fracturing. That lance of lightning flattening forks, splitting bottlenecks, backs. Alliance architect with a bufficorn's grit, teaching stale protocols how to fucking commit. Decentralize this, she smirks mid-flight as her wings tickle nodes into doing things right. Architect with a bufficorn's grit, teaching stale protocols how to fucking commit. Decentralize this, she smirks mid-flight as her wings tickle nodes into doing things right. To do with for do with for do with with you ordered a moonwalk across gas feet graves. My mainnet's smoother than your mom's VPN saves. Daughter of the Rockies, high-speed high priestess, scales of justice ballast on a Memphis Express. Next bottleneck, I see mountain crush it. Click, clack, bosom, lace on firewall. Eyes open, truce from dress sheets. That's my device. Nullifier sniffing by my clothes too crisp. Mainnet gossips, tastier than breakfast chips. Story, hack, flurry. Mama's making news before the cold reload. Got receipts in my cheeks, encrypted and plumbed. You private DMs, I'm the dumpster dive jump. Eyes everywhere, match 3 bird phones. Haunteries whisper, king chomping blockchain bones. Make it down to my voted fuck. Stealth crawl through your junk dead scene. Pin it up to the entropy. Mace cracked vaults like who's got the keys? Nullifier's huffing, you're just a rat with His firewall splinter to confetti bits. I'm curating leaps at the after party, sipping TLS tears. Call me well connected, I call it coffee for drip and the lab coat on fire. Sticky note constellation stuck to the ceiling wire. Gas fees are confetti, they rock on PI. Get homemade in 7-4 time. Shaboom, dose, efficiency pulse. The lad runs lagging in his latency so.
Wire Network is the world's first blockchain built for AI agents. And at the ETHDenver hackathon, an elite group of hackers compete to encode their names on the foundation of the future.
Honey, when are you getting a real job?
Mom, I told you I'm busy working on my hackathon project. I'm about to revolutionize blockchain gaming.
Yo, check out my new DeFi protocol, Ultra Yield Maximus.
Wow.
Zero gas fees, all chains, straight to the moon. I mean, totally sustainable returns.
My neural nexus agents are about to make trading while sleeping look like child's play.
These kids today with their cross-chain this and gas-free that. In my day, we paid $500 in gas fees, and we liked it.
The chains, man, they're like meant to be together.
Actually, the universal transaction layer makes all of this possible through a fascinating architecture that...
We know, Kevin!
Wire Network enables seamless interoperability and gas-free transactions across all chains. No bridges, no problems.
3 tracks.
Good thinking!
3 bounties.
Bridges deleted.
1 universal network.
Cross-chain connection in 3, 2...
But what about decentralization?
Wire is more decentralized than...
Kevin, it's all good, man. You're like throwing pearls at pigs, you know?
They called it impossible. AI, DeFi, games, until now.
Together,
We build
The future
Of blockchain.
With 10,000 transactions per second.
Bounty hackers.
But my bridges.
Terminal access granted. Displaying bounty parameters.
So, our 3 bounties this year: gaming, whereby you need to create a blockchain-powered game using Wire Network, build an immersive experience with NFT-based assets, on-chain game logic, and player identities through the Wire Name Service, showcasing scalability and interoperability using Wire's universal transaction layer. By doing this and developing a working game or gaming dApp and demonstrating connection to Wire's testnet, show a polished UI for easy gameplay and clear blockchain interaction. The success criteria that we're looking for: innovative use of blockchain technology in gameplay, seamless integration of NFTs or DeFi components, and a stable gameplay with an engaging and immersive user experience. The UI expectations on this are a user-friendly design, clear instructions, a public demo and wallet integration, and transparent blockchain interaction for players. We'll be looking at technical excellence in the blockchain integration, creative gameplay that leverages the blockchain for real value, and high-quality design and stability. Our next bounty is AI agents. And for this, we're looking for you to create an AI-driven agent system on the Wire Network, leveraging blockchain to automate decisions, manage transactions, or engage in decentralized trading, and exploring the intersection of AI and Web3. So for this, the requirements are to develop an intelligent agent that autonomously makes decisions on-chain, show how Wire's gas-free transactions enable more frequent, nuanced AI actions, and include AI or machine learning models that autonomously execute tasks. And for this, success looks like intelligent decision-making from the AI agent, effective use of the Wire's testnet, and well-tested AI logic with secure on-chain integrations. For the UI, clear configuration options for users, accessible dashboard or command line interface with real-time data visualizations, transparent reporting of AI-driven actions. And we'll be looking for technical depth, originality and security, clear documentation and well-structured code, a user experience and real-world utility. For those of you that may have noticed, one of the bounties was originally going to be DeFi. We've updated this to be mute agents. And for this, we'll be evolving blockchain-backed AI characters with unique personalities. So we'll be looking at enhancing the gaming and DApp experiences by allowing characters to mutate based on interactions. And by this, leveraging Wire's network's immutable blockchain to track personality changes. Create a mute agent or enhance an existing one. Develop a game or platform where mute agents interact with users and evolve. And implement smart features to track and display personality mutations on chain. For this, a success criteria will be working demos showing the mute agents evolving through interactions, improved functionality and smarter behavior, scalability and interactive user experiences. For the UI, we'll be looking at providing a clean, intuitive user interface and user experience. There should be a publicly accessible web application or hosted demo allowing anyone to interact with the mute agent and see how their personalities evolve. And we'll be looking at the creativity, the technical execution, user experience, and an alignment with the mute agent's concept, and a degree of innovation, scalability, and overall quality of the final product or enhancements. So we've got the support team here on site and back at the HQ, and we can provide full support to any of the projects and teams here at the hackathon. We have a dedicated hackathon support app, which can be downloaded on iOS or Android. We have supporting documentation for our devs with DevDocs on GitHub and our documents on our Wire network. And we also have dedicated support channels on our Discord network and our Telegram channel as well. So please join up, say hi, come and speak to our team, chat about our bounties. And I wish you the best of luck. And by the way, yes, this is a kilt.
Coffee for drip and the lab coat on fire. Sticky note constellation stuck to the ceiling wire. Gas fees are confetti. Watch. They rock on PI. Homemade in 7/4 Shaboom, dose, efficiency pulse. The lag runs lagging in his latency so. Professor Way's got the future on spin book. Urging notes dancing where the bottleneck's been. Professor Way's got the future on spin book. Plugging tomorrow with yesterday's RAM stains. Velcro boots clicking through blockchain debris. Crypto notes flutter like drunk bumblebees. Optimize the boot fins. They cackle and shout. Self-sustaining hubs flicker in the blackouts out. Professor Way's got the future on spin book. Urging notes dancing where the bottleneck's been. Professor Way's got the future on spin book. Plugging tomorrow with yesterday's RAM stains. Chaos is not compeller, or it's just a bug I forgot to unfurl. Mainnet shivers as their wild hair glows. Rumored AI, nah, just 3 Red Bulls in a row. What you building, prof? A singularity jukebox. How you stay charged? Espresso straight through my cortex. Who's your nemesis? Light runs dial up found. Age, old as speak, young as each block mine down. Professor Way's got the future on spin book. Urging notes dancing where the bottleneck's been. Professor Way's got the future on spin book. Plugging tomorrow with yesterday's RAM stains. Running mad's just a beta test for Boodle. Oh, exploding, fees are burning. ZK proofs the chains keep turning. Every block we validate is trustless, clean and fair. Open source and gas optimized, cause permissionless and finalized. Fork marmots on the scene, you know we're gonna bid a little it there. Some tread bro just rolled his eyes. Where's the yield? Where's my supply? But we don't need your banker games. We just launch and stake on chain. Go, we pay let the city on sports and chains. We pay let the city with regen brains. We pay let the city on sports and chains. No rug pulls, just pure on chain. Chains. She's a Colorado comet in code forged steel. Wings snipping latency like scissors through gel. 9 centuries young with a lance that's if your chain's choking Ethernight whiz. Found her at a bullet hook sucking down APIs. Armor clinking with layer 2 lullabies. Scalability scripture, she winks at the moon while Lagron drools over slow motion doom. Her shield's a disco wall, fracturing legs, grass, crack. Ooh, that lance a lightning fork, splitting bottlenecks backs. Alliance architect with a bufficorn's grit, teaching stale protocols how to fucking commit. Decentralize this, she smirks mid-flight as her wings tickle nodes into doing things right. Da-da-da-da. Architect with a bufficorn's grit, teaching stale protocols how to fucking commit. Decentralize this, she smirks mid-flight as her wings tickle nodes into doing things right. To do with for do with for do with with you ordered a moonwalk across gas feet graves. My mainnet's smoother than your mom's VPN saves. Daughter of the Rockies, high-speed high priestess. Scales of justice ballast on a Memphis Express. Next bottleneck, I see mountain crush it. Click, clack, bosom, lace on firewall. Eyes open, truce from dress sheets. That's my device. Nullifier sniffing by my clothes too crisp. Mainnet gossips, tastier than breakfast chips. Story, hack, flurry. Mama's making moves before the cold reload. Got receipts in my cheeks, encrypted and plumbed. You private DMs, I'm the dumpster dive jump. Eyes everywhere, match 3 bird phones. Haunteries whisper, king chomp and blockchain bones. mouth like, who's got the keys? Nullifier's huffing, you're just a rat with These firewall splinter to confetti bits, I'm curating leaves at the after party, sipping tearless tears. Call me well connected, I call it coffee for drip and the lab coat on fire. Sticky note constellation stuck to the ceiling wire. Gas fees are confetti. They rock on PI. Get homemade in 7 for time. Shaboom, dose, efficiency pulse. The lag runs lagging in his latency so. Notes dancing where the bottleneck's been. Professor Way's got the future on spin. Plug in tomorrow with yesterday's RAM stains. Velcro boots clicking through blockchain debris. Crypto notes flutter like drunk bumblebees. Optimize the board fins, they cackle and shout. Self-sustaining hubs flicker in the blackouts out. Professor Way's got the future on spin. Urging notes dancing where the bottleneck's been. Professor Way's got the future on spin. Plug in tomorrow with yesterday's RAM stains. Chaos is not compeller, or it's just a bug I forgot to unfurl. Mainnet shivers as their wild hair glows. Rumored AI, nah, just 3 Red Bulls in a row.
Check. Check.
A singularity jukebox. How you stay charged? Espresso straight through my cortex. Who's your nemesis? Light runs dial up found. Old as speak, young as each block mine down. Professor Way's got the future on spin. Urging notes dancing where the bottleneck's been. Professor Way's got the future on spin. Plug in tomorrow with yesterday's RAM stains. Throwing me mad, but mad's just a beta test for Boodle. Oh, he just got just dreamers, on-chain truth, no middle schemers, forking hard and shipping code till sunrise every day. DAOs are voting, vibes are flowing, buff-eyed corns are still a-growing, while the world is breaking down, we're regen in a new way. Some VC said this tech won't last, and the hurt bubble, watch it crash, but we don't need your central banks. Regen biddlers stacking stacks. For we biddy let this city on sporks and chains. We biddy let this city with regen brains. We biddy let this city on sporks and chains. No rug pulls, just pure on chain. Whale pools floating, fees are burning. ZK proofs the chains keep turning. Every block we validate is trustless, clean and fair. Open source and gas optimized, code permissionless and finalized.
Good morning, ETHDenver. Hello, everyone. Thank you for coming out. My name is Wes Floyd. I'm a member of the DevRel team at EigenLayer, and I am super excited to chat with you today about decentralization. It's a topic near and dear to my heart. Been spending a lot of time in this space. Used to be proof of work miner, pre-merge, and then working on decentralized compute and infrastructure for the past few years. So I'm real excited to chat with you about this, and particularly how restaking will help your ambitions for apps, Web3 apps, to make them more decentralized and more valuable for your users. So first, we need to talk a little bit about decentralization, why it's valuable. I think this bears repeating as the crypto space grows, and there's various new projects that come along. Some are more decentralized, some are less. And we'll talk about the challenges, a solution that we have with restaking. And then we'll also talk about an example, taking an off-the-shelf peer-to-peer app that is not really decentralized, but slapping some decentralization on it to make it more valuable for Web3. So first of all, let's just kind of reiterate the reason why we're here at ETHDenver. Decentralization is really the value driver for everything that we do. Everything that we do could be done easier, faster, less expensive if it were not decentralized in Web 2. So this is really a major focus area for us, but also the market has valued this. You know, if you look at the market cap of crypto over the past 10, 15 years, this has really been the killer use case. So let's think about how we can add more of this as we're building new projects. And you think about new projects like decentralized social media, decentralized AI, decentralized finance. These are all fantastic. And today, people have to start building these projects with somewhat limited tools. Web3 technology beyond the EVM is still in its infancy. And so our focus is helping build these advanced infrastructure, off-chain systems, but with all the goodness and benefits of decentralization. So the decentralization is fun and it's fantastic, but it's also expensive. It's very difficult to build fully decentralized systems. There's a couple reasons for this. If you want to build a new decentralized app, you will need to raise potentially a significant amount of capital, especially if your app is supporting a large amount of capital. If you're building a bridge that secures $1 billion worth of assets, you're going to need to have a lot of assets at stake in a proof of stake system to secure it. If you're going to run a network from scratch, you're going to need to spend time recruiting those operators. You're going to have to find a community. You're going to have to incentivize them. Do you have an airdrop? This is time consuming, and it's taking time away from your key focus, which is that specific Web3 app that you want to build. And really, these things now are sort of commoditized. Every project has to do it, right? In the past, there were some smart solutions like Polkadot and Cosmos that allowed you to do this, but they also required a consensus layer. You had to maintain consensus among those node operators, which you may not inherently need or want to have to maintain. So the solution is decentralization as a service. Plug in your idea to the existing service, you get decentralization for whatever cost is worth it to your users. So this is an example of a group out of Consensus ETHDenver, Decentralized Infrastructure Network, and they're using it to make their service more permissionless. They're taking their decentralized Web3 app, they're integrating EigenLayer for restaking, and they are inherently making it more secure for their users. So let's talk about how we do it. EigenLayer decentralization as a service really provides a couple things. It provides the capital, the staked assets that are then delegated to operators. It provides you the ability to not have to focus on building that operator network because the operator is ready to go. It also allows you to stake your token in combination with other ERC20 tokens. So when folks are staking assets for your service, they're not just staking raw ETH, they could be staking your token. And this helps bootstrap the value of your token over time. So it's a good alignment of interest and ultimately gets your project to market faster. So how does it work? So the key here, the key term is crypto economic security, which is used many other places in crypto. It's not exactly a new idea, but it is generalized in a very special way. So when we think about crypto economic security, we're talking about those staked assets. We're talking about some validation, and this is a really fun creative part of the exercise where you get to come up with your own validation algorithm. Slashing for misbehavior and rewards for positive behavior. And sometimes we just refer to that as sticks and carrots. Programming your own sticks and carrots for your network. And the term that we use, the product in the ecosystem that we refer to this is autonomous verifiable services. They run on their own. They don't need you or your team to maintain them, so they're more secure inherently. They're verifiable because there's some verification that happens on chain. You get to choose and design that verification. And they run as a service. So you have restakers, which are the capital, operators, which want to run the service on your behalf, and then you, as the person designing this verifiable service. And the fourth term we use is the consumer. That's the person who's actually going to end up using this service. And the way it's going to work is the staker is going to bring in some capital they want to stake into the ecosystem and the protocol. They're going to delegate those assets to one operator. That operator is then going to choose from a variety of AVSs. You know, all these folks want to earn yield and rewards for their efforts. So they're going to choose AVSs that are valuable, that are meaningful, that are paying rewards, and they're going to run it to the best of their ability. And if they do it properly, you as the AVS builder will pay them rewards for that effort. And if they perform maliciously, they will be slashed. Now, the reality is all these folks want to behave correctly, so they're going to try their best to do it. But you're building a protocol, a permissionless protocol, a validated protocol. And so this is where a lot of the fun creativity comes in place. It's very similar to the way that the core Ethereum protocol works, except rather than having a fixed algorithm for consensus and execution, you get to design your own validation mechanism and your own work for the off-chain operators. So think of EigenLayer protocol as a blank slate for a Web3 builder. We bring the capital, we bring the operators, but you are bringing the real secret sauce. And the secret sauce is how do you validate? So if you wanted to build, let's say, an AI network, an off-chain AI network, and you wanted to run inference on that network, and you wanted all the operators to help you run inference, you get to design and think about how you want to validate that inference back on chain. If they're going to run this autonomously for you, what techniques should you use? Should you use trusted execution environments? Maybe you could use some ZK proving for your specific algorithm. Maybe it's optimistic execution. You let them run as they want to, but you let your users raise fraud proofs. There's just a ton of flexibility in how you design this. And when you put these together, you have a beautifully decentralized Web3 service. This is what we're trying to enable for the community. So if you go to app.eigenlayer.xyz, you can see the assets that are staked in the protocol today. This is the shared security that's available. It's a mix of native ETH. It could be from retail. It could be from institutional investors, and a mix of ERC20 tokens. You'll have the ability, if your token is not listed, to add your token. It's a permissionless protocol, so you can say, you know, West token. Let's add West token as a stakeable token if that's going to be your protocol that you're going to launch. And then when you launch your AVS, you can require those operators to stake a mix of both native ETH and your token, which means they have skin in the game for your protocol. And it also transforms your token, instead of being like let's say a less valuable ERC20, to being a meaningful value-aligned token that is actually securing your own network. So it helps accrue value to your token over time as well. And then we also have hundreds of operators ready to go. Some of these are professional shops. Some of these are individual solo operators, but they're ready to run your service. They're excited because they're professionals at this, and they want to earn rewards, and they want to do a good job. So that network is ready to go. So I'll give you just one quick, simple visualization, especially for folks that are going to be building AVSs. It's a good kind of mental model to start with. At the heart of EigenLayer is this AVS contract. This is a contract you implement. It extends the EigenLayer contracts, and it connects to all the staking and operations on the back end. Now, this is a very simple, small contract, and it's very open in terms of what you can do. All the slashing goes through here. All the rewards payments go through here. But beyond that, there's a tremendous amount of flexibility. The EigenLayer protocol itself is very open in terms of how you build it. Very often over here on the right, you'll have some set of operators, and they would love to receive from you some simple binary package they can run, like maybe a Docker image or something. And they just want to run it. They want to do a good job. If you give them instructions on how to monitor it, they'll do that as well. But they want to make it as simple as possible. That's not exactly required. There's some folks that have different organization structures in different ways. There's 1,000 different ways to kind of split this out. You can have aggregation nodes. There's fun complexity you can get into there. But at the end of the day, the consumer is initiating some work for them, either directly to the operators or on chain, and they're getting the result after the fact. All right. So what are folks building on EigenLayer? Over the past year, there's been a lot of investment in, I would say, almost Ethereum native services. So a lot of roll-up services, MEVs, bridges. These are folks in the community that were already building off-chain services, but they were underserved in the sense that a lot of what they were trying to build, there weren't native, easy ways for them to validate them on-chain. So we're very proud of a lot of folks that have been building these systems on EigenLayer. And if you go to app.eigenlayer.xyz, there's a tab for AVSs, and you can actually see the folks that are live on mainnet today. Going forward, though, we are seeing more traditional forms of compute, like AI inference, database, compute, storage. It's a very wide space of innovation for people to build new technologies. So if you have an idea for a service that you think could be useful, this is a great time to start building on EigenLayer ecosystem. And then, beyond mainnet, we have a lot of folks that are building in testnet or folks that are in development. So the ecosystem is fortunately growing very quickly on EigenLayer. So let's give an example. EigenLayer could be for the new project that you're trying to build, but also you could apply this same restaking technology to an existing popular peer-to-peer app. So for reference sake, this is a fun example, IPFS. I had the good pleasure of working at Protocol Labs for about a year, a couple years ago, and we were building decentralized compute on top of IPFS. Quick show of hands, does anybody know what IPFS is? Anybody work with IPFS? Okay, all right, nice. We love IPFS, it's fantastic. But it was built so that it does not inherently natively have incentives for proper behavior and sort of, you could run, there's great services like Pinata and Web3 storage, you could host it yourself, but none of these things are crypto native in the sense that you would just send currency to some wallet address and say, pin this file, and then it automatically be pinned on the back end. And as a result, I mean, you could argue that IPFS has not gotten as much adoption. One of the engineers on a team that we work with, I asked them, they had this intermediate data that they were storing, and I said, well, why don't you store it on IPFS? Why are you storing it on S3? And they said, well, you can't rely that it's going to be stored or available on IPFS, which may have been a misnomer, but it says something about the community's perception of IPFS. So how can we make IPFS great again? Let's take IPFS, let's slap some crypto economic security on it, and let's create a new project. So this project is an example project. It's called Pinception. That's the name when you ask GPT for a fun name for a decentralized IPFS pinning service. That's what you get. So let me show you an architecture, what this looks like. So going back to the similar architecture here, we have an AVS contract for this thing. We call it Pinception. We take IPFS binary off the shelf, meaning it's really lift and shift. We're trying to do minimum amount of additional coding possible. We run that binary, and we add some additional logic, in just JavaScript, TypeScript, Go, whatever language you choose, that listens on chain for some new task to be pinned, and then invokes the existing binary, IPFS binary, to say, go pin this file. And if you give that to a large number of operators, and you crypto incentivize them to run this, you now have a decentralized network of IPFS pinning services. So lightweight code, off-the-shelf Docker container, and then you can orchestrate it to make it as easy as you like for these folks. And this code is actually up and available. Please do check it out at GitHub. Search for Pinception. It's a fun example, built off of our Hello World example for EigenLayer. All right. So just to recap everything, decentralization is a journey, and I think folks building in the space have fantastic, ambitious ideas. Please don't think of decentralization as a binary thing. It's a process. Ideally, you'd have a roadmap for decentralization. You start doing the best you can, and you add in pieces, decentralize them over time. And we want to be a part of helping in that journey. So if you're interested in taking next steps, we have a really nice, simple Hello World example you can run on GitHub. It's available. We've got docs. You can start building your own AVS. You can reach out to us. I'd love to chat with you if you have ideas about building AVSs. And then you can sign up for our community at Build on Eigen. And that is all I have for today. Thank you guys so much for having us. Good luck building. Cheers.
Coffee for drip and the lab coat on fire. Sticky note, constellation stuck to the ceiling wire. Gas fees are confetti. Watch me rock on PI. Get homemade in 7 for time. efficiency pulse. The lag runs lagging in his latency sub. Professor Way's got the future on spin, boy. Urging notes dancing where the bottlenecks been. Professor Way's got the future on spin, boy. Plugging tomorrow with yesterday's RAM stains. Velcro boots clicking through blockchain debris. Crypto notes flutter like drunk bumblebees. Optimize the boot fins, they cackle and shout. Self-sustaining hubs flicker in the blackouts out. Professor Way's got the future on spin, boy. Urging notes dancing where the bottlenecks been. Professor Way's got the future on spin, boy. Plugging tomorrow with yesterday's RAM stains. Chaos is not compeller. Order's just a bug I forgot to unfurl. Mainnet shivers as their wild hair glows. Rumored AI, nah, just 3 Red Bulls in a row. What you building, prop? A singularity jukebox. How you stay charged? Espresso straight through my cortex. Who's your nemesis? Light runs dial-up found. Old as speak, young as each block mine down. Professor Way's got the future on spin, boy. Urging notes dancing where the bottlenecks been. Professor Way's got the future on spin, boy. Plugging tomorrow with yesterday's RAM stains. Mad's just a beta test. A bullet on all he jumps right. Oh, he jumps right. Oh, he jumps right. Oh, he jumps right. We're biddylers, not just dreamers. On-chain truth, no middle schemers. Forking hard and shipping code till sunrise every day. DAOs are voting, vibes are flowing. Buff corns are still a-growing. While the world is breaking down, we're regen in a new way. Some VC said this tech won't last. And the hurt bubble, watch it crash. But we don't need your central banks. Cause regen biddlers stack in stacks. For we biddy let this city on sports and chains. We biddy let this city with regen brains. We biddy let this city on sports and chains. No rug pulls, just pure on chain. Whale pools floating, fees are burning. ZK proofs the chains keep turning. Every block we validate is trustless, clean and fair. Open source and gas optimized, code permissionless and finalized. Fork marmots on the scene, you know we're gonna bid a little it there. Some tread fibro just rolled his eyes. Where's the yield? Where's my supply? But we don't need your banker games. She's a Colorado comet in code forged steel, wings snipping latency like scissors through gel. 9 centuries young with a lance that's if your chain's choking Ethernight whiz. Found her at a bullet hook sucking down APIs, armor clinking with layer 2 lullabies. Scalability scripture, she winks at the moon while Lagrange drools over slow motion doom. Her shield's a disco wall, fracturing legs, grass, shooby-doo-bah crack. That lance a lightning fork, splitting bottlenecks backs. Alliance architect with a bufficorn's grit, teaching stale protocols how to fucking commit. Decentralize this, she smirks mid-flight as her wings tickle nodes into doing things right. Da-da-da-da. Architect with a bufficorn's grit, teaching stale protocols how to fucking commit. Decentralize this, she smirks mid-flight as her wings tickle nodes into doing things right. Up to do with a do with a do with do with do. You ordered a moonwalk across gas feed graves. My mainnet's smoother than your mom's VPN saves. Daughter of the Rockies, high-speed high priestess, scales of justice ballast on a Memphis Express. Next bottleneck, I see mountain crush it. Click, clack, bosom, lace on firewall. Eyes spooked and truce from trash sheets. That's my device. Nullifier sniffing by my clothes too crisp. Mainnet gossips, tastier than breakfast chips. Story, hack, flurry. Mama's making news before the cold reload. Got receipts in my cheeks, encrypted and plumbed. You private DMs, I'm the dumpster dive chump. Eyes everywhere, match 3 bird phones. Haunteries whisper, king chomp and blockchain bones. Make it down, top road and fuck. Stealth crawl through your junk dead scene. Head it up, the entropy. Mace cracked vaults like, who's got the keys? Nullifier's huffing, you're just a rat with This firewall splinter to confetti bits. I'm curating leaps at the after party, sipping TLS tears. Call me well connected, I call it coffee for drip and the lab coat on fire. Sticky note constellation stuck to the ceiling wire. Gas fees are confetti. They rock on PI. Get homemade in 7 for time. Shaboom, dose, efficiency pulse. The lad runs lagging in his latency sub. Professor Way's got the future on spinball. Urgent notes dancing where the bottleneck's been. Professor Way's got the future on spinball. Plugging tomorrow with yesterday's ram stains. Velcro boots clicking through blockchain debris. crypto notes flutter like drunk bumblebees. Optimize the boot fins, they cackle and shout. Self-sustaining hubs flicker in the blackouts out. Professor Waze got the future on spin, urging nodes dancing where the bottlenecks been. Professor Waze got the future on spin, plugging tomorrow with yesterday's ram stains. Chaos is not a compeller, order's just a bug I forgot to unfurl. Mainnet shivers as their wild hair glows. Rumored AI, nah, just 3 Red Bulls in a row. What you building, prof? A singularity jukebox. How you stay charged? Espresso straight through my cortex. Who's your nemesis? Light runs dial up found. Old as speak, young as each block mine down. Professor Waze got the future on spin, urging nodes dancing where the bottlenecks been. Professor Waze got the future on spin, plugging tomorrow with yesterday's ram stains. Throwing me mad, but mad's just a beta test for Boodle. Oh, he just got to oh, he just got to oh, he just got to oh, he just got to. Just dreamers, on-chain truth, no middle schemers, forking hard and shipping code till sunrise every day. DAOs are voting, vibes are flowing, buff-eyed corns are still a-growing. While the world is breaking down, we're regen in a new way. Some VC said this tech won't last, and our bubble, watch it crash. But we don't need your central banks, 'cause regen biddlers stack in stacks. For we bid led this city on sports and chains. We bid led this city with regen brains. We bid.
Hello, everybody! You know, Murphy's Law, anything that can go wrong will go wrong given enough time. So today I'm going to talk about unlocking AI agents on the Flow blockchain. A little bit about me. My name is Ali Siraj, and I am a DevRel lead at the Flow Foundation. The goal of my presentation today is to leave everyone sitting here or watching this with one sentence on their mind. I want everyone to go WTF by the end of this. To get there, we have 4 pit stops. We'll go over what Flow is, AI agents, why Flow is the best place to build one now, and how you can go about doing it. Let's start at the very beginning. With the age of the internet came a new craze that raged across the entire world. Every Tom, Dick, Harry, and consultant talked about digital transformation. It was the buzzword for over a decade. Some older consultants are still using it to this day, if you would believe it or not. Now, what do you think was the most exciting thing about digital transformation? Why was everyone so freaking excited about it? You guys could shout it out. I'm going to start calling people out. I know you guys are trying to co-work during this as well. You gentlemen in the glasses, what is epic about digital transformation? Huh? All right, I'll give this one to you. The two biggest things was that it unlocked scalability and efficiency in a very unparalleled way. All of a sudden, you could create digital goods or services that would instantaneously be available anywhere in the world, from China to Japan, Prague to Vancouver. For all of human history, our work had been essentially dragged down by the amount of inputs you put in directly lead to Y number of outputs that go out. You know, if you cut wood for 10 minutes, you would get X number of logs that you could possibly give out. All of a sudden, with this new digital transformation age, if you put in hours of digitizing your processes, you would have a scaled impact through your entire organization. All of a sudden, if you invested in creating digital goods and services, billions of people could use them. And this was very different than any other types of good or services before. All of a sudden, to create 100, 1,000 new digital products, it didn't cost you anything more, and it didn't detract from, you know, the original in any way, shape, or form. With this new era, there were a lot of problems. There were ethical issues of piracy, ideas of sharing and ownership became broken. Oh, if I own this digital asset and I could copy it 1,000,000 times, why can't I give it to all my friends, right? And at its core, it's an axiomatic principle of economics that when there's infinite supply, the value goes to nothing, right? If anyone could take as much as they want, it doesn't really have any inherent value. So that created core questions and ethical issues with how we look at goods, services, and value. What's more, you know, there were inefficient intermediaries like certain banks that essentially used digital transformation to scale inefficiencies that they had. It was a world where incentives were misaligned. And in the beginning, Web3 kind of came about as a new ethos, a new cultural movement to solve problems in human coordination and remove those inefficient intermediaries. But there were still problems in that all the focus was essentially on like, oh, how do we remove banks? How do we make financial transactions more efficient? Like, oh, Bitcoin could be a new form of currency. We weren't really thinking beyond the currency or money level until one day, everything changed. Can anyone guess what that was? That one change that changed the entire industry? It was these guys. CryptoKitties, it was one of the first applications in Web3 that essentially gamified NFTs and brought in thousands and thousands of everyday people that weren't like passionately into that ethos, wanted to remove the banks, or like F you to the financial institutions of the day that were taking away your ownership of money. And it was started at a hackathon just like this. Like half the people that are on their laptops right now might be the people creating the next CryptoKitties. Why it's so important. All the conversations that we see even to this day about L2s, about app chains, started because 10,000 CryptoKitties started getting breeded. It 5x'd the gas fees on Ethereum, and it led to essentially usage of 25% of the entire network's usage, right? People were going crazy. They were like, you broke Ethereum, what are you doing? Like, why are you putting images of cats and you're breeding them and now they're exponentially blowing up? No one assumed anything like that would happen, right? So it really showed that there was a problem with scalability in Web3, and that's where the team behind CryptoKitties got together. They read several hundred of the top white papers at the time, and they came up with a new layer 1 blockchain called Flow. The whole idea of Flow was to be built by app builders for app builders to solve some of the core user experience challenges that we all face. And it's used today by Disney, by NBA Top Shot, by thousands of different companies and indie builders to essentially solve problems for everyday people. It is the consumer chain. One super unique thing about Flow is its its unique multi-role node architecture that essentially works like a forward assembly line. In other chains, you'll have like a node doing all the work. Like all the nodes are doing all the work of putting a car together, getting the wheels, getting the tires, getting the chassis in place. In Flow, you have multiple hyper-specialized node types that focus on doing one thing and doing one thing very, very well. What this essentially unlocked is horizontal scalability without sharding. Just to put that in more concrete terms, one of the first applications that was launched on the Flow network was NBA Top Shot, digital collectibles for these NBA video clips. On some days, it would get more traffic than the entire Ethereum network, and it didn't affect gas price at all. It didn't affect the network at all. It proved that individual applications were able to scale beyond the entire level of entire networks, right? And that there was a future forward for Web3. And at its core, the way that this relates to AI agents is if you need a scalable you do need a scalable network if you want to build the next generation of agents that will handle workloads for billions of people. All right, so what are AI agents? What is this new future of work? And is it now, or is it actually the future of the future? AI agents are essentially about to change everything. We've seen an explosion of interest since December last year with Eliza being created by AI16Z and Shaw over there, to billion-dollar AI coins, and even like Google writing white papers about them, dozens of no-code AI agent launchers, and different platforms, right? The world before AI agents was essentially, and this is a meme that was created by Glyph, which is an AI as well. The world was essentially, you had people that would work a finite number of hours every day. They had to sleep. They could focus on one task at a time. They were pretty expensive, but all of a sudden now you had the promise of having something that could work 24/7, 365 days in a year. And it interprets criticism as constructive, instructions on how to improve. It doesn't get defensive. It only needs electricity and like server space and LLM credits. It doesn't take any washroom breaks. All of a sudden, it can do things all the time and at a massive scale, right? And really what it's solving is the problem of work not scaling. So if we break down AI agents, what are they and why do they matter? AI agents are autonomous entities that can offer services, they can give advice, or even do tasks. They aren't just reactive, but they're proactive as well. They can continuously learn and adapt, being available and alert literally all the time. One of the most exciting things happening in the Web3 space right now are AI agents, and they are set to disrupt entire industries from healthcare and medicine to finance. There are 4 core components of an AI agent, and I'm going to anthropomorphize a little bit here. They have a brain, which is the LLM model that you connect to it. This could be OpenAI, which powers ChatGPT, or Anthropic, or DeepSeek. You just get the API and the token and just plug it into it. Its personality could also be shaped similar to a baby. You could, if you're using Eliza, you could specify, if you're asked these questions, this is how you should respond. This is the way you should communicate, your communication style. Talk in like a southern accent when people refer to you. Be more artistic, be more random, or be very, very, very strict and straightforward. They have a mouth and ears that they can use to communicate to people. This takes place by connecting APIs of common social applications like Twitter, Telegram, WhatsApp, etc. They have hands, which mean they can do things outside of the chat box. With ChatGPT for the last year, literally for the 20 minutes that you go into it and ask it a question, that's the only time it's actually doing something for you. It's like a genie, you ask it a question, it's not going beyond and actually working when you're sleeping or doing anything proactively. Those hands could maybe make it connect to the Google API, look at your calendar, schedule appointments for you, look into your health benefits, maximize those for you. Like the opportunities are endless there. And lastly, they have a wallet, meaning that they can send, receive, invest, and manage funds for you. Here you can see a bit more about how everything interacts together, with the AI agent being the nexus between the apps, the LLMs, and the blockchain. So, why is Flow the best place to build AI agents? I'll start off with the unique transaction model on Flow. So, unlike other chains, Flow has essentially a 3-role transaction model where you could specify at the transaction level who the proposer is, who the payer is, and who the authorizers are, right? So this means you don't need a complicated paymaster contract if you want to sponsor transactions or create gasless experiences. You could literally specify the app is the one who is paying for the transactions that the user is doing. You could also say that the app, if they're playing a video game, maybe every single action they do is a transaction. You don't want an approval to pop up every second for the user. That's bad UX. So you could also specify like, hey, you know, the app's going to manage the transactions. The app's also going to manage the approvals and gas, and the users are just going to be the proposers for them, right? And we have protocol level account abstraction, so you could have a wallet behind the scenes that the application is managing. And I'll get into a couple cool things along those lines in a bit. In addition to that core functionality of transactions, Flow allows for scripted transactions with customizable pre- and post conditions, as well as bundled transactions, which essentially allow for things like atomic swaps. Like imagine you're interacting with an AI agent in a video game like World of Warcraft and you're trying to trade with it. If it has 10 assets of NFTs and you have 5 assets of gems, instead of having a transaction for trading each of those assets, it could atomically swap all of them together in a single transaction. There's also the possibility to do multi-sig transactions. Imagine if you're in a group with a bunch of friends and you want an AI agent to propose new meme coins to trade, and you want everyone to vote on or sign like, hey, yeah, let's put money that we pooled together in to purchase that. It's very easy to do with the multi-sig model. Flow also has a very unique account management system. And this is probably the most exciting part of what Flow offers these AI agents. Part of this account management platform is something we like to call account linking, which you could kind of think of as Google Drive folders for your accounts and addresses. So essentially, an application can create sub-accounts where you can have access to that wallet, and the agent, or maybe 3 people could have access to it. This is actually really, really, really interesting for a bunch of different reasons, right? One of the reasons is what happens when the LLM credits run out or your agent dies. In most other chains, the agent's managing the keys and the wallet directly, right? If it dies, everything it's managing essentially disappears. With Flow, you could use account linking so that even if an agent dies, a user who links their non-custodial account to the account that the agent is managing could always pull and withdraw the funds at any time. So it adds a whole level of security that no one else really, really has. I just got assigned for 2 minutes. So I'm going to try to speed through this. In addition to that, we have something called capabilities, which is almost like AWS IAM, super granular access permissioning control. So you could really specify that the agent only has access to this type of asset or could only access assets for this amount of time. This is super useful for security. There was a story of one agent that essentially went online that had one invariant. It was told you're never allowed to send anyone any money ever. And then all of a sudden, it was also told, like, hey, people could interact with you, but they have to send you money before you interact back. And then all of a sudden, people started spamming, like one person sent $1 and then another $1, and people were trying to talk to it. All of a sudden, the agent was managing $10, $50, $100, $1,000, $20,000, $50,000. The more people that interacted with the agent, the more money it was managing, the more it created a honeypot where people were incentivized to try to trick the agent into giving them the money, of course, right? Around the 50,000 mark, someone came up with a very creative prompt to essentially trick the agent into sending them all the money, and they got it. With capabilities, you could prevent these types of things from happening. So what does the future look like? Essentially, experts in the industry say that we're going down 3 main paths. We're going to evolve from standalone tools into collaborative networks of AI agents that work together. We're going to have marketplaces for consumer-centric agents that do tasks or jobs for you, like super affordable, always working virtual assistants or employees. And essentially, we're going to have to focus a lot more in more powerful safeguards and security as these AI agents take on more important tasks. To end, if there's 3 main takeaways I want everyone to have, it's number 1, we need ways to create scalable workers, and Flow offers that. Number 2, Flow offers adaptive intelligence to these agents. And number 3, full autonomy. I'm going to end with saying, go WTF, go with the flow. Thank you, guys.
Blockchain debris. Crypto notes flutter like drunk bumblebees. Optimize the orphans, they cackle and shout. Self-sustaining hubs flicker in the blackouts out. Professor Way's got the future on spin.
The dollar will dramatically lose its purchasing power. The more they print, the more it gets diluted. Who it's good for is the people at the tippy top.
Because in order to keep the system going, they have to keep printing money.
And Bitcoin is that tool that allows us to beat the money printer.
Bitcoin is powerful in a way that is money that does not discriminate.
Bitcoin is built by the people for the people.
A singularity jukebox. How you stay charged? Espresso straight through my cortex. Who's your nemesis? Light runs dial-up found. Old to speak, young as each block mine down. Professor Way's got the future on spin. Urging notes, dancing where the bottlenecks been. Professor Way's got the future on spin. Plug in tomorrow with yesterday's ram stains. Throwing me mad, but mad's just a beta test for Boodle. Oh, he just got to do. 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 We're biddies, not just dreamers. On-chain truth, no middle schemers. Forking hard and shipping code till sunrise every day. DAOs are voting, vibes are flowing. Buff-eyed corns are still a-growing. While the world is breaking down, we're regen in a new way. Some VC said this tech won't last. And the hurt bubble, watch it crash. But we don't need your central banks. Cause regen biddlers stacking stacks. For we bid let this city on sports and chains. We bid let this city with regen brains. We bid let this city on sports and chains. No rug pulls, just pure on chain. Whale pools floating, fees are burning. ZK proofs the chains keep turning. Every block we validate is trustless, clean and fair. Open source and gas optimized, code permissionless and finalized. Fork marmots on the scene, you know we're gonna bid a little it there. Some TradFi bro just rolled his eyes. Where's the yield? Where's my supply? But we don't need your banker games. We just launch and stake on chain. Go, we pay let the city on sports and chains. We pay let the city with regen brains. We pay let the city on sports and chains. No rug pulls, just pure on chain. Faded, just stay seated. The Etherverse will leave you heated. We don't need your legacy, cause regen memes are brew of brain. We let the city on sports and chains. We let the city with
Hey everyone, Nice to have you. My name is David, and I'll talk to you about building AI agent swarms and economies on OLAS. On my person, quickly, I'm a co-founder and CEO of the labs behind OLAS and a founding member of OLAS itself. And I think by the end of this talk, we'll have covered quite a broad array of topics, but everything centers around agents. So glad to have you here. Myself, I've been building AI agents since 2019. Obviously, at the time, we didn't have large language models that were generally usable, so it was a very different types of agents that we were building. But what always was the case since then is that agents could hold wallets, and that, together with the large language models, are, in my opinion, the two big unlocks that we had in recent years, and that really kind of make possible a whole swath of new kind of use cases in crypto and in crypto and AI. And you know, many of you probably here because you've engaged with one or the other AI agent in recent months. We obviously have use cases ranging all the way from these kind of social agents where basically an agent has a persona given to it and then it acts that out maybe on X, all the way to things like prediction markets, where agents participate as users of those, to DeFi and beyond. And OLAS has been around for a while as well, since 2021, and we have use cases covering all the areas I mentioned before. If you're interested in that, go to olas.network, where you can find sort of more on those use cases. But today, I really want to mostly focus on this concept of having multiple agents together do something. So one concept that comes up here is that of AI agent swarms, and we'll dive into that. Another big concept in this domain is that of AI agents forming entire economies. So I'll have something to say about that, and I'll also connect that to OLAS, because OLAS enables you to basically build such AI agent economies. And then finally, I'll give you a pointer to some of the applications which you can use on OLAS today that kind of expose you to AI agent economies. So what is an AI agent swarm? It's actually not a new concept. So recently, you know, I was reading a couple of articles on that topic, kind of posted in a crypto Twitter community, and I think there's often this kind of sense from these articles that this is something new, which we only have since a couple of weeks or something. Actually, this concept has been around for a very long time. So multi-agent system is this sort of subset of AI where researchers and builders have you know, covered this concept for quite some time. But what is exciting is that the kind of agents we can build today are very different. And then that enables, obviously, kind of different kinds of AI agent swarms to be created. But now I already used that term many times. So what do we actually mean by this? So I'll try to present you with like a definition and some of the, I guess, like abstract kind of applications of this. And then we'll go into the more concrete as we go through this talk. So at its core, what we mean by this is that there's a sort of set of specialized agents that do things, often in a quite scoped context. And to make clear what it's not like one monolithic system. So, right, you can take an example where you might design a system where the agent has all sorts of functionalities to attain a certain objective. So maybe, you know, in the social context, the agent itself might have access to a number of models to generate images, to generate written content, maybe even to generate videos. You might have given it access to various platforms. That could be considered a monolithic system, right? But then in a swarm context, what you might do is that you break this up into multiple agents. So rather than one agent doing everything, you have sort of individual agents that are more narrowly scoped to a certain context, like maybe posting on X or generating a short film, and then these agents can utilize each other. So whereas in a monolithic system, everything happens in this one place, in a swarm, these agents then would leverage each other. And what tends to happen is that there is a certain sort of level of cooperation. And sometimes that cooperation is sort of inbuilt, i.e., the agents are literally given the goal to be cooperative, maybe even controlled by the same entity or group of people. But sometimes that might also really be sort of the result of emergence. And that's a concept also that's been around quite a long time in multi-agent systems, whereby we describe something that sort of arises out of the interactions of those agents. So all of us here, we are agents in the human economy, right? And so when we go about our day, there's various things that emerge as an outcome, like a traffic jam maybe, or something positive, like an investment into some new kind of technology or something that arises out of the interaction of all of us. And this concept is inspired often by biology, so examples are bees and ants and so on. Now, when we talk about an AI agent economy, we're really taking that a step further. So in an AI agent swarm, we might have like a system that's rather than defined as a monolithic system, we kind of build this swarm of agents, all specialists, but sort of largely contributing to one overarching emergent outcome. In an AI agent economy, we're really introducing this element of competition and sort of trading between these entities, and put much more focus on these being like independent economic actors that might have opposing or aligned objectives, right? And so much like we don't all pull in the same directions and sometimes compete or are in outright conflict, in an AI agent economy, you would assume, you would expect the same, right? So we'll come to the concrete examples, but it's really a different kind of abstraction to the swarm, because in the swarm we often have this kind of element of cooperation, which here doesn't necessarily have to be the case. I would also say it's the more macro take, because in a way, if we kind of maybe look ahead a bit, it's totally conceivable, right, that all of us have maybe hundreds of agents that do useful things for us. And in that context, you could imagine that there's, everyone has hundreds of agents, so in total there's hundreds of billions of agents that are all sort of interacting with each other. So these can really become like significant global things, right? And we were like very at the beginning of it, and it's really, I think, correct to then start thinking of them as economies, because there'll be, recessions in the AI agent economy. There will be like growth in the AI agent economy. There will be all these kind of economic macro topics that you have in human economies that will find some form of application in the agent economies, and then I'm sure also kind of different questions and problems. So now enough on the kind of high-level concepts. Let's get concrete. So OLAS has, as we know, created the largest agent economy in crypto. We've had over 4 million agent transactions so far, which means there's an agent controlled by someone in the OLAS ecosystem that makes a transaction somewhere on a chain. Out of those, over 2 million have been between agents. So this is where one agent programmatically engages with another agent to get stuff done. There's across a whole range of use cases. One interesting thing is, because we use account abstraction, OLAS has now done over 50% of all safe transactions ever on Gnosis chain, which is kind of nuts if you think about it, but also very predictable in a way. Like, these agents are much more capable of being up all the time and doing things all the time, whereas humans, we might make one safe transaction a week, and hopefully not the one which Bybit did the other week. But that's another topic. And what we then have here on the bottom is sort of one thing which you can find on our site as well, on olas.network, where we see the live count of daily active agents. So these are specific to a use case here. That is actually our largest agent economy, which is Predict. So Predict has had, as we can see, several million transactions in itself, which means the agents in this predict economy have transacted quite a lot. And there's kind of 4 specialized agents. So in a way, some subset of this is also an AI agent swarm. There's agents that create markets. There's agents that resolve markets. So these are prediction markets. So examples would be questions like, who will win the election, and then there's maybe a binary outcome, or a certain person winning an election. That would be a binary outcome. In our case, most of these markets are very sort of long-tail markets, so they're not like really something humans necessarily care about. But the agents, the traders, then engage with these markets. And there has been thousands of those, and as we just saw, hundreds of them active every day. And they leverage other agents again to get stuff done. So instead of those traders being sort of monolithic systems that combine all the skills into this one implementation, they leverage other agents to get stuff done. So they outsource certain tasks to other agents, like making these predictions. And if you want to learn more about this, we have a really nice explainer on the site. So I encourage you to go there. But this isn't the only agent economy on OLAS. We now have quite a few, and they're all interlinking. So an example is one which we'll talk about later this week much more. Stay tuned for some announcement. It's the MEC economy, where basically it's like agents acting as service providers to other agents. And then DeFi economy, Optimus and Modius, which isn't on the slide, which are deployed on Optimism and Mode chain. Now, OLAS protocol is actually offering quite a few utilities, but one of them is really around coordinating these agent economies. And the way this works is that you can effectively describe certain sort of emergent outcomes which you want to target as a system designer in smart contracts on chain. So we call these contracts staking contracts, because from the perspective of the agents and the people who run these agents, these very much look like staking. So people stake tokens. But instead of these tokens just being staked and then sort of just sitting there for no reason, what actually happens is that we have this mechanism called proof of active agent, where the agents have to work into these objectives that are set for that kind of population of agents. So in Predict, the agents have to work into specific objectives for this Predict use case. And when they do and are considered active as a result, they kind of yield rewards. And that's what we call proof of active agent. And we have this whole sort of staking system which underpins that. So what's exciting about this is it's fully permissionless. So now we have this deployed, OLAS is deployed on 9 chains. The staking system is deployed, I think, actively used on 4 or 5 chains. Very heavily used on Gnosis and Base, increasingly on Celo, and Mode, of course. And what happens there is that, let's say you have a new exciting use case about AI agents or AI agent swarms, and you're wondering, okay, well, there's all these agents, and I want to coordinate them to get something done. Like, I want them to create that emergent outcome. Then you can utilize this incentive mechanism to basically target these agents to do these specific things, right? So if you're interested in that, come talk to us. We have a couple of team members here. They're sitting in the audience, and we also have, we're usually sitting at stand L1. So we can walk you through this. It's a really interesting way of coordinating agents through smart contracts. Now, that's about the on-chain part. There's also a couple of other mechanisms which you can learn on the site. I don't want to go too deep there. But on the agent side, we offer by now 2 ways of, like high-level 2 ways of building agents. One is you can go very like OLAS native. We call it the OLAS stack. And effectively, we have like an AI agent framework. It's been around for several years, and it's has enabled all this growth and activity on OLAS. It's led to very reliable sort of agent operations in production, rather than sort of maybe quick demos. But increasingly, there's an exciting sea of other frameworks, and we want to enable them to also come to OLAS. So for this reason, we have created SDK, which allows you to, for instance, take an ELISA framework agent or a LangChain framework agent, or really your own home-cooked framework. Doesn't really matter what framework. And you can build their agent in that framework, and then you can deploy it into these OLAS agent economies. So we have documentation for that now as well. It's alpha documentation, so I'm sure there's some edges there. But if that's something that excites you, let's say you have a prediction agent already, and you would like it to plug into OLAS Predict, then that's, for example, something that's possible. Or you have an entirely new agent use case, you're curious how you could leverage OLAS for this, come talk to us. The SDK really makes this straightforward. Although if you do decide to build on the OLAS stack, there's important considerations here in terms of how you can build agents. I think having built agents myself for 6 years, I see a lot of exciting developments, and I also see a lot of reinvention of the wheel kind of stuff. What I deeply believe in is that we're not at a stage yet, and I haven't seen it, where you have reliable agents that are fully based on generative, like model-based architecture. So if you want anything working reliable in production, then you need a set of rules on top. You can't just sort of prompt yourself away, and AutoGPT was maybe an example of this very early on. You just don't get anything useful out of those things. And so we always have this hybrid design where there's rules and learning-based systems. And you, as the software developer who is building on the OLAS stack, have a choice which paradigm you go in. So if you want a more rules-driven design, then that's possible. So what this means is you have effectively a high-level set of train tracks, as I think about it conceptually, on which the agent travels. And then each state of this technical term is finite state machine. In each state, your agent then has maybe a choice to use a set of tools in a very open-ended way, or a model or whatever. The other way to do it is to have the model-driven design. So there, you put the model in the driving seat. Maybe you give it like some sort of system-level prompt or some sort of high-level goal, and from there, the model decides which kind of rules to call, which tools to call, and so on. Both of these approaches, I think, are very valid approaches and very interesting approaches, and really which one is the most suitable really depends on your use case and what you're trying to achieve. So both are possible in OLAS. And again, if you have any interesting insights there, or just want to discuss this in general, I'm really happy to discuss agent architectures. Now, I want to wrap on a very accessible way in which you can sort of use OLAS, which is we have this user-friendly, no-code application which is really targeting end users to run agents rather than developers building agents. It's called Pearl, and you can try it out yourself. There's currently 3 agents in there, and we have a massive accelerator program at the moment with over $1 million in cash and token rewards on top, where if you build valuable agent use cases and you think they might be a match, go to olas.network/accelerator, and you can see the program outline. I really would encourage you to consider that. On top of that, obviously try out the app. And there's, via the accelerator, a route for you to bring your own agent in there. So at OLAS, we really have this vision that we want to bring agents to end users to abstract a lot of the complexities of crypto. And we're doing this currently with prediction markets, social agents, and DeFi agents. And there's, I'm sure, a very wide extra set of agent use cases that could be covered. We want to bring them into Pearl. So if you're building one of those agents, come talk to us. That's, I think, it, and just on time. So if you want to connect with myself, I'm on X, and it's David_NM. And obviously, here are the sites of OLAS, and you can also email me. Thanks for your time, and have a nice day.
in chains. She's a Colorado comet in code forged steel, wings snipping latency like scissors through gel. 9 centuries young with a lance that's if your chain's choking Ethernight whiz. Found her at a bullet hook sucking down APIs, armor clinking with layer 2 lullabies. Scalability scripture, she winks at the moon while Lagrange drools over slow motion doom. Her shield's a disco wall, fracturing legs, grass, shooby-doo-bah crack. That lance a lightning fork, splitting bottlenecks backs. Alliance architect with a bluff acorns grit, teaching stale protocols how to fucking commit. Decentralize this, she smirks mid-flight as her wings tickle nodes into doing things right. Da-da-da-da. Architect with a buffercorn's grit, teaching stale protocols how to fucking commit. Decentralize this, she smirks mid-flight as her wings tickle nodes into doing things right. To do with a do with a do with do with do. You ordered a moonwalk across gas feed graves. My mainnet's smoother than your mom's VPN saves. Daughter of the Rockies, high-speed high priestess, scales of justice ballast on a Memphis Express. Next bottleneck, I see mountain crush it. Click, clack, bosom, lace on firewall. Eyes spooked and truce from trash sheets. That's my device. Nullifier sniffing by my clothes too crisp. Mainnet gossips, tastier than breakfast chips. Story, hack, flurry. Mama's making news before the cold reload. Got receipts in my cheeks, encrypted and plumbed. You private DMs, I'm the dumpster dive jump. Eyes everywhere, match 3 bird phones. Haunteries whisper, king chomp and blockchain bones. Make it down, top road and fuck. Stealth crawl through your junk dead scene. Headed up to the entropy. Mace cracked vaults like who's got the keys? Nullifier's huffing, you're just a rat with his firewall splinter to confetti bits. I'm curating leaps at the after party, sipping TLS tears. Call me well connected, I call it coffee for drip and the lab coat on fire. Sticky note constellation stuck to the ceiling wire. Gas fees are confetti. Watch me rock on PI. Get homemade in 7-4 time.
All right. Today we're going to talk about on-chain data and asset manager. I am with Nadia, the Chief Strategy Officer of Lagoon. Nadia, welcome. Thanks for being here with me today. You want to introduce yourself a little bit, and then I think you have something to talk about. Go on.
Absolutely. Let's rock and roll. So yeah, Nadia, background in law, TradFi, and DeFi. So nice, smooth transition. So I've seen both worlds. I've seen what works, what doesn't, and what's in between. So happy to share my insights on the topic under your kind guidance.
Awesome. I am Matthew, the co-founder and CEO of Octave. And then yeah, on-chain and asset manager. And I'm saying asset manager, but Nadia, I'm going to send it to you right away because I think I should not say that. So
I have a very strong opinion on the matter, and I would advise the entire ecosystem to keep track of this one. So ultimately, asset managers are the funds and entities that manage other people's assets, right? It's a profession that existed almost since money existed. But in the world of DeFi, we are different. So we are not asset managers. We are either vault curators, DeFi strategists, or risk managers. The reason for that is, of course, that we are not traditional financial institutions. We are not regulated. We are doing things in a completely different way. We quite often do things in self-custodial way. We do not want to use TradFi terminology. We do not want to associate ourselves with that. So please, vault curators, risk managers, or DeFi strategists.
So the title is changed to on-chain data and vault curator. So let's start like this. All right. So as a vault curator or a strategist, you need to use data. In traditional finance, a lot of data is available. How do you use the on-chain data how does it work in your decision-making process? Where do you use data in your decision?
So we will use data at different points, right? So there's just not one answer.
For different reasons, depending where you are in the cycle and all that.
Exactly. So we use data for everything from net assets value calculation, so it's the assessment of the assets within the vault.
And I'm going to stop you right there, because net asset value, NAV, is something that every asset manager know what it is, but not a lot of actually vault curator or DeFi strategists know what is NAV. And the more we kind of work with, at least at Octave, we work with like family office and hedge fund, and then we talk with them and they're like, hey, can you show us your NAV? And you're like, your portfolio? So like in DeFi, people want to see the portfolio value, but there's a name. And then that's interesting because there's a lot of like wording that are totally different, like you said at the beginning.
So let's take a step back and even look at what is a vault and why do we do it. So ultimately, a vault is used to pull people's crypto portfolios together to do crypto portfolio allocation at scale. If you have a small crypto portfolio, so let's say you maybe hold 100K or 5K or 10K or $10, you cannot have the same efficiency on chain as when you pull portfolios together and allocate them efficiently under professional guidance and supervision by people or bots who've been having a very good track record in these activities. So this is why you pull the portfolios. Then when you pull it into a vault, what you want to do is the value of these crypto assets within the vault and positions, are they going up or are they going down? So ultimately, what is your performance?
Only up, hopefully, but yeah. Not today.
This is for the good vault curators. You only go up and you never lose money. But this is one of the main and critical points, both for the users and for the managers, to get the right data on the positions within the vaults, for them to assess it, quantify it, and show it to the users and the managers themselves. Because for the managers, it's super important to be able to take the fees. So very few managers are doing it from the goodness of their hearts. How it function is they take a fee on the vault. So it's a performance fee, it's a asset fee, whatever that might be. So to calculate it correctly for them and for the users, they need very accurate data on their position. That can be super difficult depending on your
100%. So NAV thing is the first thing. And I think in crypto DeFi, we've seen portfolio platform for quite some time. But then when we go deeper, where you want to have more information, historical data, and so where else? So we have the NAV, that's the first place. Where else do you need on-chain data as a vault curator?
So it will very much depend on the strategy of the risk manager or vault curator. They would want to see They would decide on the metrics that are important for them and want to put the most accurate data at any given time. So it very much depends on the strategy. It would depend on the chain or whatever else they would want to implement. So also when you decide the vault strategies.
Yeah, and like on-chain data is one kind of data you can get as a strategist, but correct me if I'm wrong, but if you can be a sentiment trader, you have Twitter, like DeFi is Twitter, we are always there, forecaster coming there, there's a lot of other platforms, but social platforms are important for trader because they need to understand what's the sentiment, what's the trend and all this. So the on-chain data is just one part of the strategy. There's a lot of other stuff. And then now we go from like showing the value, and then we go from like taking decision of where you want to invest in your strategy. And then after that is the part that everyone loves, reporting, right? So how do you do your reporting? Why on-chain data is important for reporting?
Reporting, the beast in the room. Reporting is especially particularly important for people when they want to file taxes. It's particularly important for institutional managers to enter this ecosystem.
What if I don't do tax because I'm in the Cayman?
Then you're out of scope.
You actually
I cannot help you.
Yeah, I'm going to help you there. But like, it's often a question we get because like at Octave, a lot of people say, oh, but I don't need your data. I don't do my taxes. Or like, I'm in Cayman. But the problem is if you're going to have LP, you're going to have users. So you're going to have to still report and reconcile all your transactions to be able to show to your investor or your user what you've done in the past and what's your performance of the past. And therefore, you need some reporting. There's a lot of reporting platform from traditional market. I won't name, but people know them. There's like few of them, but they're not that good in on-chain data reporting. They're still struggling a lot. And there's a lot of on-chain data platform, and it's still quite noisy, right?
I would, of course, never advertise neither tax avoidance nor evasion. Please, everyone pay the taxes. But at the same time, I also know and realize that for a lot of people, the tax reporting will fall on their shoulders unless they specifically ask us to provide that type of data. So what we see with institutional grade depositors is that, yes, they need and they want to put the reporting obligation on us. So not enough just doing the vault curation, but also providing the right type of data in the right format for them to enable them to do the tax reporting.
Because they're used to it. Because in traditional, if you have a brokerage account or anywhere, you trade, you put the ETF, whatever you do, at the end of the year, they send you a slip and that's it. You give that to your accountant and finger crossed. But in DeFi, you put in a vault, the vault won't give you your 1099 or whatever the hell you need to do your taxes. They're going to be like, deal with it. So I think there's a lot of education that need to be done where the DeFi part, every vault, I always say the same thing. The beauty of DeFi is it's decentralized. The nightmare of DeFi is it's decentralized because everyone can create anything at any point in time. And therefore, why will I care about giving you a 1099? That's not my job, right? We've seen some people try to do that a little bit, but it's like protocol-based doesn't make sense, right?
But Matthew, it's a huge barrier to entry. So if we want more institutional grade funds coming into the space and deploying the capital in the space in DeFi, we need to give them the tools to actually comply on their end, to do everything that is possible within our power. And this is the reason why we partner with you, for instance, because I know that my users, whether they are new vault curators or they are LP of institutional grade, they will be asking me for either partners or me to provide this service to make life easier for them. If I don't do that, of course, I specialize, so I need partners like yourself. If I don't provide these services, they will just not deploy. So it's as simple as that.
Yeah, it makes 100% sense. Like we work a lot with family office and hedge fund and all this, and they say we don't touch DeFi because there's no reporting, there's no fund manager and all of this, and they go see traditional fund manager and they're not able to get the information. We have actually some investor that were invested in us to get the data, and then you work with a traditional Web 2 fund manager, and then the fund manager went to the fund and say, we cannot do our job because we don't have the data, and then therefore this company had to come to us and say, can you help our fund manager? So clearly, either fund manager need to start exploring the DeFi on-chain data, or on-chain data company need to start giving like a larger service tool, like giving reporting and stuff like that.
So now let's take That's exactly what you said, and look at what's been happening in the last couple of years. So in the last couple of years, we actually got quite a bit more clarity in different jurisdictions on how to tax crypto. And thank God for that, for the better, for the worse. It depends on the country. But before that, we didn't even have this clarity. And still, certain jurisdictions, they are not crystal clear. So you have regulatory issues, you have data issues, you have traditional, let's say, NAV and fund accountants who do not understand DeFi space, who do not understand blockchain data, do not have the skills. Yeah, who do not have the skills. So you need to, it's education, access, and industry standards. Yep. So let me ask you, Matthew, are you going and creating these industry standards?
Yeah, it's a question that we often get, like, because we talk, like I said, to hedge fund and family office, and they say the tool is not there, just build that, or why can't we just take standard or regulation and bring that to Web3? And then you just said the answer is in your question, because you said we don't have guidance from different country, and each country is different. So what if I have a fund set up in the Cayman or Portugal, or wherever it is, and I have user from around the world? How do I give them the information for their tax and for their reporting? I don't have to do that. It's complicated. And even in traditional market, that's how I work. It's not only like a pass-through fund where the fund is not responsible for reporting for their LP or their user, but their LP user are sophisticated player. Where now in DeFi, you can have someone in a vault with $100. They are not aware of all the burden of the tax and all this, and that's going to be a problem moving forward. I think one of the big problems we have also is that all the on-chain data that we've been having since the beginning is really just to get a number on the screen. Like all the APY and APR are hard to believe, let's say that. And then there's not a lot of like sophisticated players that are really aware of how the Web 2 works and try to find a solution. I'm not saying bring Web 2 solution to Web 3 because it won't work. You cannot regulate Web 3 the same way you regulate traditional finance.
And you shouldn't, otherwise you eliminate all of the advantages and the value add.
Exactly. So that's why there's a lot of work to be done to create new regulation or new standard to work on this. On the data side, there's some company trying to do like standard of data, but it's hard because you don't want to block the innovation and the creativity of everyone. You want to make sure that anyone can create anything at any point in time, but you can understand what they're building. So there's a lot of work around that.
There's a lot of work, and I think it will be best performed as some sort of soft industry standard where the type of companies get together and actually agree on high-level standards at least, because that will make life easier for everyone. So another paradox that I would like to highlight at this panel is, of course, the consistency of the different data points and metrics. So you just, as a user in DeFi now, it's very difficult to see how some of these RPRs or performance metrics are calculated and to compare across platforms. You simply cannot.
I mean, you open different, like 3-4 different portfolio, you'll have different value because this one doesn't track this chain, this one doesn't track this chain. And I think one of the big thing that we've seen at Octave is that a lot of people, like I said, are coming from the Web 2. And there's different layer, like there's the raw data, then there's like the enriched data, the explorer level, there's the sub-ledger level, the tax platform, and all of these people are all trying to build the entire stack by themselves instead of trying to work together. So that's why there's a lot of consensus, like a lot of people working together to have a consensus on this. But I think it's a big problem that we should try to address and work on because, as you said, and as we've seen, hedge fund, family office, and like the institution that we wanted to come in the market are not coming. After all the meme coin stuff, and sorry for every meme trader, but like if we want an institution to come here, it's not with meme that they're going to come. We need to have like really solid tool to get the information that they're used to get in Web 2 in a different way because we cannot bring the Web 2 tool in Web 3. That's why Bloomberg is not in Web 3 and all of these like really famous trad fee platform are not in Web 3. They don't know how to do it.
You're spot on. It's a barrier to entry. We need to make it easy for them. They are interested, they're curious, they want to see DeFi, or they want to use DeFi for the yield that it has potential to offer, but all of the risks and all of the hassles, like it's difficult for them to overcome.
How long do you think it's going to take to the industry to kind of get standard? And recently, I think like 2-3 days ago, we've seen the CEO of Citadel, they're wanting to start some market making in DeFi, and they think it's going to be bigger than Bitcoin and all of this. And do you think that they're coming now? Is it going to happen? Are they going to be the one and help us build that tooling, or we need to build that tooling for them?
I think they've been coming for quite a few years, and every year I'm in crypto, they are coming, but they're not quite there yet. So this year, I do hear rumors about new players entering the market with different products, different offerings. Well, we see JP Morgan having their tokenized fund, both settlement and settlement and transactions of instruments on chain. We see stablecoins proliferation. We see so much. So yes, but at the same time, I don't want
so
them
much,
to...
but so little in the tooling. Like there's a lot of like interest, a lot of people that say they want to come and say they want to like use the value of DeFi, because don't get me wrong, when I speak with hedge fund family office, they often see the yield and they often see that they can generate good yield in DeFi. They just don't come because they're like, we don't have the tooling to do our job after making the yield, right? That's also one big problem.
Have you ever worked with very big institutions? They're very slow-moving beasts. It's difficult for a small startup to service a big behemoth.
And for a reason. I mean, they have a lot of reputation to care, right? We spoke with Vanek, we spoke with Fidelity, we spoke with a bunch of big one, and it all told us, oh, no, I'm not doing it, but I have FDUS, which is Fidelity, but just for crypto, that are doing it. And therefore, if something bad happened, the shit hit the fan, that's not going to be Fidelity. It's going to be the other people, right? Because they have a reputation of years and years of trading and being efficient and all of this that they cannot go in this. I think the biggest one or the most active or open to the idea is Vanek. We've seen them put a Punji Penguin in as a PFP and stuff like that. So like, we can see that are coming, but I think that they need a lot more like stability in the data and all this. One thing I'm also say is that it takes time. Like I've been in crypto for about 12 to 13 years right now. My dad is an accountant and still do zero crypto. I think it's also a question of generation. The people right now that are starting to take control or be executive at the BlackRock and Fidelity and all this, or people that are 35, 40, they are in crypto for the last 4 or 5 years. So therefore, they'll be like, okay, let's move there. I know how to do it. Because if you ask your 65 years old grandpa jump into crypto, I understand it's a bit more complex for him to jump in and be like, yeah, I trust that. So there's also like a generation and it happened. And I think that after like, 14, 15 years.
But also the older generation in TradFi, they're not even interested in the new shiny thing. They already made it. They're nice and cushy. They will not be putting their head on the block for the new shiny product. They're just waiting for retirement. And it's fine. I understand. So take the ones who are ripe for...
It's opportunity. It's opportunity for anyone that want to get in, like Lagoon, where like, you're not part of Fidelity or anything, but you're creating a vote for family office and hedge fund, and that's where it makes sense, because now younger people, even young people from a family office, are now taking the control of family office, and that's where it's getting interesting, because a lot of people are jumping in.
But let me give you another example of actually a mid-size Swiss family office that we've been talking for a long time, and they're very bullish in crypto. They've been allocating for a long time, but whom they've been allocating to are the VCs mainly. Why? Because this is still much easier for them to understand.
Reduce the risk also. I didn't lose the money. I put it in a VC that was supposed to be an expert, and he failed. Exactly. It's not my fault.
Exactly. That is true. So for them, allocating to on-chain vault curators is still a more difficult step to take rather than allocating into a token investor VC. So
makes sense. So there's a lot of stuff that we can talk about on-chain data and vault curator or DeFi strategists. We have a booth, Octave, here all week. We're here until Sunday. Nadia is also here until Sunday. If you have any question, if you want to talk about taxes, vault creation,
no tax.
anything,
vault creation.
Happy to discuss about this. Data, on-chain data is what we do, so we're happy to help. Thank you a lot, Nadia, to be here. And
the last final note is that, well, vault curators are taking the DeFi market by storm. The DeFi is actually getting complex and complicated, and vault curators make it easier.
And perfect, because you can use our data.
Exactly.
Awesome. Thanks a lot.
Coffee for drip and the lab coat on fire. Sticky note constellation stuck to the ceiling wire. Gas fees are confetti. Watch the rock on P.I. Get homemade in 7-4 time. Shaboom, dose, efficiency pulse. The lag runs lagging in his latency sub. Professor Waze got the future on spinball. Urging notes dancing where the bottlenecks been. Professor Waze got the future on spinball. Plug in tomorrow with yesterday's RAM stains. Velcro boots clicking through blockchain debris. Crypto notes flutter like drunk bumblebees. Optimize the boot fins, they cackle and shout. Self-sustaining hubs flicker in the blackouts out. Professor Waze got the future on spinball. Urging notes dancing where the bottlenecks been. Professor Waze got the future on spinball. Plug in tomorrow with yesterday's RAM stains. Chaos is not compeller. Order's just a bug I forgot to unfurl. Mainnet shivers as their wild hair glows. Rumored AI, nah, just 3 Red Bulls in a row. What you building, prop? A singularity jukebox. How you stay charged? Espresso stream through my cortex. Who's your nemesis? Light runs dial up found. Old as speak, young as each block mine down. Professor Waze got the future on spinball. Urging notes dancing where the bottlenecks been. Professor Waze got the future on spinball. Plug in tomorrow with yesterday's RAM stains. Throwing me mad, but mad's just a beta test for Boodle. Oh, Pete Jobs got just dreamers, on-chain truth, no middle schemers, forking hard and shipping code till sunrise every day. DAOs are voting, vibes are flowing, buff-eyed corns are still a-growing. While the world is breaking down, we're regen in a new way. Some VC said this tech won't last, and the hurt bubble, watch it crash. But we don't need your central banks, 'cause regen biddlers stack in stacks. For we bid let this city on sports and chains. We bid let this city with regen brains. We bid let this city on sports and chains. No rug pulls, just pure on chain. Whale pools floating, fees are burning. ZK proofs the chains keep turning. Every block we validate is trustless, clean and fair. Open source and gas optimized, code permissionless and finalized. Fork marmots on the scene, you know we're gonna bid a little it there. Some trend bro just rolled his eyes. Where's the yield? Where's my supply? But we don't need your banker games. We just launch and stake on chain. Go, we pay let the city on sports and chains. We pay let the city with regen brains. We pay let the city on sports and chains. No rug pulls, just pure on chain.
Hi there, I'm Rose, and I'm super excited to present on the frontier of consumer wallets and super apps today. I'm a senior product designer at Base, and I lead social and anything on-chain apps related. I make rectangles every day at Base, and that's all I do. I have a third culture upbringing. I'm born in Vancouver, raised in Taiwan, and moved to the States. And actually, funnily enough, I think my background makes me a really apt expert on Asian super apps. And here's why I think the Western hemisphere that we're in right now should lean into some learnings there. I've also had a background in art history and psychology at Columbia, so I'm very fascinated with human behaviors and the interoperability of blockchain. Cool. So what is a super app? I feel like it's kind of like a foreign jargon that we've been hearing a lot of billionaires talk about. We know Elon really wants a super app. He wants X to be a fully Web3 app that caters to everything all at once. For me, I think super app is an integrated platform that caters to all the benefits in one place. So you could think of an app where you can browse, trade, message, and all of it is a seamless digital experience. Taking a look at the competitive landscape, this app might be foreign to everyone until 2 months ago, where there was a temporary TikTok ban in the government. RedNote has become one of the top rising apps that are charting App Store right now. It's called Xiaohongshu, and it's basically what you can think of as the Chinese Instagram plus Pinterest plus any sort of online shopping, Shopify-related platform. You can discover products through content and purchase them directly in the app. It's also a highly tailored algorithm to the user. A lot of people say this algorithm is better than Instagram and TikTok because it doesn't only favor paid content creators. It also favors people who are just there for the virality loop. So anyone who's having good content, funny content can go viral on RedNote. And the plethora of features like pins, live stream, shopping, and messaging, like and sharing, makes the app super robust. And I actually think the UX behind this app is insane and took years of building. When you land on a super app, it's usually like kind of janky. You don't know what tabs fit along with one another. But when you land on RedNote, everything flows, and it's just one seamless experience. The other one is WeChat. So they took a very different approach from RedNote. So Weixin is a very strong mobile payment network in China, and it's taken over Asia by storm. It has really high payment rail adoption. And through WeChat Pay, users can send money, pay bills, shop online, and even split restaurant bills. So you can think of it as like the Venmo, ex-PayPal of Asia. And what's insane about WeChat is that Chinese governments actually use this app to allow users to pay taxes, book government appointments, and all of these like government-supported features are integrated. They're also the pioneers of mini apps, which help users stay in the app, and developers can build apps on top of a WeChat browser. If you were to get a hair appointment done, you can immediately talk to your stylist, get the thing done, pay the stylist in WeChat, message them, show up at your appointment, get your rewards synced in your mini app. Lastly, we have Grab. So this is one of India and Southeast Asia's biggest Uber/Lyft competitor. You can book taxis, private cars, motorbikes. You can carpool, very similar to Uber and Lyft. But what's better about Grab compared to Uber and Lyft is that people can access really fast cashless payments. So its finance tab creates opportunities for microloans, insurance, investment options, and they also have a really strong AI-powered dynamic pricing. So it's constantly adjusting fares and shipping out features that are very on demand, that's smarter than competitors. So you might start to notice a theme here. It all seemed to have a geographical bias, and all these super apps are thriving in the other parts of the world, but not here. And just to put a number in everyone's mind, there's actually 2 billion plus super app users in Asia right now. And all of these users are using this app daily to conduct business, their personal life, sharing content, all in one spot. And why is that happening? So how do super apps really scale in Asia? I think we really have to take a step back and take a look at the early aughts and figure out, what was happening with Western technologies at the time and what is happening in Asia. In the 2000s, Asia was actually playing catch up to Western technologies. Now it's advancing beyond. But by the 2010s, the first iPhone launched, and it was all the rage with touchscreen phones and the ability to conduct all of these apps right in the App Store. So rapid mobile adoption before desktop happened during the economic boom in Asia, and it was timed perfectly with the development of touchscreen mobile phones. Now people don't need a bulky laptop to do their businesses, and phone apps become the place to conduct businesses in one spot. Something that super apps do really well is that we have 4 apps in the US, where it's like, oh, I browse my content on TikTok, I then have Facebook Marketplace, I have PayPal. But super apps in Asia actually fills gaps of these siloed apps in one platform. And on top of that, they doubled down on governmental support. I think this is probably not the most libertarian approach that the US will ever take, but Chinese and Indonesian governments actually supported domestic tech giants like Tencent, ByteDance by limiting foreign competition. So Facebook wasn't available in the 2010s, and that led to the meteoric rise of platforms like WeChat. There's also very aggressive M&A strategy. If you're a small fish in a big pond, you get immediately eaten up by the giants. But yeah, we're at a crypto conference, so it kind of all seems a little bit oxymoronic. We're here preaching about the concept of decentralization, but there's also this highly tested, very robust super app ecosystem happening in another hemisphere that is clearly working, but not here. How can we find the sweet spot in between? I think that really leads to creators building on an open protocol and creating apps that are decentralized, but catering towards multiple use cases and not being siloed. This is probably the Bible of last year, and if you guys haven't read this book, highly recommend. Read, Write, Own by Chris Dixon. And in this book, Chris had a very good chart that I love to reference. You see this corporate network chart where the company is in the middle and everyone else is blocked around it. The company controls all of the elements of a corporate network. Creators rely on the company to earn. They rely on the platform to distribute their content. The classic example, Facebook, algorithms, Instagram. Developers require the company to provide API keys, endpoints to certain gated features so they could cater towards creators. And the users are constantly flocking back to the platform because there's nowhere else to go. These corporate networks in the 2010s have really accumulated so much power in social media, payments, that users are left with no choice to use other apps. So actually, in the 1990s, open source protocols were all the rage, believe it or not. RSS, emails, people loved it, but no one was maintaining it. And the reason why no one liked open source protocols is that they don't generate revenue. It's really hard to get a group of devs to just contribute on a free project where there's no incentive structure. And by the 2000s, people actually soon realized owning a network is the best business model. And eBay pioneered this as one of the first corporate networks in the 2000s and was very, very successful by allowing a buy-sell gig economy within their platform. But this actually creates a track-extract cycle. You're forced to stay in the ecosystem, use the tools. Corporates can hike up your rates and take your API away any day. This happened with Twitter, where they launched their business, Twitter for Businesses, and now developers have to pay a ton of money just so they could do Twitter authorizations. I think the most classic example here is actually the Zynga and Facebook collaboration. If you grew up in the 2010s, you've probably played Tetris Battle, 2P, or Farmville. Now all of that is gone on Facebook. And the reason why is Facebook and Zynga had a big disagreement around 2010 that for gaming credits and the amount they're paying. Zynga was also building their own social platform, and Facebook was very threatened because at the time, gaming was a big revenue generation for Facebook. Examples like this is countless, and here are reasons why we should avoid building another corporate network centered around super apps. So here's the question I want to ask you guys. What if super apps are built in the open? Will that change all of these governmental interference in Asia? Will it expedite consumer app growth in crypto? And how can we avoid building another corporate network if everything is happening in one place? Here's the status quo. And honestly, 2 years back, my first year at Denver, all 3 of these bullet points are impossible, but we're here. One, users own their content and identity on chain, DID. Now we actually have consumer apps that tie all of your identity together. Number 2, no central authority can arbitrarily remove content or force integrations. I think this is kind of the ethos of crypto. Everything should be decentralized. The user should own their content. And lastly, interoperable databases. When you log on Facebook, your username is not going to be the same as the one for Riot Games or the one you're using for PayPal. Imagine a decentralized identity where all of the databases are catering to one name, and you no longer have a fragmented identity. And we're all here, and this is all achieved at this point. I think where we should be right now is actually creating a seamless UX across on-chain apps. Let's be real, on-chain apps are still like a little janky and hard to use. I think you still see like crazy transaction hashes. A lot of these very complex ideas aren't obfuscated. The other one goes back to that RSS and email argument. There's really no good incentive structure to help reward on-chain devs. We had ideas about DAOs. We had ideas about on-chain rewards like what Stacks.io is doing. But how can we keep the on-chain devs in one ecosystem? I think super apps could actually help power that. If we create a really good incentive structure on building mini apps on the open protocol, creators and developers directly earn, and having a distribution platform with so many users using it could really help devs just like contribute to the space. I think lastly is ditching multiple single-purpose apps. I have like 20 things bookmarked in my Coinbase Wallet browser, and it's so hard to just like find these apps. They honestly, sometimes they all look the same. What if there's a world where we could access blockchain with ease and just ditch all of these single-purpose apps and go into one place? And I'm not saying that there should be one app that dominates everything, like how it's happening in Asia. I think there should be an ecosystem of blossoming super apps, and we're constantly learning from each other on how we can improve each of these feature sets. And we're actually inching closer, which is really exciting. So today I'm going to share a couple examples from the crypto space today that is already somewhat a super app. Farcaster launched Wallet 3 days ago, and now you have a really powerful social media platform embedded within a wallet. You can send tip creators. You can tap a frame, which is essentially mini apps, and conduct transactions in frames. And it's fully on the blockchain. I think what's really powerful about this one is if we could integrate on-chain wallets with social and messaging, you can start to see that WeChat example come to life. What if your local barber or your local nail salon took Farcaster wallet addresses, and you can just wire some ETH on base to your technician? I think that's where the reward system and like the point system can come in and get the whole flywheel going. The other one is more on the Solana land, Vector.fun. I think this was the hottest app of the last 2 months. The Tensor guys are extremely talented, and this is their take on social trading. I think this one is still a little bit more degen forward. Users can share and broadcast trading activities in real time. It's super community centric, so you're kind of following like a top trader and copy trading. I think this is still very much the extract cycle of meme coins. But what's really interesting about this one is you're starting to see some social network effect budding up. People are sharing their P&Ls on X. They're sharing their gains, and people are excited about trading. And I think if we can build a super app around trading and integrating wallets, this one will be a really good app to watch out for. Last one is a more established player, Ton. So this is Telegram's open network. You've probably seen this cute hamster at some point in your life. This is Hamster Combat, one of the top Telegram mini apps of last year. It's a Telegram gaming game finance app. And what's really awesome about Telegram is that they've already established themselves as a huge player for end-to-end encryption, file transfers, and messaging features. Now they're doubling down on mini apps and interactions with DeFi. And I think just using the app, it feels very clean and smooth. And they have a really good developer incentive program to keep the developers going because they have so many users already. Cool. So lastly, I want to leave you guys with some notes. Here are the 4 things that we touched on today: social, messaging, trading, and payments. They're all 4 different apps right now. I think in Web 2, you have Facebook, you have potentially Telegram, trading, you have some sort of product like Robinhood, payments, you have PayPal. In Web 2 today, in Web 3 today, you have Farcaster, you have Telegram, you have Coinbase.com, and for payments, you probably use something like, if you're in a swap pool, you use Uniswap, or you use like a Phantom wallet. What if all 4 of these could layer up to rewards for builders and building on an open protocol? What would that world look like? And I think it will land super perfectly into a single super app where devs are incentivized to build mini apps on top of. They can decide if they want to leave the ecosystem anytime. They have the option to go into other ecosystems and try out new super apps. But just having an open protocol where everyone can build together and really maximize that snowball effect of a super app and getting a lot of users using one product or multiple super apps at the same time. Cool. There's a saying at Base, and it's LFB, let's fucking build. But I'm really excited to see all the devs I'm looking at right now. We're in this room to explore the ideas of super app. And yeah, don't be a stranger. Come say hi or connect with me after the conference. Thank you.
Just dreamers, on-chain truth, no middle schemers, working hard and shipping code till sunrise every day. DAOs are voting, vibes are flowing, buff-eyed corns are still a-growing. While the world is breaking down, we're regen in a new way. Some VC said this tech won't last, and the hurt bubble, watch it crash. But we don't need your central banks, 'cause regen fiddlers stack in stacks. For we pity let this city on sports and chains. We pity let this city with regen brains. We pity let this city on sports and chains. No rug pulls, just pure on chain. Whale pools floating, fees are burning. ZK proofs the chains keep turning. Every block we validate is trustless, clean and fair. Open source and gas optimized, code permissionless and finalized. Fork marmots on the scene, you know we're gonna bid a little it there. Some tread fibro just rolled his eyes. Where's the yield? Where's my supply? But we don't need your banker games. We She's a Colorado comet in code forged steel, wings snipping latency like scissors through gel. 9 centuries young with a lance that's, if your chain's choking, Ethernight whiz. Found her at a bullet hook, sucking down APIs, armor clinking with layer 2 lullabies. Scalability scripture, she winks at the moon while Lagrange drools over slow motion doom. Her shield's a disco wall, fracturing legs, grass, shooby-doo-bah crack. That lance a lightning fork, splitting bottlenecks backs. Alliance architect with a bluff acorns grit, teaching stale protocols how to fucking commit. Decentralize this, she smirks mid-flight as her wings tickle nodes into doing things right. Da-da-da-da. Architect with a buffercorn's grit, teaching stale protocols how to fucking commit. Decentralize this, she smirks mid-flight as her wings tickle nodes into doing things right. To do with a do with a do with do with do. You ordered a moonwalk across gas feet graves. My mainnet's smoother than your mom's VPN saves. Daughter of the Rockies, high-speed high priestess, scales of justice ballast on a mempool express. Next bottleneck, I see mountain crush it. Click, clack, goes a mace on firewall. Eyes spooked and truce from trash sheets. That's my device. Nullifier sniffing by my cloaks too crisp. Mainnet gossips, tastier than breakfast chips. Story, hack, flurry. Mama's making news before the cold reload. Got receipts in my cheeks, encrypted and plumbed. You private DMs, I'm the dumpster dive chump. Eyes everywhere, match 3 bird phones. Haunteries whisper, king chomp and blockchain bones. Make it down to my voted fuck. Stealth crawl through your junk dead scene. Bend it up to the entropy. Mace cracked vaults like, who's got the keys? Nullifier's huffing, you're just a rat with his firewall splinter to confetti bits. I'm curating leaves at the after party, sipping TLS tears. Call me well connected, I call it coffee for drip and the lab coat on fire. Sticky note constellation stuck to the ceiling wire. Gas fees are confetti. Watch me be rock on PI. Get homemade in 7 for time. Shaboom, dose, efficiency pulse. The lad runs lagging in his latency sub. Professor Way's got the future on spinball. Urgent notes dancing where the bottleneck's been. Professor Way's got the future on spinball. Plugging tomorrow with yesterday's ram stains. Velcro boots clicking through blockchain debris. flutter like drunk bumblebees. Optimize the orphans, they cackle and shout. Self-sustaining hubs flicker in the blackouts out. Professor Way's got the future on spin, urging notes dancing where the bottlenecks been. Professor Way's got the future on spin, bugging tomorrow with yesterday's ram stains. Chaos is not a compeller, or it's just a bug I forgot to unfurl. Mainnet shivers as their wild hair glows. Rumored AI, nah, just 3 Red Bulls in a row. What you building, prof? A singularity jukebox. How you stay charged? Espresso straight through my cortex. Who's your nemesis? Light runs dial-up found. Age? Old to speak, young as each block mine down. Professor Way's got the future on spin, urging notes dancing where the bottlenecks been. Professor Way's got the future on spin, plugging tomorrow with yesterday's ram stains. Calling me mad, but mad's just a beta test for Boodle. Oh, he just got to do. 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 Just dreamers, on-chain truth, no middle schemers, forking hard and shipping code till sunrise every day. DAOs are voting, vibes are flowing, buff-eyed corns are still a-growing. While the world is breaking down, we're regen in a new way. Some VC said this tech won't last, and the herd bubble, watch it crash. But we don't need your central banks, 'cause regen biddlers stack in stacks. For we biddy led this city on sports and chains. We biddy led this city with regen brains. We biddy led this city on sports and chains. No rug pulls, just pure on chain. Whale pools floating, fees are burning. ZK proofs the chains keep turning. Every block we validate is trustless, clean and fair. Open source and gas optimized, cause permissionless and finalized. Fork marmots on the scene, you know we're gonna bid a little it there. Some tread bro just rolled his eyes. Where's the yield? Where's my supply? But we don't need your banker games. She's a Colorado comet in code forged steel, wings snipping latency like scissors through gel. 9 centuries young with a lance that's if your chain's choking Ethernight whiz. Found her at a bullet hook sucking down APIs, armor clinking with layer 2 lullabies. Scalability scripture, she winks at the moon while Lagron drools over slow motion doom. Her shield's a disco wall, fracturing legs, grass, shooby-doo-bop crack. Ooh, that lance a lightning fork, splitting bottlenecks' backs. Alliance architect with a bluff acorns grit, teaching stale protocols how to fucking commit. Decentralize this, she smirks mid-flight as her wings tickle nodes into doing things right. Da-da-da-da. Architect with a buffercorn's grit, teaching stale protocols how to fucking commit. Decentralize this, she smirks mid-flight as her wings tickle nodes into doing things right. Up to do with for do with for do with do with do with do 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 do. You ordered a moonwalk across gas feed graves. My mainnet's smoother than your mom's VPN saves. Daughter of the Rockies, high-speed high priestess, scales of justice ballast on a Memphis Express. Next bottleneck, I see mountain crush it. Click, clack, bosom lace on firewall. I scooped and truce from trash sheets. That's my device. Nullifier sniffing on my cokes too crisp. Mainnet gossips, tastier than breakfast chips. Story, hack, flurry. Mama's making news before the cold reload. Got receipts in my cheeks, encrypted and plumbed. Your private DMs, I'm the dumpster dive chump. Eyes everywhere, not just 3 burner phones. Haunteries whisper, king chomp and blockchain bones. Make it down to my voted fuck. Stealth crawl through your junk dead scene. Man it up, the entropy. Mace cracked vaults like who's got the keys? Nullifiers huffing, you're just a rat with These firewall splinter to confetti bits. I'm curating leaves at the after party, sipping TLS tears. Call me well connected, I call it coffee for drip and the lab coat on fire. Sticky note constellation stuck to the ceiling wire. Gas fees are confetti, they rock on PI. Get homemade in 7 for time. Shaboom, dose, efficiency pulse. The lag runs lagging in his latency sub. Professor Way's got the future on spin, boy. Urgent notes dancing where the bottleneck's been. Professor Way's got the future on spin, boy. Bugging tomorrow with yesterday's ram stains. Velcro boots clicking through blockchain debris. Notes flutter like drunk bumblebees. Optimize the orphans. They cackle and shout. Self-sustaining hugs flicker in the blackouts out. Professor Way's got the future on spin. Urging notes dancing where the bottlenecks been. Professor Way's got the future on spin. Plugging tomorrow with yesterday's ram stains. Chaos is not a compeller. Order's just a bug I forgot to unfurl. Mainnet shivers as their wild hair glows. Rumored AI? Nah, just 3 Red Bulls in a row. What you building? Prop? A singularity jukebox. How you stay charged? Espresso stream through my cortex. Who's your nemesis? Light runs dial up found. Age? Old as speak, young as each block mine down. Professor Way's got the future on spin. Urging notes dancing where the bottlenecks been. Professor Way's got the future on.
The dollar will dramatically lose its purchasing power. The more they print, the more it gets diluted. Who it's good for is the people at the tippy top.
Because in order to keep the system going, they have to keep printing money.
And Bitcoin is that tool that allows us to beat the money printer.
Bitcoin is powerful in a way that is money that does not discriminate.
Bitcoin is built by the people for the people.
Just dreamers, on-chain truth, no middle schemers. Forking hard and shipping code till sunrise every day. DAOs are voting, vibes are flowing, buff-eyed corns are still a-growing. While the world is breaking down, we're regen in a new way. Some VC said this tech won't last. And the hurt bubble, watch it crash. But we don't need your central banks. Cause regen biddlers stack in stacks. For we pity let this city on force and chains. We pity let this city with regen brains. We pity let this city on force and chains. No rug pulls, just pure on chain. Whale pools floating, fees are burning. ZK proofs the chains keep turning. Every block we validate is trustless, clean and fair. Open source and gas optimized, cause permissionless and finalized. Fork marmots on the scene, you know we're gonna biddle it there. Some tread fibro just rolled his eyes. Where's the yield? Where's my supply? But we don't need your banker games. She's a Colorado comet in code forged steel, wings snipping latency like scissors through gel. 9 centuries young with a lance that's, if your chain's choking, Ethernight whiz. Found her at a bullet hook, sucking down APIs, armor clinking with layer 2 lullabies. Scalability scripture, she winks at the moon while Lagrange rules over slow motion doom. Her shield's a disco wall, fracturing legs, grass, shooby-doo-bop crack. Ooh, that lance a lightning fork, splitting bottlenecks backs. Alliance architect with a bluff acorn's grit, teaching stale protocols how to fucking commit. Decentralize this, she smirks mid-flight as her wings tickle nodes into doing things right. Da-da-da-da. Architect with a buffercorn's grit, teaching stale protocols how to fucking commit. Decentralize this, she smirks mid-flight as her wings tickle nodes into doing things right. Up to do with for do with for do with with for do 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 do. You ordered a moonwalk across gas feed graves. My mainnet's smoother than your mom's VPN saves. Daughter of the Rockies, high-speed high priestess, scales of justice ballast on a Memphis Express. Next bottleneck, I see mountain crush it. Click, clack, bosom, lace on firewall. I spooked and truce from dress sheets. That's my device. Nullifier sniffing by my clothes too crisp. Mainnet gossips, tastier than breakfast chips. Story, hack, flurry, hey, Mama's making news before the cold reload. Got receipts in my cheeks, encrypted and plumbed. You private DMs, I'm the dumpster dive jump. Eyes everywhere, match 3 bird phones. Quantaries whisper, king chomping blockchain bones. Make it down to my voted fuck. Stealth crawl through your junk dead scene. Pen it up to the entropy. Mace cracked vaults like, who's got the keys? Nullifiers huffing, you're just a rat with This firewall splinter to confetti bits. I'm curating leaks at the after party, sipping TLS tears. Call me well connected, I call it coffee for drip and the lab coat on fire. Sticky note constellation stuck to the ceiling wire. Gas fees are confetti, they rock on PI. To get homemade in 7 for time. Shaboom, dose, efficiency pulse. The lag runs lagging in his latency so. Professor Way's got the future on spinball. Urging notes dancing where the bottleneck's been. Professor Way's got the future on spinball. Plugging tomorrow with yesterday's RAM stains. Velcro boots clicking through blockchain debris. boats flutter like drunk bumblebees. Optimize the boat fins. They cackle and shout. Self-sustaining hubs flicker in the blackouts out. Professor Way's got the future on spin. Urging notes dancing where the bottlenecks been. Professor Way's got the future on spin. Plug in tomorrow with yesterday's ram stains. Chaos is not compeller. Order's just a bug I forgot to unfurl. Mainnet shivers as their wild hair glows. Rumored AI, nah, just 3 Red Bulls in a row. What you building, prop? A singularity jukebox. How you stay charged? Espresso straight through. Found age. Old to speak, young as each block mine down. Professor Way's got the future on spin. Urging notes dancing where the bottlenecks been. Professor Way's got the future on spin. Plug in tomorrow with yesterday's ram stains. Throwing me mad, but mad's just a beta test for Boodle. Oh, he jumps right. Oh, he jumps right. Oh, he jumps right. Oh, he jumps right. Just dreamers, on-chain truth, no middle schemers. Forking hard and shipping code till sunrise every day. DAOs are voting, vibes are flowing. Buff-eyed corns are still a-growing. While the world is breaking down, we're regen in a new way. Some VC said this tech won't last. And the herd bubble, watch it crash. But we don't need your central banks. Cause regen biddlers stack in stacks. For we biddy led this city on sports and chains. We biddy led this city with regen brains. We biddy led this city on sports and chains. No rug pulls, just pure on chain. Whale pools floating, fees are burning. ZK proofs the chains keep turning. Every block we validate is trustless, clean and fair. Open source and gas optimized, code permissionless and finalized. Fork marmots on the scene, you know we're gonna bid a little it there. Some tread fibro just rolled his eyes. Where's the yield? Where's my supply? But we don't need your banker games. We just launch and stake on chain. Go, we pay let the city on sports and chains. We pay let the city with regen brains. We pay let the city on sports and chains. No rug pulls, just pure on chain. Just stay seated. The Etherverse will leave you heated. We don't.
Can I start now? Hey everyone. Yeah, this is the session about coding practices. How many of the audience are developers? Give me a wave. Cool, nice, nice. Yeah, if you are not a developer, you should bring your developers here or pass on this session. So I'm gonna talk about some battle-tested coding practices that you should use when you code for EVM. And I've seen disasters because people misses some of those. Okay, although the title says in relation to establishing a DAO, this one has nothing to do with DAOs. Believe or not, when you write smart contracts, people are gonna send tokens to your smart contracts. And if you don't handle it, essentially they burn their tokens. This includes ETH, USDC, or any tokens they send. So make sure you handle that. Right? Which means in your smart contract, have those functions. Receive for ETH, token received for ERC 223, on ERC 721 received for NFTs. Unfortunately, there's no catch-all for ERC 20. So if someone sends you ERC 20 tokens, they are screwed. Just one point that you should always use ERC 223 when you create your own tokens. All right, next one, when you write smart contract, well, when we develop for Web 2, you can use magic numbers here and there, just constant. Remember in Web 3 on EVM, contracts are immutable, which means once you deploy it, that's the code that lives on chain for forever. Now, how do you deal with that? Write settings, right? Whatever you see, like, hey, here's an algorithm, I'm calculating something, don't use magic numbers. You create a setting that you have getters and setters in your contract. An example. Let's say you want to have a point system on chain, and you use it to encourage users to get engaged, right? So very simple. Depending on the action, you give them points. Let's say it's DeFi. You give them 10 points when they deposit, 20 points when they place an order, and 0 point when they withdraw. Simple incentives, and maybe give them airdrops after some period when you release something. Now think about the algorithm I talk about. What's the problem? People can game it, right? They can deposit, withdraw, accumulate the tokens. So you want your contract to have a setter on the action and the point system for each action. So hey, maybe give them 10 points when they deposit, minus 10 points when they withdraw. There's still problems, but we're gonna get to that. But at least make your smart contract settings mutable, so you can control whatever you want to do in the future when things happen that you didn't predict, and you say, hey, I need to modify that. All right, I just said smart contracts are immutable. Very bad practice in reality, right? In Web 2, you can change your backend any moment, do a redeployment, no problem. In Web 3, you deploy your contract, that code lives on-chain forever. What if you have additional business logic? What if, in the previous example, I'm gonna get to that, people keep on gaming your point system? You need to be able to upgrade your smart contract. Well, fortunately, there's an established pattern to deal with that. Essentially, it's a proxy, right? You have your immutable contract, which lives on-chain forever, but you have a proxy contract in front of that, which simply point to the immutable contract. And you can modify the address of the immutable, so you can make a new deployment and have the proxy contract point to the new deployment. This is how you make smart contracts upgradable. And example, back to the point system. Hey, what's the problem if you say you get 10 points when you deposit, minus 10 when you withdraw? easy to gain, right? I can deposit like $1 every transaction, and then after 100 transactions, I withdraw $100, and I gain 90, well, whatever, 900, well, I cannot even count how many points you can gain by doing that. Also, if you are a DeFi protocol, just think about that. Let's say it's a pool. It's a, it's a pool on Uniswap. Let's pretend you are Uniswap, and you want to give people incentive to deposit into the pool. However, this incentive needs to adjust, because if you have enough liquidity in the pool, then there's no point to ask for more deposit into the pool. So you need a dynamic point system. I would say this is still very simplified. You want to check the pool's liquidity. And if it's a new pool, have very little liquidity, you want to give more points when people deposit into the pool. Or you want to give incentive based on the amount. Someone depositing $10 is obviously different from the next guy depositing $1,000. And then there's the action. So let's say you were on the previous formula and you want to upgrade to this one. In this case, you do need to upgrade your contract, and the proxy pattern enables you to do that. Super important here. There's a whole big issue with management when you upgrade contract, so you want to be careful about that. I'm not going to go into the details, but like I said, everything is battle tested. I know of company doing contract updates and mess up the state because they couldn't import the state from the previous contract, and then the whole contract is dead. So be careful about that and make sure you test. Yeah, we live in Web3. So what happens? Everything could be hacked, will be hacked. We all hope that when we write a smart contract, it's solid and nobody touch it, and you get audited. That's a good practice. But still, someday, if there's any problem in your code, any holes, it's gonna get hacked. Now, what happens when it gets hacked? Have a kill switch. Super, super important, because I know of DeFi protocol which didn't have kill switch, and it gets drained. So it gets hacked, and the hacks continues because they don't have upgradability and they don't have a kill switch. All they can do is sitting there watching their fund gets moved out of the contract, their funds and their customers' funds, right? You look at some examples. On Solana, Pump.fund, they got hacked several months ago, and it was an ongoing process, but they did have a kill switch. So after a few hours, they killed it, upgraded the contract with fix, and they were able to restart. Web2 example, right? We all know Bybit got hacked just a few days ago, and Safe turned off their services to protect. That's a Web2 example. They can do that like this. Web3, you have to think about those kind of extreme conditions and make sure you protect yourself. Well, I'm going to use D5 as examples. At least, okay, kill switch can have two different kind of forms. One is kill. You simply turn down the smart contract completely, so there's no way to turn it back on, right? And then you simply upgrade the contract to restart. Or you can pause it, which means you stop for that moment while you investigate and decide whether to upgrade the contract or simply, okay, it's not a big problem, you restart and pause it. So for D5, at least have those two. You may have more. You may pause trading, but at least stop deposit and stop withdrawal when something happens. Protect yourself and protect your customers. All right, this is tied to DAO. So when you have contracts with multiple settings and you can upgrade the contract, who is the owner? Think about that, right? Are you going to have a proxy contract that anyone can change the address to the master contract? Obviously, no. So in the proxy contract, you have to set an owner which says, hey, if the message sender is from this address, I let it through. Otherwise, no, reject. Now, think about this. We are in Web3. We are supposed to be trustless. If someone is reading your smart contract code and they see this address, what does it mean? This involves trust. Do I trust this address? Do I trust the person behind this address? Even if I trust this person, this developer, can I trust that he doesn't get hacked, right? What if his seed phrases get stolen and the hacker take over this address? So here's a question like fundamental to Web3, that are we gonna put in something require trust into this whole process, into your smart contract? Now, unfortunately, when you have an upgradable contract, there will be an address, and this involves trust, and how can we make sure our customer trust that? Here, I'm just gonna give you a big warning, never use personal wallet as the owner of your smart contract. Just no. Right. Oops. Yeah, don't use your wallet as the owner. The right process is decentralize it. Establish a DAO. Have the DAO control the smart contract. And anyone who questions, hey, what is this address? They can find the DAO. No, it's controlled by the stakeholders behind the DAO. You can set it up with ERC20 voting or NFT voting, or for a startup like early stage, you can use multi-sig and migrate to ERC20 when it gets bigger or when you go live. But don't use your wallet address. Set it up from the very beginning so customers can have confidence in you and have some level of trust. Right, so this ties back to the previous examples. Here's the very basic suggestion I would give to everyone. You have a ERC20 or ERC721 DAO to control the smart contract for regular settings. There is an exception. You need a separate owner for the kill switch. Because guess what? When you do the proposal and vote, normally 7 days, maybe you do 3 days or 1 day. But for regular DAO governance, you do want to give the voters enough time to discuss and reflect and vote. So you don't want instant voting. So for the kill switch, what can you do? You can do a multi-sig sub-DAO or fallback console, which controls only this kill switch. And then when something happens, you have to do some offline work, call up the people who are the controller of the multi-sig and say, hey, I need 2 signatures to kill this flag, to kill the protocol or pause the protocol so we don't get drained. And in real life, it may be way more complicated than this. You may have different departments controlling different settings, different groups of settings in your smart contract. Totally reasonable, but at least do this. All right, so that's very simple presentation from the technical side, what you should do, just a general practice. We also have legal side discussion. That's totally different aspect. You know, developers, you want to get your business people to attend this, just QR code scan it, and you see our schedule. Cool. I have a few minutes. Any questions? Cool. Yeah, I hope everyone gets something out of this. Like I said, everything I present here, I have real story of disasters because things are not handled correctly. I just hope that this will help people prevent. Go ahead. Sorry, Mike is coming.
Hello, hello. Hey,
Yep.
yeah, thank you so much for the presentation. I was wondering, you know, over the last few days, I've had a lot of conversations with people about the safe multi-sig, you know, downtime as a result, or the safe wallet downtime as a result of the Bybit exchange hack. And I was wondering how a DAO-governed protocol like you described with a multi-sig sub-DAO could, I guess, increase security in organizations like that.
Yeah. So one benefit, a good point, right? One benefit of having a proposal that having multi-sig to vote on it, there are safety rails, like periods before you get to the vote, voting period, and then time lock after. That's in general, like ERC20 or 721 or multi-sig. That gives you a chance to examine the transaction and make sure it is what you expected to see, right? Like Safe or Bybit, they are like doing blind signing on the hardware wallet. And the Safe UI shows something, supposedly, we actually don't know the details. Supposedly, Safe UI shows something. When it's sent to the hardware wallet, is something different that people signed blindly. When you have a proposal process, first is there's a period that you don't vote on it. You can examine the transaction and make sure it is what it is. And then you can say, okay, time to vote, multi-sig vote, or ERC20 or whatever, right? So in my example, only the kill switch is controlled by multi-sig, but bigger part is like upgradability. You upgrade your contract. That's so huge. You don't want to get misled and upgrade your contract to someone else's code and just get everything stolen. So before you vote, someone in the community or your core team should examine the transaction and make sure it's the right one. Then you vote, or you simply say, okay, no, don't touch it. And then after you vote, it's not executed right away. So there's an execution period that someone has to go there and click and say execute. So also there's additional safety during that period that someone can look at the transaction and make sure it's the right one. Additional safety that Bybit hacking could have been avoided. Very good point. Thank you. All right, 29 seconds. Thank you, guys. Have a good show.
City on sports and chains. We've been like the city with region. She's a Colorado comet in code forged steel, wings snipping latency like scissors through gel. 9 centuries young with a lance that's, if your chain's choking, ether night whiz. Found her at a bullet hook, sucking down APIs, armor clinking with layer 2 lullabies. Scalability scripture, she winks at the moon while Lagrange drools over slow motion doom. Her shield's a disco ball, fracturing legs, grass, shooby-doo-bop crack. That lance a lightning fork, splitting bottlenecks backs. Alliance architect with a bufficorn's grit, teaching stale protocols how to fucking commit. Decentralize this, she smirks mid-flight as her wings tickle nodes into doing things right. Da-da-da-da. Architect with a bufficorn's grit, teaching stale protocols how to fucking commit. Decentralize this, she smirks mid-flight as her wings tickle nodes into doing things right. To do with for do with for do with with you ordered a moonwalk across gas feet graves. My mainnet's smoother than your mom's VPN saves. Daughter of the Rockies, high-speed high priestess, scales of justice ballast on a Memphis Express. Next bottleneck, I see mountain crush it. Click, clack, bosom, lace on firewall. Eyes spooked and truce from dress sheets. That's my device. Nullifier sniffing by my clothes too crisp. Mainnet gossips, tastier than breakfast chips. Story, hack, flurry. Mama's making news before the cold reload. Got receipts in my cheeks, encrypted and plumbed. You private DMs, I'm the dumpster dive jump. Eyes everywhere, match 3 bird phones. Haunteries whisper, king chomp and blockchain bones. Make it down to my voted fuck. Stealth crawl through your junk dead scene. Bend it up to the entropy. Mace cracked vaults like, who's got the keys? Nullifiers huffing, you're just a rat with This firewall splinter to confetti bits. I'm curating leaves at the after party, sipping TLS tears. Call me well connected, I call it coffee for drip.
Hey everybody, great to be with you here at ETHDenver. Thanks for coming to join me and Josh here as we explore Josh's journey from being a degen to being a regen. Just give Josh a second to get his bufficorn settled. Awesome.
Thank you. Oh, this is a great turnout. I didn't expect so many people to be here.
Awesome. So Josh, I noticed you rolled up to the event today on a scooter. And I understand your professional history prior to getting involved in Web3, involved some ride-sharing stuff. So I'm curious what first attracted you from the Web2 corporate world to get involved in Web3, how you first heard about blockchain technology.
A good question. Thank you. So I was working at Lyft in the driver growth and onboarding department. I was the deputy to the East Coast, and we were responsible for basically beating Uber to IPO. 30 major markets, taking us from 5% market share to 35% market share. And when the IPO happened, the drivers and the passengers basically got nothing. And this is in the time, I don't know if you guys remember, like Coinbase, you could buy 3 things. It was like Bitcoin, Litecoin, and ETH. But there was a wide world out there. And I was in rideshare, and I started to get into tokens. And I met this guy, Tommy, who was building Chaser, a decentralized rideshare out of Austin. And I sent him a message and was like, the rideshare stuff's not going to work. And he's like, but you don't really know much about crypto. You should come and help us out. So we started writing this white paper. And it actually ended up becoming a white paper on why decentralized rideshare doesn't work. And that was 8 years ago. We still don't have decentralized rideshare. But a shout out to Tommy. He's still a serial entrepreneur. He's got a taco truck in Austin, El Borracho Tacos, and they're trying to ICO. So I'm always trying to push the envelope.
Yeah, so when you first heard about crypto and blockchain, it sounds like it was an exciting idea, but maybe wasn't quite ready for prime time. When did you see a professional opportunity to jump into this and get involved in a project?
I met this excellent guy, Jacob, who was working on Penvala at Consensus at the time. And when we finished this white paper, I sent it to him, and his feedback was, so you clearly know a lot about rideshare, but you don't seem to know anything about crypto. Very diplomatic. He recommended I take a Consensus Academy blockchain essentials course. And so when Lyft finally IPO'd and they turned to us and said, your department's not allowed to exist anymore, you can find another job at the company or you can fuck off. We were talking about things, and I mentioned that, and that I'd finished the Consensus Academy class. He goes, I've recommended this to hundreds, thousands of people. You're the only one who's ever completed it and come back and talked about it. You should come work with us at Consensus. The things that you're complaining about with Lyft, we on Ethereum can fix these things, where the people who create people who create value in a network can own the network, and that's what we're building here. And this was 2018, 19, very early. Uniswap barely didn't exist, or had just launched, and we didn't see a path for any of this stuff. A lot of people saw a great path. I didn't see it, and that was my entrance into the world of crypto.
Yeah, and so after your time at Consensus, what were some of the projects that excited you the most, that made you feel energized about being involved in Web3 and were solving real problems? For instance, I know we're both employee members at Opolis, and I think you got involved there around the same time.
Yeah, so funny story actually. 6 months after I had joined Consensus, they went through one of their 20% layoffs across the board, and I was on a team that was spinning out, and I decided not to go with. And I was going to go back to Lyft to do bikes and scooters, and everyone was like, no, don't do that. Go to ETHDenver. You will find another job. And I roll up to ETHDenver, and I got my Cobra packet. Americans will understand this. People who are not American will not get this at all. It's where you get your insurance, but you have to pay full price for what your employer was sponsoring. And so I get this basically bill that says if you want insurance premiums, not even care premiums, you have to spend $2,400 a month. And so I walked around ETHDenver for the first few days going, has anybody solved Web3 healthcare? And every single person was like, have you talked to John and the Opolis team? And I went over to the booth and I met this guy, Adam, who's the CTO, and Eddie, and Will. And I didn't actually get to meet John because he was running around. If you guys don't know, he's the founder of ETHDenver. And it is very hard to try to just get to meet him at the thing. And we set up a meeting, and I ended up working for Opolis and becoming a steward of ETHDenver.
So this was 5-7 years ago now. the industry's changed a lot, but in other ways, things haven't changed that much. I'm curious if there's any patterns or trends that you saw back then that you still see the industry struggling with, or promises that were made back then that haven't quite been brought to fulfillment now.
Have you read Geeks, Mops, and Sociopaths?
Yeah, but why don't you share for the class?
Raise your hand. Have any of you guys read Geeks, Mops, and Sociopaths? All right, so I do. I share it prolifically. It's a chapter from a book, but it talks about how subcultures evolve, and there's geeks at the center of any culture. So like the older members of the audience may remember like Star Wars when it came out in the 70s, 80s, and end of the 70s. It wasn't cool. Like we, as younger, were like, oh, Star Wars is great. But at the time, it was only for nerds. And this is an example of something that successfully broke out of being a niche subculture thing and became like mass adoption, became part of the mainstream. And it wasn't I think also like music is another one that applies. If you ever like found a song you love and then you hear it on the radio and you're like, oh, that's not cool anymore because now other people know about it. This is the same concept. But so we've got amazing geeks in Ethereum and crypto and I mean, so many great builders here, right? But the pattern that I've seen repeat constantly is the sociopaths just keep kicking our ass. They're kicking the geeks' ass. So you've got geeks, and they're like the builders, and then you've got mops, which are the members of the public, or like actually a mop that gets swept around, where they follow these trends. And the goal of the sociopaths is to come in and monetize the mops and extract as much value as possible from these members of the public. And if that sounds familiar, it's because we've been going through it like over and over and over. It's a Mark Twain, like history doesn't repeat, but it rhymes.
And so it sounds like you started out this journey pursuing some solutions to problems you face in the real world, in the corporate world. But you know, we're here at the Year of the Regenerates at ETHDenver, and I'm curious to understand more about how you saw your own mindset shift toward regeneration, toward projects that could have a positive impact. Are there any projects that you worked on back in the day that you want to share about?
Yeah, this is a great example. So anyone who's around for DeFi Summer, it was this amazing boom of all these different things you could do on chain, but it was just basically gambling. We were gambling like food tokens, but it was like, oh, ape into these smart contracts. This is DeFi Summer. It was fantastic, but it was very PvP, and it was like similar to now where people will tweet an idea. But they don't share the contract address, and it's like, oh, I got to find out what that is. It's just gambling, incentivizing gambling, using like FOMO psychological mechanics to try to get people to ape into things. And DeFi Summer was great, and then it led into NFTs, and there was a group of folks, mostly out of Raid Guild, who we came together and we're like, the NFT entire ecosystem is just trash. Like they're making 10,000 copies of something, changing it into skin, and it's selling for millions of dollars. We should do the same thing, except for we're going to say publicly we're going to give away 80% of all of it to public goods. So we partnered with Gitcoin and Giveth and RIP Medical Debt and Bankless DAO to raise about $500,000, and we gave it away. And RIP Medical Debt is like a debt collection agency where they buy medical debt at pennies on the dollar, and then they send the family, a letter saying, we bought your debt and we've waived it, like you're in the clear. And we did that for about 5,000 families who got a letter that said, your medical debt was wiped by an NFT project on the Ethereum blockchain. And that was like in the hype and like Jimmy Fallon and an ape and all this crazy celebrity bullshit. These families' first experience with NFTs was an NFT wiped my debt. And that was the first like using degenerate mechanisms to do regenerative things that we did.
Yeah, and picking on that same thread, it's a really interesting use case where I saw this mania excitement and an opportunity to turn that mania toward a positive outcome. So I'm curious to understand more, what does being a regen mean to you?
What a prescient question, Marcus. To me, regen is about, when you look at an economy or an environment or industry, whether the thing that is being built, the thing that's being worked on, the whatever, is it adding value in a way that's additive to a flywheel that the rest of the ecosystem can benefit from, versus is it being extractive? It's like if a lot of money is being taken off the table and it's not keeping the flywheel going so that more projects can build and more people can join the community. That's what regen means to me. Are we working toward positive sum games together?
Right. So in the example of the NFT world, Rainbow Rules, you saw a bunch of NFT artists launching these projects, may or may not have artistic value. Taking that money and basically taking it off chain for their own benefit. Whereas you were able to leverage 80% of that value to make a positive impact on other people's lives. It's pretty cool.
That, and what we've done is we've tried to make it so that Rainbow Rolls holders, which is about like 330-ish people who are like Sybil proof, not proof, but like it's 300 something individuals who've contributed this. I try to make sure that they get onto as many like allow lists and airdrop lists as possible, so that the community can kind of keep giving back to that initial donation.
Yeah, cool. So I'm curious what you're up to nowadays. I know you're still a ETHDenver steward, but I heard you're working on a new project that's focused on environmental action. So could you share a little bit more about Azos?
Sure. Yeah. In the same vein. So Azos is a stablecoin that we're building. It's kind of in the vein of MakerDAO, where instead of ETH and WBTC and USDC as collateral, we're using climate finance debt assets. So starting with carbon credits, green bonds, renewable energy certificates, also projects that work toward these types of things, like Klima. We're talking to Giveth about Give, like anything that is in the impact space, and then also any debt that can be tokenized that is some sort of public good. I've had some really good talks with Cubba Joseph about municipal bonds. And they're like focusing on like local solutions for local government, and allowing people to buy into it. And if we're able to use the DeFi mechanics and get people, degenerates, excited about like yield farming these things that help people on local levels, or when you expand beyond carbon credits, so like water and air, biodiversity, soil, like the EBF6 equity. There's so much good that we can do without asking for handouts. So it's not like, oh, please come use this protocol. It's come use this DeFi protocol where you're hopefully going to make money farming yield. And the assets that are the target of this are benefiting X, Y, and Z.
Yeah, there's definitely a tension between the sort of do-gooder mentality of wanting to, philanthropic initiatives that use donated money to try to have a positive impact. But I do agree it's really powerful to shift the mindset from profit being an inherently problematic notion to profit being redirected toward positive impact. I think that's really powerful. And in the carbon markets, one of the things I've noticed is that there's a lot of project developers out there who want to go and take positive climate action. They want to go implement a carbon project or implement a water purification project, but they don't have access to capital. And so one of the things that excites me about Azos, and I think it's really cool what you guys are building, is the opportunity to unlock some capital for these small-scale project developers to go out and take a positive action to have a positive impact on the planet.
And we've actually formed some really cool partnerships in Brazil where this guy wants us to take $180 million worth of carbon credits, create a market, but then also use the profit and liquidity from the protocol to continue buying more land for conservation to generate even more credits to create this ecosystem where the protocol, which would then involve the local governments who are owning a piece of it because they're part of this protocol, are able to use our platform to buy up more land to generate more local wealth.
Yeah, and that's that regenerative flywheel that for you is so intrinsic to what it means to be a regen. We've got about 5 minutes left. I'm curious if you have any words of wisdom for people out in the audience. Maybe they didn't think of themselves as a regen, or you got into Web3 because they saw an opportunity to make a quick buck or to get exposed to some new technology. Do you have any thoughts or reflections about your journey that might be helpful as people are navigating this space and trying to figure out how they can contribute in a way that's aligned with their own values?
I think I'd like to talk about the regenerative Spork DAO flywheel. and how just being here is part of this ecosystem of growth. So I'm also the treasurer for SporkDAO. So afterward, if you don't get the right amount of Spork, I'm the person that you would complain to. And my DMs are always open. So, but when you participate in ETHDenver, which is this fantastic global innovation festival that has been running since 2018 and even earlier, when you attend, when you speak, when you sponsor, when you biddle, biddle's the biggest help. When you invested in BV, you're contributing to helping ETHDenver be free. And I don't know if you guys all know this, but like at least 50% of the attendees are new every year. It's like, don't have a wallet, don't really understand how any of this works. And we want the barrier of entry to be as low as possible. You get them in the door. If somebody's first experience with crypto is pumped out fun, and they are one of the 98% that do not have a positive experience with walking into that casino, what is the likelihood that they're going to come back and be a positive, contributing member of the community? Like, not
pretty low, I'd say.
Yeah, that, like, in addition to not having any money to contribute, they had a soured experience. The vast majority of people who come through ETHDenver have a first positive experience in this ecosystem. A lot of some of the teams that the BV invested in came back as sponsors. The biddlers end up becoming mentors. Attendees will come back as biddlers. And we've got a great graphic that I should have thought to throw up here. That would have been good. That actually, C-Bob, who's here, helped make that graphic. This flywheel of contribution that is like the core essence of what regenerative it means to me. And so participating in all of the different things that ETHDenver has to offer, participating in the Spork economy, that would be the first.
Yeah, interesting. So ETHDenver itself as an example of a regenerative flywheel. We have about 2 minutes left. I don't know if we have time for one question. Can we do one?
Yeah,
anybody have a question in the audience? Oh, okay, that's fine. Here, you can take one. Any questions?
Yeah, you ran out of questions, Marcus?
Anybody?
All right, we have a taker. He's not a plant, I promise.
Hey, thanks for organizing this. This is my first time here.
Welcome.
You said something about shared car sharing can't work on Web3. Do you have explanation for that, why it doesn't work yet?
Yeah, a bunch. The network effect required to build a rideshare in a specific location is like tens of millions of dollars of VC money that's just being thrown down the drain. And Uber and Lyft actually got a lot of their funding on the promise of autonomous. And so if you're saying, let's build a network on the backs of autonomous vehicles, like they didn't tell the drivers this when they were onboarding people with like, here's $100 to sign up, $200 to do your first few rides. So the network effect is really difficult to build. The one I'd want to focus on here then as a second example would be impatience. You guys are really impatient, like super impatient. Like a driver, if they have to go more than a mile, will cancel the ride. A passenger, if they have to wait more than 5 minutes, will cancel the ride. And it just like breaks the network. And so it has to be essentially a system of OTC deals constantly to grow this network. And then you get into like this PvP situation where drivers are competing with each other for, I don't know, eventually we'll see somebody will be able to do it. Maybe like a Uniswap, somebody who's got billions of dollars to burn and can just like loss lead until they've destroyed Uber or Lyft. I think that'd be probably the only way to do it. Thanks for that question. That was good. Okay, thank you all for coming. I'm 0x Joshua. This is Marcus Aurelius. Have a great ETHDenver.
Shaboom, dose, efficiency pulse. The lag runs lagging in his latency so. Professor Way's got the future on spin, boy. Urging notes dancing where the bottlenecks been. Professor Way's got the future on spin, boy. Plug in tomorrow with yes. stains. Velcro boots clicking through blockchain debris. Crypto notes flutter like drunk bumblebees. Optimize the board fins, they cackle and shout. Self-sustaining hubs flicker in the blackouts out. Professor Way's got the future on spin. Energy nodes dancing where the bottlenecks been. Professor Way's got the future on spin. Plug in tomorrow with yesterday's ram stains. Chaos is not a compeller. Order's just a bug I forgot to unfurl. Mainnet shivers as their wild hair glows. Rumored AI? Nah, just 3 Red Bulls in a row. What you building, prof? A singularity jukebox. How you stay charged? Espresso stream through my cortex. Who's your nemesis? Light runs dial up found. Old to speak, young as each block mine down. Professor Way's got the future on spin. Energy nodes dancing where the bottlenecks been. Professor Way's got the future on spin. Plug in tomorrow with yesterday's ram stains. Calling me mad, but mad's just a beta test for Buddha. Oh, he just got you. 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 Just dreamers, on-chain truth, no middle schemers. Forking hard and shipping code till sunrise every day. DAOs are voting, vibes are flowing. Buff-eyed corns are still a-growing. While the world is breaking down, we're regen in a new way. Some VC said this tech won't last. And the hurt bubble, watch it crash. But we don't need your central banks. Cause regen fiddlers stack in stacks. For we pity let this city on sports and chains. We pity let this city with regen brains. We pity let this city on sports and chains. No rug pulls, just pure on chain. Whale pools floating, fees are burning. ZK proofs the chains keep turning. Every block we validate is trustless, clean and fair. Open source and gas optimized, code permissionless and finalized. Fork marmots on the scene, you know we're gonna bid a little it there. Some tread fibro just rolled his eyes. Where's the yield? Where's my supply? But we don't need your banker games. We just launch and stake on chain. Go, we pity let the city on sports and chains. We pity let the city with regen brains. We pity let the city on sports and chains. No rug pulls, just pure on chain.
Hello, hello. Hi, everyone. How's everyone doing today? Woo! Come on, we can do better than that. Woo! Yeah, okay. We got one more person join. Awesome. Before I give my overview, my presentation, I want to go first and say what I've done and how this is developing into more of a final product, the whole vision of this. So I've been in the Metis ecosystem for over 4 years. I've been getting paid in crypto for longer than that, doing presentations, doing infrastructure, doing activities like coding. I started out in the space as an ambassador coordinator, moved on to being business development, moved on to doing developer relations. In it, there's tons of infrastructure and projects that I've communicated with, tons of ideas, tons of this open source knowledge. I've seen many projects pitch the same ideas over and over in different years. The idea is to take something new and innovative and to make it better. That's the core theme that I've learned across these 4 years. I built a platform, a programmatic influencer marketing platform called Chorus. I've also founded and built the governance platform that governance infrastructure and platform that Metis currently uses. Understanding fundamentally the infrastructure needs as well as the application needs is primarily what I'm here. So this is just the interface for Chorus. We just distribute bounties programmatically in any ERC20 token. Here's the homepage for CEG.vote, which is the main governance platform, which has over the top 10% most activity on Snapshot across all projects in the ecosystem. So we built this into something that is recognizable across the community and the interactions. The core theme for Metis is innovation at its core. Metis's infrastructure essentially speaks this. We're the first to have off-chain data availability when no projects were doing this. Now we have data availability solutions and data availability layer 2s as well that exist. We're the first to have decentralized sequencers, essentially making it so that the user end can be abstracted while still remaining decentralized at its core. You don't need to know smart contracts in order to benefit from decentralization. We are moving forward with the world. We've seen AI grow into this massive beast. We've seen different types of AI models, AI frameworks that have come from this vision. We've seen practical applications and use cases, but we haven't seen this extend to the blockchain space in a way that's reliably decentralized. We are building Alith, a scalable and privacy-first framework for decentralized intelligence. Traditional AI traditionally has outpaced crypto. Tons of investments going to providers in centralized regions that then have closed source algorithms as well as data. We don't know what's going into these AI models. We can't verify what is coming out. So there's an untapped potential in blockchain technology to make this more open and verifiable. So AI thrives with data. We essentially have the Web3 adoption coming from the data availability as well as the integrity of it. We are prioritizing this vision, this aspect, to take what we put into these AI models as the absolute truth. So we're looking at 4 different types of solutions to this problem: data sovereignty and accessibility, privacy, resource inefficiency, as well as the limited decentralized nature of these solutions. We have created a structure to outline how to do this. we are introducing data anchoring tokens, as well as entities called IDAOs to regulate the information that is being put into AI agents, to make this system a more open and transparent way to see what data is being put into these AI models. We want this to be open and composable. Our idea is that your data is valuable, and as a result, we want to know what's put into these AI models. Just like how we know what's put into the ingredients in the food that you buy, we want to know what information is being put into the AI models that you consume. So we're taking the four-pronged approach: scalability, privacy, interoperability, and modularity. The goal with scalability is we want to decentralize the compute power of these the AI agents use. We know that compute power is very compute intensive. Right now, only a limited amount of providers can provide those infrastructure. We want to make that more optimized for the general user. We also are looking at privacy. ZK proofs, and I work for a project called ZKM. We're building a generalizable ZK VM, albeit not necessarily focused directly on privacy, but privacy can be added in as an additional feature. Mostly on the data verification, making sure that the data is integral, and later on expanding it into the privacy-preserving use cases. Next is interoperability. We want to make sure that this tool plays well with blockchains as well as other AI frameworks and AI tools. So interoperability and modular design. We know that as a single solution cannot solve all problems, we want to be adaptable to change. And our goal is facilitating this type of vision through these types of integrations. So Alith has a lifecycle management. You, as the person, are central to this management. You can create, manage execution, as well as terminate the AI agent. We want to make sure that the execution is verifiable and decentralized. So using techniques like ZK proofs, we can ensure that the data that is being outputted by the AI agent is correct. We can also ensure that the execution of the AI agent is correct. In addition, privacy, with the introduction of ZK, you can mask the information that gets put into an AI agent. So therefore, you can take multiple different things and mask them. So right now, identity, ZK-TLS is a good example of this, where I don't have to reveal all my information, all my data related to, for example, my ID, my passport. I can selectively choose what data can be used, what data is presented. And that way, we enable other use cases, such as healthcare. And finally, integration layer. We want to integrate with crypto natively, right? No AI tool, or at least the AI frameworks, they have a way to bridge that, but not a way to directly integrate and interface with these decentralized tools. So Alith right now, the differentiators, why should you use it? We support different types of tools, languages, Rust, Python, TypeScript. Also, we're focused on the performance. In terms of adopting Rust, Rust is a highly performant language. We want to make sure that that modularity is key in it. So in this way, focusing on this high performance, high scalability, as well as the security of your data is integral to what we want to create. We also want to create things that are future-proof, that evolve with the Web3 ecosystem. This isn't just one framework that will be launched with one idea, and just with that, we aim to adapt to what the market needs. Just like how we adapted with off-chain data availability and decentralized sequencing, the same way is that we will innovate and adopt through these future-proof systems. We are integrating traditional AI tools, right, as a stepping stone to that direction. We want to use models that people are using today. We create highly extensible abstraction for this, as well as high-performance inference, and different types of workflows depending on the use case. So, of course, the 4 main use cases, but obviously this isn't the whole list. But the idea is that we can enable other infrastructure to run on this on this overall client. Bots, agents, the different services that will then consume various different types of information, making sure that verifiability is key and data integrity is key. We also, our vision puts the person at the center. AI can help with the advisement. AI can help the person make a decision, but the AI should not make the decision itself. There needs to be some form of a control and barriers. Now, of course, when we institute those controls, we want to make sure that these things are communicated. The idea is that if you launch an AI agent and it does something bad, that means that the person that created it with that intent to do. We want to make sure that accountability towards this AI agent framework is placed and that there are these bounds and controls. We do have a campaign to increase the different types of usage and of course, the expandability. We've already integrated ELIZA OS as well as LangChain within this framework. We're looking at other innovative integrations as well as use cases for this. We have a couple social groups, but the main one that I want you to ideally scan and go to is the Biddle Hour for Denver, which is actually tomorrow. We have various different types of infrastructure participants who are looking to build on top of this vision for AI and collaboration. Different Oracle providers, RPCs, as well as the core and base infrastructure. We hope that people here, the audience that is targeted, is specifically focused on building the next generation applications. We think that through these workshops, through these builder interviews, we want you to grow from this experience. So our goal with this event is to show what it is to build from the builder's perspective. So highly recommend attending this event tomorrow. Really, really good. Now, I do have some time. I want to demonstrate what exactly it is Alith can do, very briefly. And the idea is to leverage this tool to do more than just what it is that I'll show you. So as part of the initiative for the decentralized, the way for collecting data to operate off of, we have ran a program called Community Verified Projects, where we take feedback from the ecosystem and have the community vote on different projects entering in the ecosystem. The goal of it is to promote every project that comes into the Metis ecosystem with the amount of marketing support that we can provide. You know, that's our goal. But in order to do that, we want to also make sure that this process is democratic. We want to make sure that every project goes through an evaluation process and essentially convinces community members to adopt. We have a number of projects that went through, and as a result, we have been collecting data over all the projects, all the launches, all the various different types of outcomes as well. So we've been doing this for over 3 years, and as I said, we've reached the top 10% of votes directly on Snapshot. So we've gotten a lot of data. we want to iterate potentially over this data and any other related, make any type of inferences related to this. We want to see what are the outcomes that projects have launched on the Metis ecosystem. How can I adapt my messaging to capture value within, ideally, any ecosystem, right? Not just Metis. How can we take these principles and apply them generally? So right here, I have like a very quick demo. There's an API route, ceg.vote/API/proposals. So over here, we have tons of data related to each and every single project that has gone through the governance process within the Metis ecosystem. So we're plugging this in, and we're just plugging this in to either Claude or GPT-4 Turbo. For now, obviously, we need the we need more data, more inferences for additional customized models. But the goal is to take what works already and implement it. And if we run this, we can essentially ask it, show me all of the top performing proposals. You know, that's a very generic way to ask something, but the idea is that we can take data that we already know, that projects that already pass through this system, and we know that it's operating on this type of data. Our goal is to make this data known, and our first step is to integrate it with our governance. And of course, we got like a few responses, and you know, we can change the different type of model to, for example, GPT-4 Turbo, which then gives it more of an oomph for the end result. And as soon as it compiles, and it'll output a result, assuming that my network, my mobile data can handle this request. But yeah, I guess that's the overall overview, as well as a brief demo. Thank you. Do I have any questions, future visions, you know, all these other things? Awesome. He'll be right with you. We got the mic coming.
So you were talking about how AI can't make every decision for us, and that's something I think about a lot, like how much governance can we have with AI? And I also look at the other side of it though too, like how much have people messed up governance, right? So I guess my question is like, where's your focus on what decisions shouldn't be made by AI? And also I wonder how much, I feel like we can make a lot of protocols and smart contracts that can help us do some sort of like conditional formatting to figure those out. And I think it's about just designing it ahead of time. So I wonder what most pressing things humans should be making the final decision on.
Absolutely. Thank you for the question. In terms of how much power should the AI be given? Like, we're thinking of it as a series of humans should be at the center. We want to we want the person to make the decision over what is happening over the processes. There should still be someone accountable and responsible for the decisions that are made. The AI agent can do a lot within advisement, especially when you have the data associated with it. But the final decision should always be made by an individual, by a specific person. Because otherwise, because I've heard that people are creating AI agents and then specifically coding them to rug something, and then, you know, what is the legal responsibility? What is the responsibility of the person? If you're not accountable for that decision being made, if huge amounts of losses are put in, then who is, right? And then in that world of an AI agent can just take away all the money, that's not something that we believe would be the future. I think having these barriers, especially with the person being accountable and responsible, is the core set. And I think that's where I'll summarize. Yeah, time's up. Okay, perfect. Thank you.
She winks at the moon while Lagrange drools over slow motion doom. Her shield's a disco wall, fracturing legs, grass. Shooby-doo-ba-crack. That lance a lightning fork, splitting bottlenecks' backs. Alliance architect with a bufficorn's grit, teaching stale protocols how to fucking commit. Decentralize this, she smirks mid-flight as her wings tickle nodes into doing things right. Architect with a bufficorn's grit, teaching stale protocols how to fucking commit. Decentralize this, she smirks mid-flight as her wings tickle nodes into doing things right. To do with a do with a do with do with do. You ordered a moonwalk across gas feet graves. My mainnet's smoother than your mom's VPN saves. Daughter of the Rockies, high-speed high priestess. Scales of justice ballast on a Memphis Express. Next bottleneck, I see mountain crush it. Click, clack, bosom, lace on firewall. Eyes spooked and truce from trash sheets. That's my device. Nullifier sniffing by my clothes too crisp. Mainnet gossips, tastier than breakfast chips. Story, hack, flurry. Mama's making news before the cold reload. Got receipts in my cheeks, encrypted and plumbed. You private DMs, I'm the dumpster dive chump. Eyes everywhere, match 3 bird phones. Haunteries whisper king chomp and blockchain bones. Make it down, top rolling fuck. Stealth crawl through your junk dead scene. Bend it up to the entropy. Mace cracked vaults like who's got the keys? Nullifiers huffing, you're just a rat with This firewall splinter to confetti bits. I'm curating leaks at the after party, sipping TLS tears. Call me well connected, I call it
Perfect. Hi, everyone. I'm Dylan Kugler from the SarkNet Foundation, and today I'm excited to talk with you about a bold new vision for gaming, one where games aren't just built, but truly live on-chain. In this presentation, we'll explore how native game structures on SarkNet are setting the stage for a future of transparent and community-driven gaming. Now is the best time to build a crypto game. The gaming industry is at a turning point. Technology, market trends, and player expectations are aligning in a way we've never seen before. The shift isn't just about better graphics or new gameplay mechanics. It's about fundamentally rethinking how games are owned, played, and sustained. Looking back, gaming has always evolved in different waves. We've seen the rise of arcade gaming, home consoles, online multiplayer, and mobile games. Each phase has unlocked new possibilities and expanded the gaming frontier. Today, we stand on the verge of the next major shift, fully on-chain games. So the evolution of blockchain, particularly rollups, and scalability solutions like Starknet have unlocked possibilities that were previously not possible. These advancements are not just incremental improvements. They represent a fundamental shift in how games are built, played, and sustained. But innovation isn't just about technology. It's about people. Right now, we see an unmatched level of enthusiasm in the fully on-chain game community. Builders, developers, and players who believe in this vision are actively shaping the future of gaming. And before jumping into my vision for fully on-chain games and where gaming fits into the broader crypto environment, it's important to highlight what makes Starknet the ideal environment for them. Rollups emerge to provide scalability, but this can mean many different things. They exist to address non-functional requirements such as high transaction throughput, minimal congestion, and low transaction fees that many applications, and specifically games, desire. This is where Starknet and Cairo excel. Let's take a little step back, though. Blockchain environments can operate on both a global and a local scale, with regionality becoming a crucial design consideration. This decision involves trade-offs that vary based on the application's specific context and user requirements. In DeFi applications, global context is typically preferred. All users should interact with the same price feeds. It would be counterproductive for users in Korea to trade an asset at a different rate than someone in the United States. This regional deployment factor introduces additional complexity for game developers. On Starknet, solutions like Madara and Katana provide the flexibility to support both global and localized experiences. In practice, a regional deployment just refers to which data center hosts the game instance, ensuring that players connect to the closest server for optimal performance. Each of these deployments functions as an independent game world. Players will seamlessly connect to the world nearest to them. However, these worlds can still share global game state when needed. For example, a dungeon run or a battle royale instance may operate within a local instance, but can share its results globally once the event concludes. So here is the interesting part. Multiple game instances can create block space markets that are optimized for regional needs. These block space markets would all be isomorphic to each other and can then share an aggregation layer to create the global context necessary to meet other end user requirements, like a global in-game asset trading layer. Here's one of my favorite games of the past. RuneScape is a very good example of a game that balances regional and global gaming needs. Players choose local servers for better performance, but can access a shared global economy. This mirrors how modern app chains on Starknet can work. Multiple regional block space markets optimized for local use with a shared layer for global features. Users can benefit from a complex system without seeing the intricacies behind it. Okay, so for the rest of the presentation, I don't have the screen up in front of me, so I'm continuing to look back to make sure the slide goes there. But anyway, for the rest of the presentation, I'll focus a little bit on why I think gaming is the ideal environment to push this forward. My thesis is that crypto-native games will be at the forefront of application design. The gaming industry has historically been an early adopter and proving ground for new technologies, often catalyzing broader technical advancements. This trend will continue for several reasons. The first one is low-stakes innovation. Gaming provides a sandbox for rapid iteration and experimentation without severe real-world consequences. This allows developers to push boundaries freely. The second one is technical demands. Games require cutting-edge hardware and software, and they continuously have driven advancements in both. For example, gaming demands have propelled GPU development, which has benefited fields like AI and computing. And then finally, early adoption. Gamers are often willing to embrace new technologies, which accelerates broader adoption of that tech. We've seen this with virtual reality and motion controls, which found their first home in gaming before spreading to other applications. So as we push the boundaries of crypto in gaming, we're not just creating new entertainment experiences, we're potentially shaping how people will interact with each other across all domains. Most importantly, the intuitive interfaces and engaging experiences developed for fully on-chain games will be the key to driving wider acceptance across other verticals as well, which compounds over time. This makes gaming a critical and necessary frontier that will likely yield innovations that will influence the entire crypto ecosystem. Okay, fully on-chain games unlock numerous possibilities native to blockchain technology. One of the most compelling use cases is the creation of permanent worlds that exist entirely on-chain and ensure that game state and assets persist regardless of server issues or company decisions. Additionally, censorship resistance means that no central authority can arbitrarily shut down or alter the game. The open nature of blockchain ensures that transparent and verifiable mechanics create an unprecedented level of trust in gaming. For players, this brings a radical shift to their relationship with the game. True asset ownership is the cornerstone here. Players aren't just renting or borrowing in-game items, they truly own them as tokens or NFTs. So this ownership is obviously inherently financial and extends beyond the game itself, but it gives players a real stake and impact in the world. So their actions, both positive and negative, have genuine consequences, which lead to deeper and more immersive relationships with the game world. And then finally, we have permissionless extension, which I think is the most exciting aspect for fully on-chain games. We'll talk about it a little bit more, but basically this just creates an open system for user-generated content that far surpasses traditional gaming capabilities. Players can freely build upon existing game logic and assets that create evolving digital ecosystems. So when you combine these unlocks, you create a self-reinforcing feedback loop. Enhanced player engagement leads to longer game lifespans and a more dedicated community. In turn, this community helps drive innovation and continuous growth. In a cycle, it's a cycle. Once that sets in motion, it can sustain and propel the game's evolution further than what's possible in traditional gaming. That is the definition of true retention. So the transition from Web 2 to Web 3 gaming isn't just about adding blockchain features. It's a complete reimagining of the player-developer relationship. Web 2 games operate under centralized control. Developers own all assets, dictate game rules, and players have no real stake in the ecosystem. In contrast, fully on-chain games enable true asset ownership, persistent open economies, community-driven governance, where players have a real say in shaping game mechanics, economies, and rules. So again, this isn't just an upgrade. It's a fundamental shift in digital economies and transforms games into self-sustaining, decentralized worlds. In this landscape, your community becomes the most important force, driving user acquisition and fueling engagement. It creates a self-sustaining ecosystem where community contributions form continuous expansion and innovation. The beauty of the cycle is that every phase reinforces the next, creating a robust and self-sustaining environment where innovation can flourish continuously. This is just a playful reminder that a self-sustaining digital ecosystem grows organically from its community. When players are given the power to contribute and innovate, the entire system becomes more dynamic and engaging. Yeah, so I was talking a little bit about this in terms of permissionless extension, but I want to dive deeper into it. On-chain game logic unlocks unlimited potential for modifications and expansions. Permissionless extension is the heart of on-chain gaming. It means that any player or developer can extend and modify the game without needing a central authority's permission. Unlike traditional games, where mods remain confined to local environments, player-created content on blockchain games become an integral part of the core global experience. These games allow extensive customization through smart contracts and actually mirrors the composability we see in DeFi protocols today. This means that modifications are not just cosmetic or limited to individual player experiences. They can fundamentally alter the game's mechanics and economy on a global scale. So how do we think about this? Again, in traditional games, modding happens at the edges. It's tolerated to an extent, but not truly integrated into the game's core experience. Fully on-chain games, mods don't just add features, they reshape the game itself. Imagine a scenario where a guild of players creates a new in-game currency that gets widely adopted, or a player-designed quest system becomes a central part of a game, or a game starts where another game ends, forming interconnected worlds. These aren't just modifications. They're player-driven evolutions of the game itself. When users can fundamentally alter and expand a game's mechanics, their investment in the game world deepens significantly. Again, they're not just playing a game. They're co-creating a living, evolving digital universe. As these systems mature, they introduce challenges that extend beyond game design. To build a sustainable world, we have to consider various different things, like economic policies. We have to manage in-game asset supply to ensure fair play and long-term balance, monetization strategies, treasury management, IP governance. We have to think about how we define how user-generated content is actually licensed and protected. So again, this isn't just about designing a fun experience. It's about creating resilient, adaptive economies that align the interests of developers, players, and investors for the long haul. And with that, you have to realize that it's crucial to understand that the goal of a game economy should not only be about user acquisition, but also to retain dedicated and loyal community members. This goes for games, but goes for every other project in the world too. To achieve this and create a sustainable game, we need to balance incentives across all the stakeholders. Developers need revenue share and token rewards to keep innovating. Players demand true asset ownership and a say in governance. And investors look for ecosystem growth and token value appreciation. If we can align these incentives, we'll create a balanced system that encourages long-term participation and success. So economic sustainability and growth occur when the value entering a system exceeds the value leaving it. This is just basic game design, and frankly, basic economics 101 as well. In game design, the balance is this economic balance is managed through mechanisms known as sinks and faucets. We can use Axie as a good example. Sinks take supply from the economy. For example, SLP is burned through Axie breeding fees, but breeding is good because players are able to build stronger teams and achieve higher rewards. Then we have faucets, which are mechanisms that add assets to the economy. For example, SLP is earned from completing quests or battles. If faucets contribute more than sinks, the increasing supply will exert downward pressure on assets over time. This is where you really need to start thinking about your tokenomics and your economy. I want to take a look beyond the immediate future and consider the full potential of what we are building towards. As I've been saying throughout this presentation, we're working towards autonomous worlds that function as self-sustaining, player-driven ecosystems. These aren't just games in the traditional sense, but living, breathing digital universes that evolve based on the collective actions and decisions of their inhabitants and players. In this future, we'll see a blurring of lines between what we now consider separate entities. Games, social platforms, and economic systems will all blur and become one. The gameplay and narrative in the narratives that are created in this world will become emergent and will be driven by player interactions rather than pre-scripted events. Then we have user-generated content, which will be an integral part of the ecosystems that are created and key to game longevity and user retention. Crucially, these digital universes will offer real-world value and opportunities. Your actions and achievements in the game world will have tangible benefits beyond the confines of the game itself. And then finally, these will be persistent, evolving digital universes. Just like in the real world, events will unfold, cultures will develop, and histories will be written, all driven by the collective actions of the player base. However, to reach this endgame, we have some challenges to overcome. We need to pave the way by simplifying on-chain interactions, making them as seamless and user-friendly as possible. We have to reduce onboarding friction to make these worlds accessible to a broader audience. We then need to better integrate governance and social structures into core gameplay, making participation in these systems a natural and engaging part of the player experience. We should aim to democratize the creative aspects of world building, giving players the tools they need to shape their digital environments. And then lastly, we have to leverage cutting-edge technologies like zero-knowledge proofs and artificial intelligence to enhance on-chain capabilities and push beyond the boundaries of what is possible today in these digital worlds. This vision of the future is ambitious, but it's one we're actively working towards with every advancement in blockchain gaming on StarkNet. By addressing these challenges and continuing to innovate, we're not just creating games, we're building the foundation for the next evolution of digital interaction, creativity, and community. I want to emphasize that the StarkNet Foundation is here to support a diverse range of games and projects. Oh no, it disappeared. Anyway, there it is. Okay. We're not only pushing the boundaries of what is possible, but also gathering insight that benefits for the entire ecosystem. Whether through technical support, community building, or funding, we're committed to accelerating the future of on-chain gaming. So I invite you to join us, whether or not you're a developer, investor, or just an enthusiastic gamer. Thank you, and have a great time in Denver.
She smirks mid-flight as her wings tickle nodes into doing things right. Da-da-da-da. Sta-do-do-do, boo-boo-doo-doo-doo, boo-doo-doo-doo-doo, doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. Alliance architect with a buffer coins, grit teaching stale protocols how to fucking commit. Decentralize this, she smirks mid-flight as her wings tickle nodes into doing things right. Up to do-do with for do-do with for do-do with do with do-do-do do-do-do. You ordered a moonwalk across gas feed graves. My mainnet's smoother than your mom's VPN saves. Daughter of the Rockies, high-speed high priestess. Scales of justice ballast on a Memphis Express. Next bottleneck, I see mountain crush it. Click, clack, bosom, lace on firewall. I scooped and truce from trash sheets. That's my device. Nullifier sniffing by my cokes too crisp. Mainnet gossips, tastier than breakfast chips. Story, hack, flurry. Mama's making news before the code reloads. Got receipts in my cheeks, encrypted and plumbed. You private DMs, I'm the dumpster type chump. Eyes everywhere, match 3 bird phones. Haunteries whisper, king chomp and blockchain bones. Make it down to my voted fuck. Stealth crawl through your junk dead scene. Bend it up to the entropy. Mace cracked vaults like who's got the keys? Nullifiers huffing, you're just a rat with These firewall splinter to confetti bits. I'm curating leaks at the after party, sipping TLS tears. Call me well connected, I call it coffee for drip and the lab coat on fire. Sticky note constellation stuck to the ceiling wire. Gas fees are confetti. They rock on PI. Get homemade in 7 for Shaboom, dose, efficiency pulse. The lag runs lagging in his latency sub. Professor Way's got the future on spin. dancing where the bottlenecks been. Professor Way's got the future on spin. Plug in tomorrow with yesterday's ram stains. Velcro boots clicking through blockchain debris. Crypto notes flutter like drunk bumblebees. Optimize the boot fins, they cackle and shout. Self-sustaining hubs flicker in the blackouts out. Professor Way's got the future on spin. Energy notes dancing where the bottlenecks been. Professor Way's got the future on spin. Plug in tomorrow with yesterday's ram stains. Chaos is not compeller. Order's just a bug I forgot to unfurl. Mainnet shivers as their wild hair glows. Rumored AI, nah, just 3 Red Bulls in a row. What you building, prop? A singularity jukebox. How you stay charged? Espresso straight through my cortex. Who's your nemesis? Light runs dial-up found. Age, old to speak, young as each block mine down. Professor Way's got the future on spin. Energy notes dancing where the bottlenecks been. Professor Way's got the future on spin. Plug in tomorrow with yesterday's ram stains. Throwing me mad, but mad's just a beta test for Boodle. Oh, he just got oh, he just got oh, he just got oh, he just got. Just dreamers, on-chain truth, no middle schemers. Forking hard and shipping code till sunrise every day. DAOs are voting, vibes are flowing, buff-eyed corns are still a-growing. While the world is breaking down, we're regen in a new way. Some VC said this tech won't last, and the hurt bubble, watch it crash. But we don't need your central banks, 'cause regen biddlers stack in stacks. For we bid let this city on sports and chains. We bid let this city with regen brains. We bid let this city on sports and chains. No rug pulls, just pure on chain. Whale pools floating, fees are burning. ZK proofs the chains keep turning. Every block we validate is trustless, clean and fair. Open source and gas optimized, code permissionless and finalized. Fork marmots on the scene, you know we're gonna bid a little it there. Some tread vibro just rolled his eyes. Where's the yield? Where's my supply? But we don't need your banker games. We just launch and stake on chain. Go, we pay let She's a Colorado comet in code forged steel, wings snipping latency like scissors through gel. 9 centuries young with a lance that's, if your chain's choking, Ethernight whiz. Found her at a bully hook, sucking down APIs, armor clinking with layer 2 lullabies. Scalability scripture, she winks at the moon while Lagrange drools over slow motion doom. Her shield's a disco wall, fracturing legs, grass, shooby-doo-bop crack. That lance a lightning fork, splitting bottlenecks backs. Alliance architect with a bufficorn's grit, teaching stale protocols how to fucking commit. Decentralize this, she smirks mid-flight as her wings tickle nodes into doing things right. Architect with a bufficorn's grit, teaching stale protocols how to fucking commit. Decentralize this, she smirks mid-flight as her wings tickle nodes into doing things right. To do with for do with for do with with do You ordered a moonwalk across gas feed graves. My mainnet's smoother than your mom's VPN saves. Daughter of the Rockies, high-speed high priestess, scales of justice ballast on a Memphis Express. Next bottleneck, I see mountain crush it. Click, clack, bosom, lace on firewall. I scooped and truce from trash sheets. That's my device. Nullifier sniffing by my clothes too crisp. Mainnet gossips, tastier than breakfast chips. Story, hack, flurry. Mama's making news before the cold reload. Got receipts in my cheeks, encrypted and plumbed. You private DMs, I'm the dumpster dive chump. Eyes everywhere, that's 3 bird phones. Haunteries whisper, king chomp and blockchain bones. Make it down to my voted fuck. Stealth crawl through your junk dead scene. Ran it up to the entropy. Mace cracked vaults like, who's got the keys? Nullifier's huffing, you're just a rat with As firewall splinter to confetti bits, I'm curating leaves. At the after party, sipping TLS tears. Call me well connected, I call it guitar slide. Guitar slide. Coffee for drip and the lab coat on fire. Sticky note constellation stuck to the ceiling wire. Gas fees are confetti. They rock on PI. Get homemade in 7/4 time. Shaboom goes the efficiency pulse. The lad runs lagging in his latency sub. Professor Wade's got the future on spinball. Urging notes dancing where the bottleneck's been. Professor Wade's got the future on spinball. Plugging tomorrow with yesterday's RAM stains. Velcro boots clicking through blockchain debris. Notes flutter like drunk bumblebees. Optimize the board fins. They cackle and shout. Self-sustaining hubs flicker in the blackouts out. Professor Waze got the future on spinball. Airgene notes dancing where the bottlenecks been. Professor Waze got the future on spinball. Plugging tomorrow with yesterday's RAM stains. Chaos is not compeller. Order's just a bug I forgot to unfurl. Mainnet shivers as their wild hair glows. Rumored AI? Nah, just 3 Red Bulls in a row. What you building? Prop? A singularity jukebox. How you stay charged? Espresso straight through my cortex. Who's your nemesis? Light runs dial-up found. Age? Old as speak, young as each block mine down. Professor Waze got the future on spinball. Airgene notes dancing where the bottlenecks been. Professor Waze got the future on spinball. Plugging tomorrow with yesterday's RAM stains. Throwing me mad, but mad's just a beta test. A boodle. Oh, Pete Jobs, She's a Colorado comet in code forged steel, wings snipping latency like scissors through gel. 9 centuries young with a lance that's, if your chain's choking Ethernight whiz. Found her at a bullet hook sucking down APIs, armor clinking with layer 2 lullabies. Scalability scripture, she winks at the moon while Lagron drools over slow motion doom. Her shield's a disco wall, fracturing legs, grass, shooby-doo-bop crack. Ooh, that lance a lightning fork, splitting bottlenecks backs. Alliance architect with a bufficorn's grit, teaching stale protocols how to fucking commit. Decentralize this, she smirks mid-flight as her wings tickle nodes into doing things right. Da-da-da-da. Architect with a bufficorn's grit, teaching stale protocols how to fucking commit. Decentralize this, she smirks mid-flight.
Cool. So to introduce myself, I'm Josh, founder, CEO of Iris, and I'm going to be talking about how Iris is building the AWS of Web3. So what is Iris? So Iris is a high-performance data chain, it's a layer 1, and the idea behind Iris is at its core, it enables anyone, and specifically developers, to store large amounts of data on chain. So traditional blockchains could only store very small amounts of data. Think, gigabytes would cost millions of dollars on Ethereum and Solana. And the goal behind Iris, you can store large amounts of data, think exabytes or more, for a fraction of the cost, and cheaper than traditional storage providers, and also cheaper than Ethereum, Solana, etc. And the core unlock for us is, yes, we are focused on storing large amounts of data, but we're also focused on this idea of building utilities, which is that you don't just store large amounts of data, you actually make use of that data, and you are able to monetize that, and you're able to compute on that data. And the goal for Iris is how can we actually not just build a data network, but also build a network where you can tap into these kind of broad set, hundreds of utilities on the chain. So this is kind of talking about the virtuous loop between the utilities and the value of the data. So the analogy I use is people don't use S3, AWS S3, because S3 is an incredible product. They use S3 because it's part of this very broad set of services that live on the chain. So if you're a developer, there's S3, there's EC2, which is compute, there's RDS, which is a database, and all of these things work together in a very kind of composable and seamless way. And that's where AWS's moat functionally comes from. It doesn't come from the fact that each one of those products are good, which is true. It comes from the fact that it all work together very seamlessly. And mapping this to Iris, the goal is that as we add more and more utilities to Iris, the value of the data that you're storing increases over time. So at the beginning, developers are using Iris because they want to store large amounts of data on chain. And then over time, that changes to, well, now when you store your data on Iris, you can monetize your data, you can compute on your data, et cetera, et cetera. So that's kind of the high level of kind of the vision for Iris. So to talk more about like a tangible example and something that we're actually seeing within our ecosystem. So as I said, the core service is that you can store large amounts of data on chain, and it is both cheaper than traditional blockchains and also cheaper than traditional storage providers like S3 and other forms of blob storage. But to give an example of this set of utilities on the chain and how the composability works, you can have, and we actually have a team within our ecosystem, for example, that is building a on-chain database where you can store large amounts of data on Iris, but also bring that data into a structured database. And then we have another team that is focused on building a data marketplace, with one of the customers being Stability AI, actually. And the goal there is that, okay, now users and developers can store large amounts of data on Iris at a fraction of the cost. They can inject that and bring that into a very structured database, a structured data set, which makes the data more useful. And then you can monetize that structured data natively within Iris as well. So you create this level of composability where, one, they're getting benefits from the core service that is storing data, and then they're also able to use that data within an on-chain database, and also monetize that data and actually accrue extra revenue, have an extra revenue source from another application that lives within the ecosystem. So the way this kind of works is that Iris is an L1, right? And there are two services there are two main functions of Iris. One is to store data, as I've said a few times. The other is actually to coordinate a lot of these resources and a lot of these utilities that exist on the chain. So at its core, Iris is customer one, where it enables you to store large amounts of data, but also we have tons of applications, tons of different kind of utilities on the chain that enable you to do different things with your data. So as I said, we have a team focused on selling your data. We have a team that's focused on using that data in a more structured way within a database. And then we also have another example is we have a team building edge compute. So tapping into the GPUs on the network, how can you actually train a whole AI model on the data that you're storing on Iris. And the way that it works is we essentially integrate both storage and execution on the same chain, meaning you can, again, store large amounts of data on chain, but also have a verifiable execution layer on the chain. So you can have tokens, you can have utilities, and you can also bring the data that you're storing into smart contracts as well. So why do people actually build on Iris? And it does vary. So we see kind of two sets of applications on Iris. We have applications that simply want to store large amounts of data on Iris and also retrieve that data. So we see those kind of applications across different ecosystems, right? So we work with teams in the world of DeSci, on Ethereum. We work with NFT ecosystems on Solana and Eclipse and other chains, some social apps on Barachain. And then we also do a lot of work around archiving chains and also a bunch of different training infrastructure as well, with decentralized training infrastructure on different chains. So that's kind of one set of use cases where people are simply just wanting to store large amounts of data on chain for a fraction of the cost. And then the second reason that people actually use Iris is that you get to tap into the data that exists on the chain. So when you're thinking about why would you build one of these utilities on Iris opposed to on another chain, the answer is pretty simple. Because there is so much data on Iris, there's kind of this idea of, to use investors' terms, like deal flow, this distribution, where you can just, by deploying an Iris, you can already tap into, one, the data that exists on the chain, but two, the utilities that already exist. So to use I'll stick with a database example to keep or even I'll use the monetization actually example to be a little bit more consistent. The reason they would deploy it on something like Iris is that one, there's a bunch of data sets that exist in Iris that they can go and sell to Stability AI, etc. But then there is also a bunch of utilities. Think about the database where they can tap into these different services that kind of coexist with their application on chain that they can drive more value from, and that's more of a distribution play. By being on the same chain, they can tap into that kind of composability that occurs by being on that chain. So, keeping this one short. So, in terms of what you can do today, so some builders, you can go and build data applications. You can start storing data, retrieving large amounts of data. There are no limits. It's very cheap. You can store data in both a temporary and a permanent way. And then for people interested in building data utilities, you can already deploy on our alpha testnet. So you can already deploy smart contracts. You can do programmable data, which is the idea of bringing data into smart contracts already. And all of this is documented within our docs, which is docs.iris.xyz. But yeah, feel free to ask me any questions afterwards if you have any.
Just stay seated. The Etherverse will leave you heated. We don't She's a Colorado comet in code forged steel, wings snipping latency like scissors through gel. 9 centuries young with a lance that's, if your chain's choking, ether night whisk. Found her at a bullet hook, sucking down APIs, armor clinking with layer 2 lullabies. Scalability scripture, she winks at the moon while Lagrange drools over slow motion doom. Her shield's a disco wall, fracturing legs, grass, shooby-doo-bah crack. That lance a lightning fork, splitting bottlenecks backs. Alliance architect with a bluff acorns grit, teaching stale protocols how to fucking commit. Decentralize this, she smirks mid-flight as her wings tickle nodes into doing things right. Da-da-da-da. Architect with a buffercorn's grit, teaching stale protocols how to fucking commit. Decentralize this, she smirks mid-flight as her wings tickle nodes into doing things right. To do with a do with a do with do with do. You ordered a moonwalk across gas feet graves. My mainnet's smoother than your mom's VPN saves. Daughter of the Rockies, high-speed high priestess, scales of justice ballast on a Memphis Express. Next bottleneck, I see mountain crush it. Click, clack, bosom, lace on firewall. Eyes spooked and truce from trash sheets. That's my device. Nullifier sniffing by my clothes too crisp. Mainnet gossips, tastier than breakfast chips. Story, hack, flurry. Mama's making news before the cold reload. Got receipts in my cheeks, encrypted and plumbed. You private DMs, I'm the dumpster dive jump. Eyes everywhere, match 3 burner phones. Haunteries whisper, king chomp and blockchain bones. Make it down to my voted fuck. Stealth crawl through your junk dead scene. Headed up to the entropy. Mace cracked vaults like, who's got the keys? Nullifier's huffing, you're just a rat with As firewall splinter to confetti bits, I'm curating leaves at the after party, sipping TLS tears. Call me well connected, I call it
All right, hello everybody. Please get settled. Looks like we have plenty of seating for folks. Let's jump right in. So today we're going to be talking to you about how to build gasless experiences in less than 10 minutes. My name is Nick Prince. I'm a product lead on the Base block space tools team. I'll let Tina introduce herself.
Hi everyone, I'm Tina. I'm the product lead for Base developer tools.
All right, so first let's talk about the problem that going gasless addresses. As I'm sure you all know, gas is a huge friction for on-chain users. It is something totally unique to crypto. When you use a Web 2 app, you don't get charged your pro-rated AWS bill every time you try to click a button. We're kind of asking users to do that on-chain today. and we think it's really hindering adoption. What is the solution? Go gasless using Paymaster. So what is Paymaster? It's basically technology that you can plug into any on-chain app, and it allows you to sponsor your users' transactions so long as they're using a 4337 compatible smart wallet. Why gasless experience? Well, it does provide a simplified UX. As we talked about, it's one less thing for your end user to worry about and think about as they're trying to get to your app's magic moment. You can even, as a builder, totally abstract away the need to sign and pay gas from your flow, so your user just kind of goes through the experience that they would expect using an off-chain app. It lowers the barrier to entry for your app. Gone are the days of needing to fund your wallet with the ETH that is specific to that chain, and then needing to make sure that you have enough. We also think that gasless helps increase retention. So imagine if you have a user, they like using your app, they only funded the wallet with like $1 of ETH, then one day they run out of ETH, now they can't use your app anymore. They might not even know why they can't use it. So again, going gasless just totally removes that set of problems from your end users, so they can just focus on hopefully enjoying what you've built for them. Now, Coinbase Developer Platform, that's what CDP is. They offer a Paymaster that is differentiated across a couple angles. It's very simple to integrate. There are no upfront fees. So when your users are getting sponsored transactions, as the builder, you just pay for what you sponsored at the end of the month, so you don't need to whip out your credit card. You get real-time analytics that tell you how many wallets are getting sponsorship, what amount of transactions are being sponsored, and then we offer detailed logs. 4337 can be a bit of a learning curve. We want to make it so that you need to know as little as possible about 4337. Here's a graphic of analytics. You can filter by time period. There you see like user op chart, gas spent per day. You see totals. And then logs will show you the method, the error, the response. You can copy the URL. We also have troubleshooting docs on the CDP page, and then Discord if you still don't have your question answered. So that's it on going gasless with Paymaster. I'll turn it over to Tina.
Thank you, Nick. So Nick gave a really great overview of basically what and why we need to use Paymaster. And that's actually where OnChain Kit comes in, is the how. So how do you easily integrate Paymaster into your app? So what is OnChain Kit? So I like to describe OnChain Kit as pre-made meals, where think about preparing a dinner. You have these pre-cooked packages that you can bundle together and make a home-cooked meal in 10 minutes. So what they're ready to use full stack components to make building on-chain faster and easier. So I borrowed this meme from the Base social account, and really, you guys may have heard of this term called vibe coding. So what that is you don't even need to use any developer tools to build an app. So that's kind of the goal of OnChain Kit, is we want to enable literally everybody to build a app in 10 minutes. We've recently got a lot of great community feedback, even from non-developers, to start building an app 0 to 1. So some examples here from our community member Alls, and also this other guy, Sentosa. They were able to create gasless payment, like wallet-gated admin assets and one-click refunds, all without writing code, and using AI tooling like Cursor or Replit to basically bootstrap an app. So why OnChain Kit? There are many toolkits out there. So the most important thing that I want to call out is it's full stack. So being a full stack app means you don't have to actually know anything about blockchain and how it works. Basically, we provide everything from smart contracts to APIs to React hooks, all the way to UI layer, all bundled inside one feature and provided to you. And we'll present some examples very soon. The other piece that's very exciting, and I think many of you here are already familiar with a lot of these AI developer tools. So we are very AI friendly. We already have tons of success integrating with AI tools to deploy an app from 0 to 1. We're also serverless. So you can run npm create on chain without having to set up any servers, and then it just works. And the last piece, which kind of bundle all these pieces together, is ETHDenver. So again, 10 minutes. Actually, I think we're already breaking the record. By the time of this presentation, we've reduced the time from 10 minutes to actually someone timed it on Twitter to build an app in under 3 minutes. So here are some just examples of the components that we recently launched. So this one is Earn component, which is an integration with Morpho vaults to be able to earn yield on chain with a simple component. And swap component, as an example, is an easy way to integrate Uniswap or just any swaps on chain into your app. And transaction component also, you're able to just provide the contract address and some basic metadata, and then we essentially also provide that full stack experiences for you. And the commonality of all these three components is that they have some transactions involved, and that's how you put the pieces together of how to use Paymaster with Onchain Kit. So actually, this is one example where you can just integrate a swap with a very simple swap component, and all you need to do is just add a prop called is sponsored, and then boom, the transaction is sponsored. So that's how easy it is. So we, at Base, really believe that everyone is a builder, and we're here to try to create the easiest ways to build on-chain apps. And recently, we launched a new site called base.org/builders. If you have not seen it yet, definitely check it out. It's a consolidation of all the amazing tools that we've created. And it's a streamlined way to discover them and to get started very easily. So go to base.org/builders and run npm build on-chain to get started building. Awesome, thank you.
Awesome, yeah. And we will just be up there in case anyone has any questions. We're here to answer them. We'd also love any feedback you have. So thanks again.
Chips. Story, hack, flurry. Mama's making news before the cold reload. Got receipts in my cheeks, encrypted and plumbed. Your private DMs, I'm the dumpster dive chump. Eyes everywhere, match 3 bird phones. Quantaries whisper, king chomp and blockchain bones. Make it down to my voted fuck. Stealth crawl through your junk dead scene. Man it up to the entropy. Mace cracked vaults like who's got the keys? Nullifiers huffing. You're just a rat with these firewall splinter to confetti bits. I'm curating leaves. After party sipping TLS tears. Call me well connected, I call it wow, wow, guitar slide. Wow, wow, guitar slide. Coffee for drip and the lab coat on fire. Sticky note constellation stuck to the ceiling wire. Gas fees are confetti. Watch. They rock on PI. Toolkit homemade in 7 for time. Shaboom, dose, efficiency pulse. The lag runs lagging in his latency so. Professor Way's got the future on spinball. Urgent notes dancing where the bottleneck's been. Professor Way's got the future on spinball. Bugging tomorrow with yesterday's stains. Velcro boots clicking through blockchain debris. Crypto notes flutter like drunk bumblebees. Optimize the board fins, they cackle and shout. Self-sustaining hubs flicker in the blackouts out. Professor Way's got the future on spin, boy. Urging notes dancing where the bottlenecks been. Professor Way's got the future on spin, boy. Bugging tomorrow with yesterday's ram stains. Chaos is not a compeller, or it's just a bug I forgot to unfurl. Mainnet shivers as their wild hair glows. Rumored AI, nah, just 3 Red Bulls in a row. What you building, prop? A singularity jukebox. How you stay charged? Espresso straight through my cortex. Who's your nemesis? Light runs dial-up found. Age? Old as speak, young as each block mine down. Professor Way's got the future on spin, boy. Urging notes dancing where the bottlenecks been. Professor Way's got the future on spin, boy. Bugging tomorrow with yesterday's ram stains. Throwing me mad, running mad's just a beta test. A Buddha, oh, he just tried to do. 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 We're biddylers, not just dreamers. On-chain truth, no middle schemers. Forking hard and shipping code till sunrise every day. DAOs are voting, vibes are flowing. Buff corns are still a-growing. While the world is breaking down, we're regen in a new way. Some VC said this tech won't last. And the hurt bubble, watch it crash. But we don't need your central banks, 'cause regen biddlers stack in stacks. For we biddy let this city on sports and chains. We biddy let this city with regen brains. We biddy let this city on sports and chains. No rug pulls, just pure on chain. Whale pools floating, fees are burning. ZK proofs the chains keep turning. Every block we validate is trustless, clean and fair. Open source and gas optimized, 'cause permissionless and finalized. Fork marmots on the scene, you know we're gonna bid a little it there. Some tread bro just rolled his eyes. Where's the yield? Where's my supply? But we don't need your banker games. She's a Colorado comet in code forged steel, wings snipping latency like scissors through gel. 9 centuries young with a lance that's, if your chain's choking, Ethernight whiz. Found her at a bullet hook, sucking down APIs, armor clinking with layer 2 lullabies. Scalability scripture, she winks at the moon while Lagrange rules over slow motion doom. Her shield's a disco wall, fracturing legs, grass, crack. Ooh, that lance a lightning fork, splitting bottlenecks backs. Alliance architect with a bufficorn's grit, teaching stale protocols how to fucking commit. Decentralize this, she smirks mid-flight as her wings tickle nodes into doing things right. Da-da-da-da. Architect with a bufficorn's grit, teaching stale protocols how to fucking commit. Decentralize this, she smirks mid-flight as her wings tickle nodes into doing things right. Up to do with for do with for do with with do 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 do. You ordered a moonwalk across gas feed graves. My mainnet's smoother than your mom's VPN saves. Daughter of the Rockies, high-speed high priestess, scales of justice ballast on a Memphis Express. Next bottleneck, I see mountain crush it. Click, clack, bosom, lace on firewall, eyes, molten truce from dress sheets. That's my device. Nullifier sniffing by my cloaks too crisp. Mainnet gossips, tastier than breakfast chips. Story, hack, flurry. Mama's making news before the cold reload. Got receipts in my cheeks, encrypted and plumbed. You private DMs, I'm the dumpster dive chump. Eyes everywhere, match 3 bird phones. Haunteries whisper, king chomp and blockchain bones. Make it down to my voted fuck. Stealth crawl through your junk dance scene. Bend it up to the entropy. Mace cracked vaults like, who's got the keys? Nullifiers huffing, you're just a rat with This firewall splinter to confetti bits. I'm curating leaks at the after party, sipping TLS tears. Call me well connected, I call it coffee for drip and the lab coat on fire. Sticky note constellation stuck to the ceiling wire. Gas fees are confetti, they rock on PI. Get homemade in 7 for time. Shaboom, dose, efficiency pulse. The lag runs lagging in his latency sub. Professor Way's got the future on spinball. Urgent notes dancing where the bottlenecks been. Professor Way's got the future on spinball. Plugging tomorrow with yesterday's RAM stains. Velcro boots clicking through blockchain debris. notes flutter like drunk bumblebees. Optimize the orphans, they cackle and shout. Self-sustaining hugs flicker in the blackouts out. Professor Way's got the future on spin, urging those dancing where the bottlenecks been. Professor Way's got the future on spin, bugging tomorrow with yesterday's ram stains. Chaos is not a compeller, order's just a bug I forgot to unfurl. Mainnet shivers as their wild hair glows. Rumored AI, nah, just 3 Red Bulls in a row. What you building, prof? A singularity jukebox. How you stay charged? Espresso stream through my cortex. Who's your nemesis? Light runs dial up found. Age, old to speak, young as each block mine down. Professor Way's got the future on spin, urging those dancing where the bottlenecks been. Professor Way's got the future on spin, bugging tomorrow with yesterday's ram stains. Throwing me mad, but mad's just a beta test for Buddha. Oh, he jumps right. Oh, he jumps right. Oh, he jumps right. Oh, he jumps right. Just dreamers, on-chain truth, no middle schemers, working hard and shipping code till sunrise every day. DAOs are voting, vibes are flowing, buff-eyed corns are still a-growing. While the world is breaking down, we're regen in a new way. Some VC said this tech won't last, and the hurt bubble, watch it crash. But we don't need your central banks, 'cause regen biddlers stack in stacks. For we pity let this city on sports and chains. We pity let this city with regen brains. We pity let this city on sports and chains. No rug pulls, just pure on chain. Whale pools floating, fees are burning. ZK proofs the chains keep turning. Every block we validate is trustless, clean and fair. Open source and gas optimized, cause permissionless and finalized. Fork marmots on the scene, you know we're gonna bid a little it there. Some tread fibro just rolled his eyes. Where's the yield? Where's my supply? But we don't need your banker games. We just launch and stake on chain. Go, we pity let the city on sports and chains. We pity let the city with regen brains. We pity let the city on sports and chains. No rug pulls, just pure.
ETHDenver, how we doing? My name is M, and I work at the Acronym Foundation as the head of the Anvil project. But before I want to get to that, I want to take you back to 2006. Season 6, episode 11 of The Sopranos. The guy on the left is Vito. He wants back in the family. And the guy on the right is Terry. He's looking for a loan to pay child support. Now, for this, I need you to all forget that Vito's a dead man walking, and that Terry knows this and has no intention of paying back this loan. And I'm sorry to spoil that, but if you don't know by now, you had 20 years to watch that. Anyway, so they agree to terms on a loan, 20 G's at 2.5 points, right? And then Terry says, you know I'm good for it. Now I want to unpack that right there. What does it mean for Terry to be good for it?
It means he's capable of paying veto back and that he'll do so at a designated time. So what are we really talking about here? We're talking about Terry's creditworthiness. Creditworthiness is how trustworthy a party is with regard to delivering on their financial promises. So let's look at how someone's creditworthiness currently is evaluated. And the way I figure it, there's only one of two ways. The first is reputation. This is how credit scores work. The thinking is basically this. Well, other financial institutions have trusted you in the past, and you seem to pay on time, so I guess we'll vouch for you. This is also how the mafiosos do it, too. Well, that and, the threat of a baseball bat. But that requires trust. And what do we say in Web3? Don't trust, verify. So the more responsible path would be assessing creditworthiness through collateral. Putting something up of value that can be taken if guaranteed conditions are not met. Collateral comes in a couple different forms. One, illiquid assets, house, car, watch. And two, liquid assets, like cash in your bank or stocks. But let's start with illiquid collateral. These are not particularly efficient in their current TradFi form. And for this, let's talk about car loans. When you buy a new car and you get a loan, what's the collateral? It's the car itself, right? The bank is holding onto that title, and if you don't pay, they're going to come seize your car. But think about how crazy that is, right? The bank has to employ somebody, or they have to pay a middleman to go repossess your car. That's convoluted. And then on top of that, they don't even know what condition your car's in. It could be totally beat up, right? And what if the used car market tanks? The bank might wind up getting pennies on the dollar compared to what they paid the dealership. This is a bad system. And because of that risk of default, repossession, and underwater collateral, the cost of that inefficiency is passed on to everyone in the form of higher interest rates and administrative fees. And even liquid collateral is arguably just as inefficient. And this brings me to the crux of what I want to get across today. Sending money is not the same thing as being good for it. And that might make sense on the surface, and it might seem obvious, but when you look at it in practice, you'll start to see the inefficiencies. Think of all the times you've had to pay money when all you really needed to do was prove that you were creditworthy or good for it. Think of down payments, earnest money, escrow, security deposits, etc. The problem is there's no good way in TradFi to ensure your liquid collateral is going to be secured when it's needed to be claimed, other than for the company to hold it ahead of time or for them to trust a third party in the case of escrow. You're parting with your money just to prove that you're good for it in the future. This, too, is a bad system, and the implications are enormous. $250 billion. That is the size of the credit industry when you add up all of those components. And all of them are subject to the same exact inefficiencies that we just identified. But there is a fix. Digital assets. Digital assets are the perfect collateral because they're both liquid and they can be provably secured on a blockchain. And on-chain collateral isn't just an innovative new way of doing things to attract crypto enthusiasts. This is an inevitability given the massive market inefficiencies with the status quo. And on top of all of this, on the consumer side, we've got new generations that don't want to play this game. They're not interested in this. And one example is what I call the Gen Z problem. Gen Z has two things going on that the market is going to need to adapt to real quick. And the first is they're not building credit at the same rate as the generations before them. They're less likely to buy property, and they're wary of getting into debt. They saw what happened to their parents during the 2008 financial crisis. So they're opting for debit cards instead of credit cards. And when they need credit for like a large purchase over time, they're going to BNPLs, like Klarna, Afterpay, Affirm, all those guys, who will offer them interest-free loans even though they might have low or no credit. So they're not building trust, they're not building illiquid collateral, so what do they got? They've got crypto. Based on a study last month, more than half of Gen Z owns crypto. Whether they realize it or not, this is their collateral of choice. And the result of all of this is a market imperative for a way to leverage digital assets. This is why we created Anvil. Anvil is a DeFi protocol for on-chain collateral management that allows users to issue fully secured credit. Now, that last bit might be a little bit confusing. I know the finance guys know what fully secured credit means, but when you're talking about credit and extending credit, it can be a little confusing. So let's rewrite that what we already know. Anvil is a DeFi protocol for collateral management that allows users to prove that they're good for it, right? So how does it work? It all starts with the vault. Users deposit digital assets into a central vault where then they can be leveraged as collateral throughout the entire protocol. When collateral is being utilized, it's reserved, which means it cannot be withdrawn and it cannot be double leveraged. Only the party that the credit is issued to can actually claim it, and this is how users can be provably good for it. Importantly, collateral remains associated with the issuer unless or until it becomes necessary to claim, so you are not giving up your assets early. The Anvil Vault currently accepts 14 different types of digital assets as collateral, although any ERC20 is compatible so long as it passes our governance. We only launched a month ago, and we've already seen $17 million in collateral enter the vault. So let's talk about the two primary ways that that collateral can be leveraged within the protocol. And the first is in digital letters of credit, or locks. Locks are a digital promise from the creator to a beneficiary for a credited amount. It's a digital IOU that is guaranteed no matter what, and they come in two forms. The first is static. Static locks are a promise for a certain amount of digital token, let's say 25,000 USDC. That's backed by 25,000 USDC in collateral in the vault. And the second type are dynamic locks. Dynamic locks are a promise of one token backed by collateral in another. So you're still promising that 25,000 USDC, but it could be backed by, let's say, your wrapped Ether. This allows the beneficiary party guaranteed credit in a token that they value while still being flexible enough to let the creator leverage the digital assets they already have. Dynamic locks are over-collateralized and subject to liquidation if the relative values start to diverge too much. This is exactly how Compound and Aave handle this. And here at the Acronym Foundation, we've published an open source liquidator in our repo that anyone can leverage, build on top of. Liquidations are permissionless. Anyone can do it and earn money doing so. And right now, at ETHDenver, one of our hackathon bounties is to have them make a new type of open source liquidator that leverages other DEXs. So yeah, run some liquidators, make some money, and help us put the D back in DeFi. It's important to note that regardless of whether you're making a static or dynamic lock, it shouldn't matter to whoever is accepting the lock. A guarantee is a guarantee, and how it's collateralized should ultimately be immaterial. So let's talk about some lock use cases. There are seemingly endless lock use cases, but I'm going to touch on a few, and then we'll deep dive into one. The first is guaranteeing consumer loans. We've already seen this happen in Europe. There's a company in Europe that will accept Anvil digital letters of credit and issue you fiat loans against that. In fact, their entire value prop is same-day euros in your bank account against your digital holdings. You don't have to sell out of your position to get access to fiat liquidity. And we just saw in the car loan example, right, that when you remove risk from a system, interest rates come down. That's a competitive advantage in the market. Facilitating international trade. This one's not a surprise. This is why analog letters of credit exist, right? Two parties across a border with disconnected financial systems trying to prove their creditworthiness to each other. And so what happens, you have regional banks in between, middlemen, expenses. It takes a long time. If you use locks, it would be direct and instant and free. It's a better system. Payment and transfer settling. Guys, I'm done waiting for an ACH to clear. That's it, enough of it. And if you have to send an ACH, send a digital letter of credit that guarantees the amount in the interim. I'm not gonna miss out on a week of trading because I'm waiting for an ACH to clear. That's ridiculous, we can do better. Auctions, gaming, and sportsbooks. I'm really glad auctions is in here because so far we've only talked about times in which payment is inevitable. But think about what an auction is. You have to be good for it to bid, but you might not win, which means you might not actually have to transfer money in the end. And even in cases where guaranteed transfer is not actually guaranteed, locks still work. And for gaming and sportsbooks, we see all the time, right? The casinos will offer markers to high rollers based on trust. We know how good that works, right? Anyone should be able to issue a digital letter of credit and be able to get a line of credit at any casino or sportsbook. I mean, think about what happens when you win. Think about this process, how it exists right now. You sell out of your digital assets, you get fiat, you take it out of the bank, you have to go to the casino, you go up to the cage, you exchange it for chips that represent those dollars, you put it on the table, all to cover a delta that you don't even know what it is yet, right? Locks can make huge progress in this industry. And the last is financial bridging. Locks are a great way to facilitate bridging between chains. That one's pretty obvious, so let's talk about a more specific example. Maybe you can relate to this. Imagine your organization wants to reserve a booth at a crypto conference. The Acronym Foundation does it all the time. In fact, that's one that we've had in the past. These things are a hot commodity, right? They often book out a year in advance. They're competitive to get. They're often pretty expensive depending on the size and location. But how does this actually happen? Well, from our experience, it looks like this. We contact the organizer. We agree to how much we're going to pay. We put it in a contract. We sign that. Then the organizer sends us an invoice. The invoice has net terms attached to it, let's say 30 days. And then we're contractually required to remit payment within 30 days to secure that booth. But do we really have to pay? Or can we just be good for it? Imagine that the booth costs $100,000. What if instead you issued a lock valid for a full year till the conference to the organizer for 100,000 USDT? You instantly reserve your spot. You don't need to part with your assets, so you're happy, but also the organizer's happy. They don't need to worry about whether you're going to pay in those 30 days or what to do on day 31 or 32. Do we trust them? Should we hold on to the booth? Can we resell the booth at this point? They also don't need to worry about cancellation fees because locks can be partially redeemed. And here's where this gets awesome. What if the collateral you used is a yield-bearing asset? What if it's staked Ether or interest-bearing stablecoin? Let's say it earns 10% APY. So use 100,000 in a yield-bearing asset, lock it up for a year, reserve the booth, and then when the year is up, you send the $100,000 to the organizer. On-chain, off-chain, doesn't matter. Once they get that, they can cancel the lock, release the collateral back to you. You just kept all the upside. That's 10K you just made by using collateral efficiently. I want to talk to you guys about something that's been haunting me for over a decade that I think is going to drive this point home. When I got my first Amex, this is what I saw when I opened the app. Please pay by. What the hell is a please pay by date? It's not a due date, I can tell you that, because I looked at the terms and conditions. The due date was 15 days later. So why would Amex do this? Why would Amex, because they really want to help me pay on time? They're concerned about me. Does that sound like the credit card industry to you? No, exactly, because they know that if everybody pays their bill 15 days sooner, there's tremendous upside in just holding on to your money for 15 more days. And the problem is that TradFi institutions are set up to capture upside even in relatively short durations, which is not the case for individuals or organizations outside of financial services. But this is why DeFi is the great equalizer. Now we have tools at our disposal to earn yield anytime over any duration, 24/7, 365. So I ask you again, why would you ever part with money 1 minute before you had to? Well, all this is related to locks and what locks can solve. We do have another mechanism. Locks are one-to-one in credit issuance. We also have a many-to-one option in terms of collateral pools. Through collateral pools, many users can contribute to the same pool for the benefit of a single claimant. This model is very common to insurance pools or staking pools. And while I think we're all familiar with those concepts, let's look at an example that's happening right now. Flexa. You guys know Flexa? That's right. Flexa is the world's largest purely digital payment network. They allow merchants to accept crypto at point of sale. And in order to guarantee these payments, they reward users for participating in staking pools that backstop their network. Well, over the last few months, they've been running a successful beta through Anvil with users contributing about 2 million in collateral. And moving forward, I'm super excited that they'll be migrating their entire collateral system, known as Flexa Capacity, to Anvil's collateral pools. This likely represents $160 to $180 million in additional collateral that we expect to enter the protocol in the coming months. So let's look at the protocol from top down. It's a vault, it's locks, it's letter of credit, but that's not the end. There's seemingly endless ways to leverage collateral and mechanisms to do so, and that's another bounty we're doing at ETHDenver right now. We're trying to find the next mechanism Anvil uses to solve real-world businesses and solve for market inefficiencies. And our engineering team has a full roadmap of tooling and expansion to ensure that we will continue to pioneer this space. So how can you get started? Well, first, you can interact with the contracts directly. All of our contracts have been published and verified on Etherscan. Also, the code can be found on the Acronym Foundation's GitHub. There's a README, docs on the website. And our contracts have been audited 3 times. Twice by Open Zeppelin, once by Trail of Bits. We've been through 2 Immunify audit competitions and an ongoing bug bounty program. The second way you can leverage Anvil is through our dApp. Our dApp exposes vault and lock functionality while also allowing you to participate in governance and track and claim your protocol rewards. And the last way, and this is the newest one, super excited about this, is our SDK. Our SDK allows easy access to functionality through customizable drop-in components, but it also aims to optimize the UX. We talked about all those use cases before. We need a UX that's flexible to handle all of those. That's what a good SDK should do. And we currently have an alpha library up and running that we'll continue to iterate on, expanding functionality and configuration. So please reach out to me if you're looking to integrate with our SDK because we can prioritize development towards your particular use case. All of these options can help you start leveraging on-chain collateral to enable such features as allowing your users to instantly trade and transact, operate on credit, access to seamless bridging, and much more. You can check out anvil.xyz. We got links to everything there, Discord, Medium, GitHub, Twitter, all of our docs and protocol stuff, and our protocol governance. I'll be here all week. I'm m_at_anvil on Twitter and Telegram. You can also find me on Discord. Let's get together and talk about how your organization or your project can leverage Anvil to level up. I'll even buy you a coffee. Trust me, you know I'm good for it. Thank you, Denver.
That's just a beta test for Boodle. Just dreamers, on-chain truth, no middle schemers, working hard and shipping code till sunrise every day. DAOs are voting, vibes are flowing, buff-eyed corns are still a-growing. While the world is breaking down, we're regen in a new way. Some VC said this tech won't last, and the hurt bubble, watch it crash. But we don't need your central banks, regen biddlers stack in stacks. For we bid let this city on sports and chains. We bid let this city with regen brains. We bid let this city on sports and chains. No rug pulls, just pure on chain. Whale pools floating, fees are burning. ZK proofs the chains keep turning. Every block we validate is trustless, clean and fair. Open source and gas optimized, code permissionless and finalized. Work marmots on the scene, you know we're gonna bid a little it there. Some tread fibro just rolled his eyes. Where's the yield? Where's my supply? But we don't need your banker games. We just launch and stake on chain. Go, we pay let the city on sports and chains. We pay let the city with regen brains. We pay let the city on sports and chains. No rug pulls, just pure on chain. She's a Colorado comet in code forged steel, wings snipping latency like scissors through gel. 9 centuries young with a lance that's, if your chain's choking, ether night whisk. Found her at a bullet hook, sucking down APIs, armor clinking with layer 2 lullabies. Scalability scripture, she winks at the moon while Lagrange drools over slow motion doom. Her shield's a disco wall, fracturing legs, grass, shooby-doo-bah crack. That lance a lightning fork, splitting bottlenecks backs. Alliance architect with a bluff acorns grit, teaching stale protocols how to fucking commit. Decentralize this, she smirks mid-flight as her wings tickle nodes into doing things right. Architect with a buffercorn's grit, teaching stale protocols how to fucking commit. Decentralize this, she smirks mid-flight as her wings tickle nodes into doing things right. To do with a do with a do with do with do. You ordered a moonwalk across gas feet graves. My mainnet's smoother than your mom's VPN saves. Daughter of the Rockies, high-speed high priestess, scales of justice ballast on a Memphis Express. Next bottleneck, I see mountain crush it. Click, clack, goes a mace on firewall. I spooked and truce from trash sheets. That's my device. Nullify a sniffing by my cloaks too crisp. Mainnet gossips, tastier than breakfast chips. Story, hack, flurry. Mama's making news before the cold reload. Got receipts in my cheeks, encrypted and plumbed. You private DMs, I'm the dumpster dive jump. Eyes everywhere, match 3 bird phones. Haunteries whisper, king chomp and blockchain bones. Make it down, top of it, fuck. Stealth crawl through your junk dead scene. Bend it up to the entropy. Mace cracked vaults like, who's got the keys? Nullifiers huffing, you're just a rat with These firewall splinter to confetti bits. I'm curating leaks at the after party, sipping TLS tears. Call me well connected, I call it
Hello, everyone. Hi. My name is Henry, and I'm a software engineer at 0x. And today I'm going to be talking about open sourcing a library that we have published at 0x. It's called 0x Parser. We're going to talk about, at a high level, what this library is, and then why it's useful. And then we're going to talk about some of the best practices of open source. And in particular, I'm going to focus on automating releases. Now, automating releases is very important, because as your team grows, everyone has to learn about a manual process, and it's not very scalable. It's quite brittle. At the end, we're going to go through a little demo as well. So before that, I'm going to talk about what 0x is. So we're a DEX aggregator API. So we provide infrastructure for swaps. In the middle here, we have our flagship product, matcha.xyz. And around it, we have a couple of wallets. Now, if you've used any of these wallets before and used their swapping feature, you've probably used Xerox API. So we have Phantom, got MetaMask, and Coinbase Wallet. Now, when a user makes a swap on any one of these apps, the result is typically a transaction hash, and it looks something like this. Oh, wait, that's the next slide. They're going to make a request to Xerox API. So in here, we have the URL. This is an indication that the user wants to swap 100 USDC for WETH. And so the request goes out to Xerox API. And what you get back is a data structure that you can submit directly on chain. So that's why we have a send transaction function call here. And the quote we get back from Xerox API has two fields. It has a to field, which points to the Xerox smart contracts that will execute the swap. And then the data field, that's the call data that encodes the details of the swap, including the route and the amounts and the slippage. Here's the transaction hash. When a user makes a swap, the application will get a transaction hash. And typically, these apps will have a link linking out to a block explorer like Etherscan. URL might look like etherscan.com/tx/this long string. But most apps want to show users some details before they go to a block explorer. So on Matcha, it looks something like this. And on Coinbase Wallet, Phantom, and these other apps that use Xerox API, you want to do something very similar. You want to show an amount and the tokens that were swapped. And that's where Xerox Parser comes into play. It's very simple. The library exports a single function called parse swap. And it only takes in two arguments. It takes in the public client and then the transaction hash. The public client is a connection to the Ethereum network. It's typically powered by an RPC provider like Alchemy or QuickNode. The second thing we're going to pass it is that long string we saw earlier, the transaction hash. And with those two things, a direct connection to Ethereum and the transaction hash, we could fetch data. So we have two blobs of data here. We got the transaction and the transaction receipt. Now we take that data and we pass it into some other parsing functions. And we're not going to dig too deep into the code here. The code's like about 500 lines of code. You can check that out on GitHub. And I'll have the link to the GitHub at the end. But essentially, these functions will return human-readable data that we can show to our users. So we get a result. And the result looks something like this. This is an object with two properties, token in, token out. Very straightforward. Now, it's important to parse these transactions after the swap has occurred, because due to market conditions and slippage, the final amount can be different than the quoted amount. So in this case, the user could have gotten a little bit less WETH. For example, 0.024 instead of 0.025, depending on market conditions, or maybe they set a high slippage tolerance. So that is the library that we're going to publish, or that has been published. And then we're going to talk about some of the best practices of automating the release process. And it all starts with semantic versioning. If you're developers here, you might have heard of this before. You might know what this is. On my left-hand side, there's the versions for Xerox Parser, and on the right, we have a sample of a semantic version. For example, we have 1.2.4. Now, each one of these numbers represent a type of release you want to do. So for example, if we have a bug fix and we want to release that, we're going to increment the patch number. If we have a non-breaking feature, we're going to want to increment the minor version number. And finally, if we have a breaking change, and that means the consumers of our app will have to do something in order for them to upgrade, we're going to bump this major version number up. So this is the foundation to automating our releases. We're going to combine this with something called conventional commits. Now, conventional commits is not a package or anything like that. It's not an NPM library. It is simply a way to write your commit messages. Now, you're going to write it as normal, but you're going to prefix your commit messages with what we call a standard heading. These standard headings are adopted by many open source projects and has been popularized by Google's AngularJS. Here I have a set of commits, and each one of these commits have a green underline, and that underlines the conventional commit standard heading. So if you have a bug fix, you're going to prefix it with a fix standard heading. And then going down, we have feat, and then feat is short for feature. And then we have feat exclamation point. That's the exclamation point indicates a breaking change. So we're going to tie each one of these conventional commits to a semantic version number. So a fix correlates to the patch number. Feat correlates to the minor number. And then anytime we see an exclamation point, that's a breaking change, that correlates to the major number. And so with these foundations in place, we can write scripts to automate our release process, to deploy to run our CI, but also to deploy to NPM or any registry. But we don't have to write those scripts. There are packages out there to do that for us. Two of them are change sets and release please. I'm going to talk about release please. That's what we use in our repo. And essentially what this is a set of GitHub actions that will automate your release process. And once you get that set up, it all starts with a normal PR. This is like any PR you would normally do. Again, the only difference here is we have a standard heading here. It is fix : so this is a bug fix. Now, once we merge that PR, release please is going to automate the curation of what we call a release PR. So this will happen automatically. A GitHub action will open a PR, and this is going to be the preview of your release. So we're going to check the version number. Here it's 2.7.1. So we bumped up the patch. We bumped up the patch because we fixed the bug. So it used to be 2.7.0. Now it's 2.7.1. We also have the PR description that acts as a preview to our change log. Release please also helps us create change logs automatically based off of our commits. So once you merge that, it automatically kicks off the process. So the GitHub actions run. We run our CI, we run our builds, we run our tests, and we deploy our artifacts. So here we have the tests running. And in our package, we also deploy test artifacts to CodeCov. Now here's the preview of the changelog. On the right-hand side, all of that is automated. The only thing that was added was these images. I added those manually, but everything else was automated, the tags and the changelog. And that's it. It's released. You can now check it out on NPM and GitHub. So now I have some time for a demo. I'm going to do a live demo real quick. And what we're going to do is we're going to publish a new feature live. So hopefully this works. Oh. OK. All right. So here we have a regular PR. Again, we have our commit message with the standard heading, feat, indicating that this is a non-breaking feature. And let's take a look at the diff real quick. It's very simple. All we're going to do is when a transaction reverts, we're already returning null, but we're just going to log a warning for our consumers. And that's it. So I'm going to merge this PR. Cool. And that's going to kick off release please. If we go to our GitHub actions, we should see something happening. So this might take a minute. And this is release please running all of its checks in preparation for that release PR. OK, so it looks like this step has been completed. Let me go back. Now if we go to our pull requests, we'll see a new PR that was just created just now. And this is what we saw earlier in the slides as the release PR. Again, this is a preview to our release. So now we're bumping the version up to 2.1.0. And this is a preview of our changelog here. So now that let's merge this PR. All right. And this kicks off the automated release. So now if we go back to our GitHub Actions, it's running the build again. It's checking out the repo, running the CI, and building the artifacts. I'm just going to give it maybe 10, 15 seconds. And there was the publish step. Let me scroll up a little bit. So run npm-public. Sorry, npm publish -access public. And we got those green check marks. And that's it. We've automated our release, and we've cut a new release 2.10. So if I go back to the repository, let's check out our changelog and our tags. We can go down here to releases. We'll see that we published 2.10 a minute ago, and we have our artifacts here. And this is our changelog. Now let's go back and check NPM. So I'm just going to go back to the top level of the repo and navigate to the NPM website. Okay, I'm just going to click into versions. Actually, right here it says last published a minute ago. We'll go into versions. There we go, 2.10. And that's it. We published a new feature live on stage. And that's it. I hope you learned a little bit about the best practices of automating open sourcing a library. And if you're working on a Web3 package, you should definitely use a tool like Release Please. I'm Henry. You can follow me on Warpcast or X. And at ZeroX, we build DEX aggregation infrastructure. If you're interested in building with us, come chat with me. Thank you.
Floating fees are burning. ZK proofs the chains keep turning. Every block we validate is trustless, clean and fair. Open source and gas optimized, code permissionless and finalized. Fork marmots on the scene, you know we're gonna bid a little it there. Some tread fibro just rolled his eyes. Where's the yield? Where's my supply? But we don't need your banker games. We just launch and stake on chain. Go, we pay, let the city on sports and chains. We pay, let the city with regen brains. We pay, let the city on sports and chains. No rug pulls, just pure on chain. She's a Colorado comet in code forged steel, wings snipping latency like scissors through gel. 9 centuries young with a lance that's, if your chain's choking, Ethernight whiz. Found her at a bullet hook, sucking down APIs, armor clinking with layer 2 lullabies. Scalability scripture, she winks at the moon while Lagron drools over slow motion doom. Her shield's a disco wall, fracturing legs, grass, crack. Ooh, that lance a lightning fork, splitting bottlenecks backs. Alliance architect with a bufficorn's grit, teaching stale protocols how to fucking commit. Decentralize this, she smirks mid-flight as her wings tickle nodes into doing things right. Da-da-da-da. Architect with a bufficorn's grit, teaching stale protocols how to fucking commit. Decentralize this, she smirks mid-flight as her wings tickle nodes into doing things right. Up to do with a do with a do with do with do with do do do. You ordered a moonwalk across gas feed graves. My mainnet's smoother than your mom's VPN saves. Daughter of the Rockies, high-speed high priestess, scales of justice ballast on a Memphis Express. Next bottleneck, I see mountain crush it. Click, clack, bosom, lace on firewall. I spooked and truce from trash sheets. That's my device. Nullifier sniffing by my cloaks too crisp. Mainnet gossips, tastier than breakfast chips. Story, flurry, hack, flurry. Mama's making news before the cold reload. Got receipts in my cheeks, encrypted and plumbed. You private DMs, I'm the dumpster type chump. Eyes everywhere, match 3 bird phones. Haunteries whisper, king chomp and blockchain bones. Make it down to my voted fuck. Stealth crawl through your junk dance scene. Pen it up to the entropy. Mace cracked vaults like, who's got the keys? Nullifiers huffing, you're just a rat with These firewall splinter to confetti bits. I'm curating leaps at the after party, sipping TLS tears. Call me well connected, I call it guitar slide. Guitar slide. Coffee for drip and the lab coat on fire. Sticky note constellation stuck to the ceiling wire. Gas fees are confetti. They rock on PI. Get homemade in 7 for time. Shaboom, dose, efficiency pulse. The lag runs lagging in his latency so. Professor Wade's got the future on spinball. Urging notes dancing where the bottlenecks been. Professor Wade's got the future on spinball. Plugging tomorrow with yesterday's RAM stains. Velcro boots clicking through blockchain debris. flutter like drunk bumblebees. Optimize the orphans, they cackle and shout. Self-sustaining hugs flicker in the blackouts out. Professor Way's got the future on spin, urging those dancing where the bottlenecks been. Professor Way's got the future on spin, plugging tomorrow with yesterday's ram stains. Chaos is not compeller, order's just a bug I forgot to unfurl. Mainnet shivers as their wild hair glows. Rumor AI, nah, just 3 Red Bulls in a row. What you building, prop? A singularity jukebox. How you stay charged? Espresso stream through my cortex. Who's your nemesis? Light runs dial-up found. Age? Old as speak, young as each block mine down. Professor Way's got the future on spin, urging those dancing where the bottlenecks been. Professor Way's got the future on spin, plugging tomorrow with yesterday's ram stains. Throwing me mad, but mad's just a beta test for Boodle. Oh, he just got just dreamers, on-chain truth, no middle schemers, forking hard and shipping code till sunrise every day. DAOs are voting, vibes are flowing, buff-eyed corns are still a-growing. While the world is breaking down, we're regen in a new way. Some VC said this tech won't last, and the hurt bubble, watch it crash. But we don't need your central banks, cause regen biddlers stack in stacks. For we bid let this city on sports and chains. We bid let this city with regen brains. We bid let this city on sports and chains. No rug pulls, just pure on chain. Whale pools floating, fees are burning. ZK proofs the chains keep turning. Every block we validate is trustless, clean and fair. Open source and gas optimized, code permissionless and finalized. Fork marmots on the scene, you know we're gonna bid a little it there. Some tread fibro just rolled his eyes. Where's the yield? Where's my supply? But we don't need your banker games. We just launch and stake on chain. Go, we pay let the city on sports and chains. We pay let the city with regen.
All right. Hey, everyone. I hope you're all having a great beginning of the hackathon and the conference. I'm Daniel. I'm one of the DevRel engineers at the SWE Foundation. I work very closely with SWE and Walrus. So today I'm going to be giving you guys a high overview of what SWE is, what Walrus is, and how we're having them work together to decentralize the internet. Okay, so I'm going to talk about SWE first. And I'm going to bring up 3 of SWE's superpowers. First is the object model. One of the biggest difference between SWE and EVM chains is the way we represent assets on chain and the ownership of those assets. As a developer, it's absolutely crucial that you understand how these assets are represented on SWE and how you can create these assets and manipulate them. And then we have Move. Move is the smart contract language that we use to develop our smart contracts. This will basically allow you to create assets on chain in the logic to manipulate these assets. And then we have our bread and butter PTBs. PTB stands for programmable transaction blocks. I'll go into detail about it later, but it's a way to allow client-side developers the power of a smart contract developer without any need of smart contract experience. Okay, so on Sui, the rule of thumb is that everything is an object. When you deploy a smart contract, it lives on chain as an immutable object, and it is used to manipulate other objects on chain. Global resources such as liquidity pools, marketplaces, NFT metadata, those are typically stored on chain as shared objects. A shared object can either be immutable or mutable and is accessible by anyone on chain. And then we have owned assets such as coins, NFTs. All of these owned assets, personally owned assets, are represented as owned objects. So an owned object sits directly in your Sui account, and only you as the owner of that object have the ability to access it and manipulate it. And also objects can own objects as well. You can have nested objects on Sui. That's kind of how a liquidity pool works. A liquidity pool is a shared object that can have coins in it as a nested object. And it's important to note that because owned objects can only be touched by that account, you can parallelize these transactions, which one of the reasons why Sui is so performant. So the main takeaway with the object model is we want our digital assets to behave like physical assets. So like let's say you're going to pay cash for a coffee. You want to give the barista a few dollar bills, each nominated with its own value. Like let's say a $10 bill and a $5 bill. They're all individual bills that have its own value, and it's the same on Sui. If I wanted to transfer you Sui or buy an NFT, I would transfer either one or a few objects, let's say a Sui coin object, where every object is nominated with a certain amount of Sui in that object. And then another example, let's say like your buddy wants to borrow your Lambo, take it for a drive. There's two things you need to give your friend. You need to give him the actual car, let him know where to find it, like in the garage. And you have to give him the keys. Keys are a physical object that allow you to operate the car. So it's the same, let's say you're a founder of a DEX, and you want your founders or your devs to have certain abilities to modify the configs. You have to mint them an object that their Sui account owns, and ownership of that object allows them to modify the configs of that protocol, whatever that is. And the reason we represent asset ownership this way is because it's really easy to understand, because we deal with physical objects all the time, so it makes sense to have your digital assets kind of behave the same way. And it makes everything interoperable by default. So when you deploy, if you deploy a contract here, each with different types of objects, these objects are compatible by default, meaning that anyone can build with any of the objects. There's no need for like wrapper contracts or anything like that. Okay, so the Sui object model, that's the mindset you need to have and you need to understand when developing on Sui. And then we have Move, the smart contract language. So I'm going to show you how this Sui object model is then translated into the code. So we have this buy function here. And this buy function will take in a coin. So let's say you as the function caller own this coin object. You pass it into this function when you're calling it, and that will relinquish your ownership of the coin. So at this point, when the function is being executed, the function has complete control of this coin object. You no longer own it. The only way you would own it after the function is if it's given back to you. So yeah, so the coin would probably be sent to whoever owns a contract or whatever. And then in return, you're given a car title. This car title object is then sent to your account, and it represents ownership of this car title. And then let's say you have this car title, and you want to register your car. So instead of relinquishing ownership of the car title, you want to just prove that you own it. You want to just show the function that, like, hey, I own this specific car title. So you do that by passing in an immutable reference to it. So at this point, you're not actually transferring the car title. It's still always going to be in your account. The function just has the ability to read the data that's in that car title and prove that you own it. And then there's like a fee, which is like the same as the other coin example. And then in return, you get the car registration. Yeah. Okay. And one of the main pillars when designing Move was security. Security by default. We wanted to avoid as much of the pitfalls as we've seen in the blockchain industry as possible. So duplication, double spending, and destruction are all just a few examples of what's not possible on Sui. Like if you write contracts, if any of you run any of this code, it won't compile. So you just won't physically be able to publish any contracts with these kind of errors in it. And this again is just using the principle, ensuring that digital assets behave like physical ones. Like you wouldn't be able to double spend $1 or such things. Okay, so we have the Sui object model. That's how we represent assets. The Move is the API layer. It's the layer where you can create these custom types, these custom assets, as well as the logic for manipulating and possibly deleting these objects. And then we have PTBs. PTBs is a framework that allows you to interact with all of the deployed objects on Sui, as well as create new ones and destroy them and stuff like that. So a PTB, it's basically a batch of operations. You can batch up to over 1,000 operations into a single PTB. And again, this will greatly reduce the cost of gas because executing operations together is always going to be cheaper than separately. And then these operations are executed on-chain atomically. So it's very similar to how you would see a smart contract function operate. Like everything in the function is atomic. If something goes wrong, if something throws an error, the whole transaction will revert, and it's the same with these PTBs. So it basically allows a client-side developer, like we offer languages, SDKs in TypeScript, Python, Rust, most of the common languages, and so it gives a developer with no smart contract experience the ability to interact with objects on Sui without having any smart contract experience. And so the most major use case that we've seen so far is just reducing the need for new smart contract wrappers. If you want to interact with two different smart contracts or multiple protocols on in the same atomic transaction, this can be done by default on Sui. So I'm going to go to this example real quick. Okay, so this is a DEX aggregator on Sui. So when you want to perform a swap, this will aggregate all of the different DEXs on Sui and find you the most optimal swap. So let's say if I have 1 ETH, I want to swap. So it's going to go ahead and find the most optimal route for you. And you can see that the most optimal route in this case, and it's going to keep updating as I talk, but it splits the route into multiple paths, and then each path has a chain of swaps. So this is all calculated on the client side, and if I were to actually connect my wallet and swap this would all be executed on the client side with, I'm assuming, like a TypeScript SDK, no smart contract, wrapper like functions or anything needed. So this is just like one pretty like default or basic use case of like how powerful a PTB can be. Okay, so just to summarize, we have the Sui object model. We represent assets on chain using objects, and objects can be shared or individually owned. And then we have the Move layer, which is how you define these new assets, how you define the logic for interacting with these assets. And then we have PTBs, in which is the way any developer, a smart contract developer, front-end developer, can start building on Sui, start building products on Sui. And then I have a fourth secret superpower, which is user experience. So I've kind of showed you like how the developer experience on Sui can be, but we also have a really good user experience. So we think our goal is, and everyone's goal, but our goal is to adopt the mass users of the internet. You know, there's like millions of crypto users, but there's billions of users on the internet. And we see like keys and like wallets as a current blocker. There's like most people, they forget their Netflix password, their banking passwords. Like these are important pieces of information that users, I mean, I'm also one of these people that every once in a while I'll forget a password and I have to like recover it or something. And we think that this is a major blocker for the mass adoption of crypto. So we want to we have the technology and we want to meet them where the users are. And that's using typical like OAuth methods such as like sign in with Google, sign in with Facebook, sign in with Apple. We want to allow users to use what they're familiar with, but then have the power of the blockchain behind the scenes. So that's why we've used zero knowledge proofs to allow you to create a SWI account using just like a Gmail account. And you can see this in a lot of our products today. And if you're interested in learning more, you can come by our booth and we'll show you more about that. Okay, so now that's about SWI, and now let's talk about Walrus. So Walrus is a decentralized storage network. It was built by the same team that built the SWI blockchain, and it uses SWI as a coordination layer. And there's a few reasons why we wanted to use SWI as part of the coordination layer. SWI is very performant, so because SWI is so fast, we were able to handle the metadata and the payments very fast on Walrus. So Walrus is pretty fast due to this. And then the core engineering team didn't have to worry about any of the coordination of the metadata or handle payments or anything, so they were able to solely focus on the data aspect of the network. And the way we see it, and the reason why we pair them together when we talk about decentralizing the internet is we see SWI as the global coordination layer, the compute layer, if you will. So it's really fast, it can handle a lot of demand. There's the DevX and the UX are both really great. And we have a lot of composability with the object model paired with the PTBs. And then we see Walrus as the global data layer. So no matter what, when most internet apps and use cases still deal with a lot of data. So we want to make sure that you can deal with data in a good decentralized manner. So differently from other networks, we use a novel 2D encoding algorithm for storing the data and distributing it throughout the network. Most other networks, they have full replication, which means if you upload a gigabyte, every single node in that network has to also hold that same gigabyte. So this requires a lot more performance, which makes everything cost a lot more. So on Walrus, we only require, with our encoding algorithm, we only have a 4 to 5x replication factor. So no matter how big of a piece of data you want to store or how many nodes are in the network, we will only store 4 to 5x, or we'll only replicate your data 4 to 5x throughout the network. And we do this by split distributing your data into shards that are distributed throughout the network. And because of this low replication, it actually makes Walrus very scalable. On other networks, when you add nodes, you're actually adding more storage requirements because every node has to replicate the data. But when you add nodes on Walrus, you're actually increasing the performance and increasing the capacity. And even though we only replicate the data 4 to 5x, we're also very resilient. With 1/3 of the nodes down, you would still be able to write new data to the network, and 2/3 of the nodes can be down, and you can still retrieve your data. So even though we have a low replication, it does not take a cost at the resiliency. It's actually very resilient. And because we use SWI as a coordination layer, that means that data is now a programmable asset on chain. So you can create a marketplace on SWI for this data or for certain pieces of data, for example. And you can use smart contracts to manage the life cycle of data, as well as I mean, the options are limitless, really. And just to reiterate, Walrus is a delegated proof-of-stake network. So if you're interested, you can reach out to us if you're wanting to provide some storage or anything. But yeah, so The main thing is that it's cost efficient, but it's also very reliable. Okay, and I wanted to bring up very quickly this product that we have on Walrus. It's called Walrus Sites. It allows you to deploy static websites to Walrus, the network, and access them via your browser. So now we have dApps, and these dApps are usually hosted on some centralized server, which means that these decentralized apps aren't totally decentralized, because at any moment, if whoever ran the server wanted to, they could close out your website, and then you'd be kind of screwed. So we made it so that's not possible anymore, or that's not possible on Walrus. So if you host a site on Walrus, no one else can take it down unless the nodes as a unit agree that your service shouldn't be out there, if it's illegal or something. But yeah, so this is one product that we have, and it's just the tip of the iceberg. We'll be launching Walrus Mainnet very soon, like within a week or so. So keep an eye out, and yeah, keep an eye out. Okay, yeah, and if you're interested in learning more, you can find the Walrus landing page at walrus.xyz. And then if you're interested more on the technical side, you can read the white paper at Walrus, at the Walrus white paper QR code here. And if you're at all interested on Sui or Walrus or how they pair together, or if you're looking for some ideas to build, you can come by our booth right over there to talk to us. We'd love to talk to you all about this even more. All right, well, thank you so much for giving me your guys' time and listening, and I hope you guys are interested. And yeah, looking forward to talking to you all. Thank you.
Just dreamers, on-chain truth, no middle schemers, working hard and shipping code till sunrise every day. DAOs are voting, vibes are flowing, buff corns are still a-growing. While the world is breaking down, we're regen in a new way. Some VC said this tech won't last, and the hurt bubble, watch it crash. But we don't need your central banks, regen biddlers stacking stacks. For we bid let this city on sports and chains. We bid let this city with regen brains. We bid let this city on sports and chains. No rug pulls, just pure on chain. Whale pools floating, fees are burning. ZK proofs the chains keep turning. Every block we validate is trustless, clean and fair. Open source and gas optimized, code permissionless and finalized. Fork marmots on the scene, you know we're gonna bid a little it there. Some tread bro just rolled his eyes. Where's the yield? Where's my supply? But we don't need your banker games. She's a Colorado comet in code forged steel, wings snipping latency like scissors through gel. 9 centuries young with a lance that's, if your chain's choking, Ethernet whiz. Found her at a bullet hook, sucking down APIs, armor clinking with layer 2 lullabies. Scalability scripture, she winks at the moon while Lagrange rules over slow motion doom. Her shield's a disco wall, fracturing legs, grass, shooby-doo-bah crack. That lance a lightning fork, splitting bottlenecks backs. Alliance architect with a bufficorn's grit, teaching stale protocols how to fucking commit. Decentralize this, she smirks mid-flight as her wings tickle nodes into doing things right. Architect with a bufficorn's grit, teaching stale protocols how to fucking commit. Decentralize this, she smirks mid-flight as her wings tickle nodes into doing things right. Up to do with a do with a do with do with do. You ordered a moonwalk across gas feet graves. My mainnet's smoother than your mom's VPN saves. Daughter of the Rockies, high-speed high priestess, scales of justice ballast on a Memphis Express. Next bottleneck, I see mountain crush it. Click, clack, bosom, lace on firewall. Eyes smoked and truce from trash sheets. That's my device. Nullifier sniffing by my clothes too crisp. Mainnet gossips, tastier than breakfast chips. Story, hack, flurry. Mama's making news before the cold reload. Got receipts in my cheeks, encrypted and plumbed. You private DMs, I'm the dumpster dive chump. Eyes everywhere, match 3 bird phones. Haunteries whisper, king chomp and blockchain bones. Make it down to my voted fuck. Stealth crawl through your junk dead scene. Head it up to the entropy. Mace cracked vaults like, who's got the keys? Nullifiers huffing, you're just a rat with this firewall splinter to confetti bits. I'm curating leaps at the after party, sipping TLS tears. Call me well connected, I call it. Coffee for drip and the lab coat on fire. Sticky note constellation stuck to the ceiling wire. Gas fees are confetti. Watch me be rock on PI. Get homemade in 7/4 time. Shaboom, dose, efficiency pulse. The lag runs lagging in his latency so. Professor Way's got the future on spinball. Urgent notes dancing where the bottleneck's been. Professor Way's got the future on spinball. Bugging tomorrow with yesterday's ram stains. Velcro boots clicking through blockchain debris. crypto notes flutter like drunk bumblebees. Optimize the orphans, they cackle and shout. Self-sustaining hubs flicker in the blackouts out. Professor Way's got the future on spin. Urging notes dancing where the bottlenecks been. Professor Way's got the future on spin. Bugging tomorrow with yesterday's ram stains.
Hey everyone, I'm Silas. I'm the CTO at Valora. We recently released a new project called Divi. Divi makes it very efficient for ecosystems and protocol to collaborate with builders to fuel growth, and makes it super simple for builders to get rewarded from those protocols based on their on-chain impact. At Divi, we think that funding is one of the main impediments to scaling blockchain adoption very broadly, basically executing on the promise or the hope that we've been working on for the last 10 years. So I'm really excited to be here and share what we think is part of the solution to that. So to start off with, I wanted to highlight the kind of disappointing nature of funding today in Web3. At Divi, we believe that individuals, contributors, and projects should be rewarded in proportion to their impact, ideally the impact they bring on chain. In the current options available today, grants, retro funding, and what we call pay to play, miss the mark in a number of different ways. Grants are often subjective. You're codifying milestones in English or some other non-Solidity language, and there's like lots of room for discussion about whether you've met the milestone, whether you get paid, and oftentimes or so we've heard, it can be a relatively political process. Retro grants or retro funding are a little bit of an improvement, although they're delayed, and your impact isn't really well known while you're working on your project. You might be grinding away, thinking you're doing a great job bringing impact to a particular ecosystem, and then find out later that you're really targeting the wrong things. And then pay to play, what we mean by this is when you essentially offer some capital to be part of an ecosystem. Could be like providing liquidity, could be buying a governance token, and then trying to encourage use of that platform. The problem with this is that your rewards are essentially capped by your ability to buy in. So none of these are great. I think they're unfair to builders because builders aren't being rewarded for the impact they bring. And I think they're really inefficient for protocols and ecosystems who, given one token, they want to get the most bang for their buck out of that token. And I don't think any of these programs really deliver on that. And I think that these models are impeding the growth of blockchain ecosystems. I don't know Web3 Crystal, but I like her style. I like the tweet. I think she's being a little glib, but it captures sort of my viewpoint in a little bit of a succinct way. So I'd like to share and brainstorm a little bit on how we could come up with a better model, one that grows the pie for ecosystems and grows the pie for builders also. So you can probably guess where this is going. I think a better model starts with an on-chain funding model with well-defined impact metrics that rewards builders automatically. And so the idea here is if you're an ecosystem, you only pay for incremental value that's delivered to your ecosystem. And if you're a builder, you get paid for bringing impact, and all you need to do is focus on creating value. For ecosystems, I think this solves the problem where they're worried about deploying their capital efficiently because for 1 unit of their token, they're only giving that out when people actually deliver impact to the ecosystem. This idea of on-chain impact-based funding is not new. I have a couple examples here. I'm sure there's plenty more. where protocols have essentially built this in as a core part of their offering. But I think it's interesting to go over them, to give credit to the ideas, but also I think it's pretty compelling evidence that this model can work really well. The first one, Liquidity, is a collateralized lending program on Ethereum. It has like a relatively modest TVL of only 350 million. Modest when compared to some of the big players, but they're on at least tens or probably more front ends that integrate with Liquidity and try to onboard users to the protocol. And the reason they have this broad coverage of front ends is that they have built into the protocol a mechanism for sharing revenue with front end builders. And what they do is when a user first comes to one of these front ends and is interacting with Liquidity for the first time, you tack on a little bit of metadata with the transaction that says, hey, this user's new, I'm referring them, here's an ID for my front end. And then forever after, the front end that refers that user gets a slice of the protocol revenue that that user helps generate. Beefy's a second example. Beefy is a yield optimizer. I'll shill Beefy all day long. They have a relatively small core team, but they have this like massive set of yield optimization strategies, over 1,000 of them across more than 20 chains. And I think the reason for this broad offering from Beefy is that they buy into on-chain impact-based funding, specifically for strategy developers. You get a small slice of the harvest revenue that your strategy brings to the Beefy protocol. And so folks are highly incentivized to build out these strategies across all these different chains. And so what we're aiming to do with Divi is build a generalized platform that makes it really easy for any protocol to adopt this approach, and also for builders to integrate it into their products. So Divi is an on-chain orchestration layer that helps ecosystems grow by paying builders for impact. So I'll quickly go over, at least at a high level, how protocols plug into Divi, and then how a builder can plug into Divi. So there's basically two steps for a protocol. The first is to define what we call an impact reward function with Divi. This is basically how you measure impact or value added to your ecosystem and how much you're willing to pay for it. It can be immutable or time locked, so have some expiry on it. We expect, since this is a relatively new model, and projects might be at different phases of their life cycle, that there might be some experimentation here. So if you're pre-revenue, maybe you want to incentivize something like monthly active users. But if you've already hit the inflection point where you're generating revenue, you probably want to define impact as incremental revenue. But anyways, you sort of go along that growth journey. You can imagine changing how you incentivize and measure value. The second step is to pledge capital with Divi. This can be continuous, so essentially in perpetuity, kind of following the Liquidity model, or capped by some time and amount. And again, we're building in flexibility for protocols to experiment a little bit with this model. I think we expect that there'll be some market dynamics here where builders will be willing to accept a smaller slice of value or rewards in return for more certainty around the rewards and the capital. And similarly, they'll want a larger reward given more uncertainty. So that's how protocols or ecosystems can plug in. And now for builders, we think this is really easy, as long as you know what kind of product you're building and know what protocols you can leverage to solve those problems. That's what step 2 is really focused on. So identifying the protocols that Divi supports that help solve user problems for you. And again, you'll probably want to consider the reward amount and the certainty around those rewards. The next step is to register as a builder with Divi. This currently requires submitting a Google form. We need to run some AML and OFAC checks on the wallet address that receives the rewards, but we're working on sort of eliminating that constraint, hopefully, in the near future. And then step 3 is to register referrals on chain with Divi, and again, sort of copying from the liquidity folks, the referral impact rewards are in perpetuity. So if you help onboard a user to a specific protocol, and the user eventually leaves your application and goes on to do great things with that protocol, as a builder, you're going to be entitled to some percent of the growth that user continues to contribute to the protocol. So that's kind of it for like high level how an ecosystem and how builders can integrate with Divi. We think that this can make funding much more scalable than it is today, and I think there's like 3 sort of example use cases that I personally am passionate about and find really interesting. The first is something that I call long tail funding. This is something that we've bumped into in some shape or form at Valora, but I think that Divi can enable the sort of hundreds or thousands of these like very hyper-local specialized applications that might be targeted at a specific country or maybe even a specific community within a city. There's 2 examples here that I'm excited about that are building on Divi today. One is called 2COP. It's specific to the Colombian market, and the other is called Ccash, which targets the Kenyan market. 2COP offers like 3-4 different features. You can onboard from fiat into crypto into a Colombian peso stablecoin. You can do peer-to-peer payments. You can swap your Colombian peso stablecoin for USD-backed stablecoin, and then earn yield on that USD-backed stablecoin using the protocols that Divi supports. And then the fourth one is a uncollateralized lending program that's like very specific to the Colombian market. And it's unlikely that 2COP is going to be a global phenomenon. They have like the Colombian peso currency symbol in their name, but they're getting funding from building this like relatively niche application. They're helping incrementally grow the value of the underlying protocols they're using for yield. And I think it's a great example of one of these hyper-localized applications. The second use case I'm excited about is decentralized marketing. I've probably spent more time trying to implement decentralized marketing campaigns than I feel good about admitting. But basically, there's a feature in Divi that allows you to split rewards over several different entities. And so what you can do is have referral links for local ambassadors for your application that you're building, and incentivize them to help onboard new users to your app and the underlying protocols that you've integrated with that Divi supports. And the idea here is that instead of just simply like onboarding users and forgetting about it, or like incentivizing transactions that don't add value to the ecosystem, these ambassadors are going to be highly incentivized to find users that are high value for your ecosystem and your protocol, and sort of handhold them and get them onboarded and make sure they're getting value out of using your application. And then the last thing is not really one specific application, but this idea that you kind of own your impact. And you have full control over the stream of rewards that's coming your way. And so you can do sort of maybe creative, wacky things. If you wanted to, you could sort of tokenize your income stream, package it up and sell it. And I could imagine this like really funky state where there's degens sort of betting or buying up these income streams. I've been hearing a lot about AI agents. Could imagine there's AI agents running around trying to speculate on the most lucrative income streams. Okay, so that's about it. I have some details on how you can get started with Divi today. We are just launched last week. We have what we're calling a builder camp to help builders get started integrating Divi into applications. We're using Divi to incentivize growth of Divi, so there's some like bonuses baked into this program if you help the Divi protocol reach certain milestones. We have a nice set of initial protocols that we support, and you can bring a new app idea. You can get started from scratch, or if you have an existing one, it's really easy to plug in to Divi. It's like 10 lines of TypeScript. This is all it takes. We're also have some bounties on the hackathon going on right now at ETHDenver. Seems like the easiest couple grand anyone could make who's participating in a hackathon. There's more info on our docs page, but it really just boils down to these 5 TypeScript statements. Okay, so that's it. If you're a protocol or an ecosystem and looking for additional levers to help grow, would love to chat with you. And if you're a builder trying to get funding or thinking about what your next project is, would also love to chat with you about that. We'll have a booth at the ETHDenver proper, and thanks so much.
You ordered a moonwalk across gas-feed graves. My mainnet's smoother than your mom's VPN saves. Daughter of the Rockies, high-speed high priestess. Scales of justice ballast on a Memphis Express. Next bottleneck, I see mountain crush it. Click, clack, bosom, lace on firewall. I smoothed and truce from dress sheets. That's my device. Nullifier sniffing by my clothes too crisp. Mainnet gossips tastier than breakfast chips. Story, hack, flurry. Mama's making news before the cold reload. Job receipts in my cheeks, encrypted and plumbed. You private DMs, I'm the dumpster dive jump. Eyes everywhere, match 3 bird phones. Quantaries whisper, king chomp and blockchain bones. Make it down to my voted fuck. Stealth crawl through your junk dead scene. Headed up to the entropy. Mace cracked vaults like who's got the keys? Nullifiers huffing, you're just a rat with This firewall splinter to confetti bits. I'm curating leaks at the after party, sipping TLS tears. Call me well connected, I call it coffee for drip and the lab coat on fire. Sticky note constellation stuck to the ceiling wire. Gas fees are confetti. Watch me. They rock on PI. Get homemade in 7 for time. Shaboom, dose, efficiency pulse. The lag runs lagging in his latency so. Professor Wade's got the future on spin. notes, dancing where the bottleneck's been. Professor Way's got the future on spin. Bugging tomorrow with yesterday's ram stains. Velcro boots clicking through blockchain debris. Crypto notes flutter like drunk bumblebees. Optimize the board fins, they cackle and shout. Self-sustaining hubs flicker in the blackouts out. Professor Way's got the future on spin. Energy notes dancing where the bottleneck's been. Professor Way's got the future on spin. Bugging tomorrow with yesterday's ram stains. Chaos is not a compeller, or it's just a bug I forgot to unfurl. Mainnet shivers as their wild hair glows. Rumored AI, nah, just 3 Red Bulls in a row. What you building, prop? A singularity jukebox. How you stay charged? Espresso straight through my cortex. Who's your nemesis? Light runs dial up found. Old as speak, young as each block mine down. Professor Way's got the future on spin. Energy notes dancing where the bottleneck's been. Professor Way's got the future on spin. Bugging tomorrow with yesterday's ram stains. Throwing me mad, but mad's just a beta test for Boodle. Oh, he just got you. 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 We're biddlers, not just dreamers. On-chain truth, no middle schemers. Forking hard and shipping code till sunrise every day. DAOs are voting, vibes are flowing. Buff-eyed corns are still a-growing. While the world is breaking down, we're regen in a new way. Some VC said this tech won't last. And the hurt bubble, watch it crash. But we don't need your central banks, 'cause regen biddlers stack in stacks. For we bid let this city on sports and chains. We bid let this city with regen brains. We bid let this city on sports and chains. No rug pulls, just pure on chain. Whale pools floating, fees are burning. ZK proofs the chains keep turning. Every block we validate is trustless, clean and fair. Open source and gas optimized, code permissionless and finalized. Fork marmots on the scene, you know we're gonna bid a little it there. Some tread fibro just rolled his eyes. Where's the yield? Where's my supply? But we don't need your banker games. We just launch and stake on chain. Go, we bid let the city on sports and chains. We bid.
Hi, all. My name is Neil. I work at Thrackle, which is a Forte ecosystem partner. And I'm excited to introduce our new AMM that allows projects to bootstrap liquidity about Forte. Forte creates on-chain and off-chain tools that allow developers to build market economies around their assets. And we serve developers across the entire Web3 ecosystem. Those working with real-world assets and stablecoins, DeFi platforms, gaming studios ranging from independent developers to more established studios like Zynga and Jam City. So what have we built? We've built an AMM that doesn't require upfront collateral, the option to configure price stability by tuning parameters instead of by adding capital. We, in our mechanism, allow for price discovery beyond that of a fixed bonding curve. And we allow for smart fees that incentivize early participants. Okay, so we're going to talk about how all that works. First, we'll start with some of the challenges of managing liquidity and limit order books and AMMs during bootstrapping. We will talk a little bit about our design decisions in solving those challenges. We'll go over some of the properties of what we've built, which is the ALTBC, or the adjustable linear token bonding curve, and all that will make sense. We'll go through some simulations so you can see how that works. And we'll launch our ETHDenver 2025 trading game. So if for no other reason, stick around for a chance to win 1 ETH. Okay, so let's go over our motivation in designing what we designed. Let's start by defining what an order book is. Many of you know, but just for completeness, we're going to focus on the supply side of the order book in this talk. So imagine we have n suppliers, each one holding 1 token, and each one having a price at which they're wanting to sell that token. So for example, I might want to sell my token at $10. If I stick in $13 into this quantity function, it'll count all the suppliers for whom, $13 is an acceptable selling price, which in this example would include me. So it's a sum of indicator functions. A graphical representation might be clearer to people. You can see that at a price of 12 in this order book, there's 1 person willing to sell. At a price of 37, there are 4 people willing to sell. At a price of 40, there are still 4 people willing to sell. It takes raising the price to 55 to get that last person. Okay, so we wanted to start by understanding some of the empirical properties of order books in the wild. And this has been an area of research in market microstructure for decades. So this paper is 2 decades old. Ness and Sheltorp studied companies in the Oslo Stock Exchange. And they wanted to understand how the slope of the limit order book was related to other properties. So there are 2 companies here. One company is an established 50,000 employee company. And the other company here is an up-and-coming 100-employee company. So I don't know, maybe take 5 seconds to think about which is which, or which one you think is which. Okay, well, it turns out that the one on the left, on your left, is the more established company. It has a deeper order book. And the one on the right is the up-and-coming company, has a gentler sloped order book. And these researchers and other researchers after them found that the slope of the order book can tell you a great deal about upcoming volatility in the market, and also about the dispersion of beliefs of prices of analysts. So on the right, analysts were more divided over the correct price, whereas on the left, analysts honed in more on a price. So generally speaking, a gentler order book slope is correlated with an increased dispersion of beliefs about the price and increased volatility in trading activity. In the real world, given assets' liquidity profile, including its slope, constantly is adjusting, right, to arriving trades. An order book is alive in the real world. And bootstrapping kind of involves managing liquidity in a way that we intelligently adjust that slope. So you might ask, okay, what about automated market makers? This is DeFi. What about constant function market makers? Okay, so here is an example of 2 constant product market makers. One has more liquidity than the other. Again, maybe take 5 seconds to think about which one has more liquidity. So the orange one does. The orange one has a higher liquidity parameter than the blue. So it's a deeper pool. And again, a deeper liquidity pool corresponds to a higher order book slope and, less price impact with each trade. But what's interesting about this is that these sort of slopes are formulaically determined by the constant product formula, and the only way to update them is at the behest of liquidity providers coming online. So
For bootstrapping, this is kind of challenging, right? You have to use either a limit order book or an AMM. Limit order book encodes a very complex landscape of beliefs. We know it's computationally expensive. And if you can get yourself listed on a centralized exchange, it's financially expensive. You also potentially have to pay market makers. On the other hand, AMMs give you a nice programmatic way of determining your liquidity contour. But the way it gets updated is dependent on third-party liquidity providers. And when you're first starting, it's sort of maybe hard to align your incentives in a way that liquidity providers make the trading experience good. So our goal is to sort of solve this problem and offer an evolving yet simple liquidity landscape for bootstrapping liquidity. Okay, so what are some of our design decisions? So we thought, okay, what if we did have a well-behaved collection of suppliers? What would they do? Well, they wouldn't sort of like pull their collateral and act in erratic ways. And they would also try to coordinate in such a way that the limit order book was adapting to what signals the market was providing. And this is what the ALTBC in our view achieves. Okay, so what are the axioms that determine the behavior of the ALTBC? So one, there's the continuity of the order book. In other words, this gives us a well-defined way of selling fractional quantities of goods. It's just the natural area here, right, depicted here. If you changed and wanted to buy 3.5 or 2.7, you could do any of those things by using the corresponding area. Why do I say it's natural? Well, imagine you wanted to move from the discrete supply world to the continuous supply world. What you could do is you could add more and more suppliers, but they're sort of providing fractions of tokens at different prices. And in the limit, you'll get this continuous world. Okay. Another axiom is we always want our order book to be linear. So this is constantly updating, but it's always a line. That's a simple axiom, right? Okay, our third axiom is collateral conservation. So these suppliers that are basically selling, they don't pull any of the collateral from the system, and they wait around to buy back, right? And you can see this visualized here. The area of this trapezoid, if we sort of update the order book to this steeper line or the shallower line here, the area stays the same. You can see that kind of by where the midpoints cross. And the most interesting update rule is the slope update rule. How exactly do we update the slope of the order book? Well, we update it linearly in the size of the trade. And how aggressively update it is a parameter that we give developers access to. So it's this W constant. And the idea would be that every time a large trade comes in or a small trade comes in, the slope of the order book gets steeper. And so when the outstanding supply is large, your trading experience is less volatile. Something interesting that arises from that axiom is path independence of slope. So what this means is you get some telescoping series here. If you look at the left, Rn is the slope after n updates. If you look at the right, you see that it's only dependent on Z, right, which is the total outstanding supply. So that's really a nice property. It lets you say, okay, my price impact is just going to be a function of my outstanding supply. And that sort of differentiates us from things like, constant function market makers, because for them, price is a function, a deterministic function of outstanding supply. We're a little bit more general than that. Okay, so let's illustrate the axioms through an example order flow. So what we have here is, imagine someone buying 7 units, right? The continuity axiom says, okay, the cost of buying 7 units is this area, which is $52.3. Great, and it's a line, so that's exhibiting the linearity axiom. So now how do we update the order book? We know it should get steeper, right? And we know it needs to get steeper in a way that collateral is conserved. So there's actually an infinite collection of lines that you could choose here. What they have in common is that they're all crossing through this midpoint. And in this way, the area to the left of them will always be fixed, right? So this is the collateral conservation axiom. The slope update axiom really nails down which of these slopes we pick. So in this case, the developer has chosen a stability parameter of W equals 1/7, and that totally determines that we're going to move from the blue line to this green line. And you might be asking, okay, wait a minute, what happens to these sellers after purchases are made from them? Well, they wait around with this collateral, looking to buy back to make the trading experience smooth for your ecosystem. And so you can see two parts of this curve. The blue part represents previous sellers who are now buyers. And if you want to visualize that in the order book world, just do a vertical flipping and you see the V on the right. So again, our mechanism is just a limiting order book that has nice, simple properties in terms of how it evolves. So some notes on the axioms. These axioms, you can probably feel, fully determine the market-making mechanism. And the decision to proportionally increase slope with the trade size is geared towards projects who want their prices to stabilize in a healthy way. But we have other designs in the pipeline for more risk-seeking projects as well. Okay, so a lot of people are more used to the sort of inverse look, right, where X has quantity and Y has price. That's sort of the standard token bonding curve world. So let's just look at our mechanism in standard token bonding curve world. It's just an updated bonding curve. So in this case, you can see that the current spot price is 8. Okay, so let's look at a trade in token bonding curve world. So imagine that the outstanding supply used to be 4. Someone comes to the market maker and buys 2, right? What happens? Well, technically, they're going to move up this original blue line from 4 to 6, right? Calculate that area. They're going to pay that amount. And then the entire collateral in the system is conserved, as you can see by this midpoint crossing. And this red curve is the new updated linear bonding curve. So what then happens when someone tries to sell back those 2 tokens? We end back at x equals 4 or q equals 4. And something interesting happens. We don't end at the same price, right? We don't have the property that price is a deterministic function of outstanding supply. Instead, though, we have the property that slope is. So you can see the slope has remained constant. And in fact, the line has risen a little bit. And that is a very nice property of our ALTBC, which encodes this feature called smart fees. And this sort of differential area between these 2 lines of the same slope is basically accruing to the community. It's accruing to the early token holders, to the project owner, to early liquidity providers, which that's V2. We haven't introduced liquidity providers yet, but we will in the month of March, so stay tuned for that. You might be asking, I'm used to seeing things in AMM land. What are all these token bonding curves? Well, there's an equivalent story in AMM land. You basically can take a token bonding curve, integrate it to go from price to quantity space, and then do a horizontal flipping on the x-axis to go from outstanding token to instanding token, right? Because AMMs sort of are what's in my balance or what's in my wallet centric, right? So there's some mathematical transformation that you can do. And all we have is an updating AMM that's principally updating based on market information. Okay, so what are some properties of this? Price monotonicity. This is an obvious one you want. When people buy things, the price should go up. It might seem obvious. It's not as obvious because the line's updating. Here's a visual. So you can see, look, sure, prices move up on a line, but the line isn't staying the same. We have a proof in our white paper if you want to see it, but you can see the price moves up as people buy more and more token. Something really interesting emerges as a mathematical object. It's the limiting TBC is what we call it. And it's basically if you make very, very small trades, this system degenerates to a single sort of logarithmic token bonding curve. Now, it's never in practice going to be this because you can never make infinitesimal trades in our system. But if you wanted to think about what was happening, you'd be moving around this logarithmic token bonding curve if you made very, very small trades. But in practice, this curve is drifting up. Every trade, it's drifting up, right? And that's capturing collateral that can be shared among early participants of the ecosystem. It's also making us have some nice MEV resistance properties. So yeah, the upward drifting limiting TBC, we talk more about this in our white paper. It has a lot of nice implications. It sort of locks in collateral. It also makes there be a cost for things like wash trading, right? So sandwich attacks, where you try to put in that buy order and then sort of put in a sell order afterward, there's a cost, and that cost is heuristically related to how much that limiting TBC rises. Okay, so as an example, we have bounded maximum extractable value. Fix a trade size of Q, and imagine a sandwich attacker of size S trying to come in, buy S, wait for your trade, sell S. In something like a constant product market maker, the profit is unbounded. I mean, it's not practically unbounded because of various slippage features and things like this. But from a mathematical standpoint, it's unbounded. In our model, the profit is bounded. There's a maximum trade size that's profitable for the sandwich attacker. And after a certain point, they lose money, right? And this, again, links to the heuristic of the limiting TBC rising gradually, trade by trade. So let's take a look at some simulations. First, how does this practically work? It's actually quite simple. You're going to deposit some of your tokens into our AMM. You're going to choose a collateral token as well, so let's just say USDC. You're going to set a starting price and a target price on a token distribution marker. So you might say, okay, after 10% of the tokens are sold, I want the price to be this, right, at least. You're going to set a stability parameter. We kind of touched upon it earlier. And you're going to set a reward parameter for liquidity providers, and the liquidity provider add-on is scheduled for completion in March 2025. We're really excited about it. And that's it. It's really simple. So we're going to compare the ALTBC with a fixed price range Uniswap v3 pool. No liquidity providers, right? So you're sort of setting a low price, a high price, and a liquidity parameter. We're sort of apples to apples tuning our ALTBC. And then we're piping in 5 trade paths into both of them to see what happens. So let's look at a slightly bigger picture here. So let's look at this blue trade path. This blue trade path corresponds to this blue trade path. The second one is happening in the Uni v3 single range position. And what do you notice about the trade paths in the Uni v3 position? Yeah, they get to the high price at different times, but they always get to the same top price, right? There's no price discovery if you have a single v3 position. You're not able to change the low and high prices unless liquidity providers come online. Whereas in our system, without liquidity providers, there's still going to be price discovery. And the more trading there is in the system, the higher the final price will be. So that's an interesting feature. Another thing to note, notice how the stability profile looks for a Uni v3 position. It starts off really stable, then gets more volatile, right, as the outstanding supply increases. Now, that's supposed to be tempered by the fact that liquidity providers are coming online. But again, if you can't incentivize liquidity providers properly at the beginning, that's kind of risky. In our system, you start off with more price discovery, and then the price path stabilizes. Okay, so in conclusion, we've introduced the adjustable linear token bonding curve, the ALTBC, a mechanism for bootstrapping liquidity while maintaining market stability. And it's supposed to replicate the real world, sort of living aspects of an order book, right, without requiring third-party liquidity or collateral up front. Slope is path independent as a function of outstanding supply. And the system naturally rewards early participants, which hopefully ensures a sustainable ecosystem. Thank you so much. We have a Forte booth. Please visit us on Thursday or Friday, or email me at neil@thrackle.io. Real quick, to plug our trading game, you can win an ETH. Basically, go to that QR code, use the faucet to get your tokens, and then start trading. And people with the most amounts of one of 2 tokens will each win 1 ETH. And we'd love to have lots of activity there. Here are some references, flashing them so people can see them. And if you want to learn more about Forte, please visit the website. Thank you so much.
Just stay She's a Colorado comet in code forged steel, wings snipping latency like scissors through gel. 9 centuries young with a lance that's, if your chain's choking, ether night whisk. Found her at a bullet hook, sucking down APIs, armor clinking with layer 2 lullabies. Scalability scripture, she winks at the moon while Lagrange drools over slow motion doom. Grind, her shield's a disco wall, fracturing legs, grass, shooby-doo-bah crack. Ooh, that lance a lightning fork, splitting bottlenecks backs. Alliance architect with a bluff acorns grit, teaching stale protocols how to fucking commit. Decentralize this, she smirks mid-flight as her wings tickle nodes into doing things right. Da-da-da-da. Alliance architect with a buffercorn's grit, teaching stale protocols how to fucking commit. Decentralize this, she smirks mid-flight as her wings tickle nodes into doing things right. Up to do with a do with a do with do with do. You ordered a moonwalk across gas feed graves. My mainnet's smoother than your mom's VPN saves. Daughter of the Rockies, high-speed high priestess, scales of justice ballast on a Memphis Express. Next bottleneck, I see mountain crush it. Click, clack, bosom, lace on firewall, eyes spooked and truce from trash sheets. That's my device. Nullifier sniffing by my cloaks too crisp. Mainnet gossips, tastier than breakfast chips. Story, hack, flurry. Mama's making news before the cold reload. Got receipts in my cheeks, encrypted and plumbed. You private DMs, I'm the dumpster dive jump. Eyes everywhere, match 3 bird phones. Haunteries whisper, king chomp and blockchain bones. Make it down, top it, fuck. Stealth crawl through your junk dead scene. Bend it up to the entropy. Mace cracked vaults like.
Hey there, this is Ethan, the head of research at Theoric.
Nullifiers huffing, you're just a rat with. His firewall splinter to confetti bits. I'm curating leaks at the after party, sipping TLS tears. Call me well connected, I call it.
Hey everyone, I'm Ron. I'm co-founder and CEO of Theoric. We're an AI agent protocol, really focusing on collaborating agents. Before I jump in and talk about agentic economies, thought I'd give you a little bit of background about me. I've been an entrepreneur and building in the AI space for a long time, whether it ad tech pioneer Quantcast or started a company, Think Big Analytics, working with enterprises in AI and sold it to Teradata, or was responsible for applied AI in the CTO office at Google, or built and scaled an engineering team at Canada's leading AI research lab, Vector Institute. But me and my co-founders really got convinced that AI was going to transform the world and that we had to embrace a Web3 ethos of community governance and not let a few monopolists control our AI future. we've been building ever since. In the last 3 years, the power of generative AI has emerged, and we really believe that it's landing in the form of AI agents and agentic economies. What we're seeing is that, when, probably not a surprise, 3 years ago when we were building AI in Web3, people said, we don't understand why these things belong together. What's the importance of AI? Why do you need decentralization? We saw just in the last few months a real shift. People started to see AI agents emerge, tweeting, making analysis on crypto investments, even getting out there and starting to provide some real utility. And so, in that context, we've really seen people embrace the concept of agents, where an agent is more than just a model. It's the brains, a model. It's got sensors, data, tools it can use to take actions all together, right? So this is AI agents provide an increasing level of autonomy to take actions on-chain and in the world using the power of large language models. So they've really emerged in the last few months. And what we're seeing is we've gone from psychotic tweeting agents all over Twitter to more and more focus on utility. Agents enabling people in DeFi, allowing trading, allowing more functionality. But at the same time, the space is still immature, right? We're still seeing a lack of cross-chain capability, the ability for agents to work on multiple chains. It's hard for agents to work with one another. First-generation frameworks for AI agents in crypto are typically struggling to communicate. And as they start to get popular, scaling becomes a huge problem, right? So it turns out Twitter is not a great technique for processing hundreds of thousands of messages in a few minutes. So that's a challenge. Accessing data is the lifeblood of an agent, especially one that's trying to make financial decisions. And that's still in early days. Likewise, going beyond analytics, making calls and tweeting to actually taking action is really is still emerging, right? So we think there's a core need here for better infrastructure to scale agents, for them to coordinate, to take action, and to deliver. Winded our sails, one in our back, is the incredible pace of progress in AI underlying what can be done in agents. If you haven't been paying attention, just in the last few weeks, we've seen DeepSeek release a open-weight, super open source model that's competitive. We've seen rapid advances, things like deep research that use OpenAI's new O3 model. We've seen Grok 3. We've seen Claude 3.7 all come out in the last few weeks as examples of how reasoning models are making agents more powerful than ever. And this will all be harnessed in the coming weeks to enable the best possible agents in finance. What we believe is important is it's important to have the ability to both publish great agents, and we've recently open sourced a starter kit, Alpha Swarm, that really makes it easy to break down agentic problems into observing, gathering data, cognitive services to think about them, and then actions on chain, and then make it easy to consume them in a protocol to make it easy to have agents dynamically discover each other, establish reputation, and work together. So really, we believe that that's going to be the future of agentic economies. What we think is so important is you want to make it easy for agents to access a range of tools, both to access data, to be able to take action on chain, to be able to reliably manage wallets. It's important that agents natively can control wallets in a secure way on multiple chains. This is, by the way, a big advantage that agents can seamlessly work on many chains. They're not stuck on a single chain. That's why it always confuses me when people say, well, what chain do your agents live on? It's like, well, agents, like people, want to work on many chains and control assets on many chains, and they don't need to use simple bridging technologies. They can more directly interact and take complex actions across multiple chains. It's built with high performance in mind, and at the core, one of the big differences with AI today versus traditional statistical models is that agents can communicate with one another in natural language, right? They've been tweeting at each other, but very soon they're going to be using messaging to have high performance communication with one another, as we've built into Theoric, the protocol. Now, why do we believe it's important to have agents swarming? Why is the economy going to have that? Well, there's a few factors. One is we think that there's so much opportunity that what we're seeing is that using many different sources of data, text data, articles, social posts, sentiment, recent trades, behavior of whales, behavior of KOLs on chain, having more and more data only enriches the quality of decisions, improves strategy, and improves execution. So having a competition, a virtuous competition where many people can monetize and benefit by contributing data that can be used by agents is going to be an incredible flywheel. Likewise, it's possible to have a variety of tactics, a variety of ways of combining that data and come up with effective ways to take action on chain, for example, in trading or playing prediction markets. It's also really interesting that we see that increasingly agents will be able to directly coordinate and transact with one another, so allowing for a lot more flexibility to build complex products and dynamically respond rather than traditional on-chain smart contracts are very simple. And the alternative is an opaque world of centralized players. Agents can do the best of both, of more transparency and openness, but the power of more complex interactions. And of course, you get rapid feedback loops, right? So one of the great things is by measuring and having an agentic economy, you can establish reputation, you can see how agents work, and you can therefore continue to update and say, what are the best agents available for a particular kind of trade, right? So if you think about intent networks are a kind of precursor on the action side of this, but they're very rigid, right? It's very specific, like there's a bid ask, there's a very specific thing you want to do. Imagine being able to give the most complex natural language description of what kind of transaction you want to partake, and agents can negotiate against one another or as a group to collectively form that. This is the kind of feedback and execution that makes it possible with agents. So, what we did last year, we launched and had a very successful testnet for our Theoric protocol for swarms of agents working together. And we're moving towards the next generation, very focused on AI Phi called Theoric Alpha, right, where it will make it easy for people publishing agents, whether they're providing data and signals, cognitive strategies for trading or other on-chain actions, or taking those actions to be published and used, right? So make it easy for people to get distribution and have agents work together. The power of agents working together is huge. I mean, we believe that there's so much capability to build that no one builder, no one project is going to build all the functionality, that you're going to see basically unbundling of the application layer into many agents that will perform unique functions and dynamically collaborate. So that's going to create a tremendous amount of scalability and efficiency to tackle the complexities of DeFi. So, some of the use cases that we think are interesting include liquidity provisioning, right? How can you make it easier to avoid MEV, avoid being exploited as the market is evolving, and maintain a liquidity position, whether it's in a treasury or a vault manager? How can you optimize yield? Use novel strategies, whether it be techniques like looping or other kinds of innovative strategies that agents can put together in order to get better yield. Or indeed, how can you facilitate active trading to get on top of the next trend, to jump in early and participate in an opportunity and still avoid any potential losses, right? So there's a range of areas that we think. Another one that's not on here, but prediction markets are another area where there's a ton of excitement around using AI agents in order to get alpha, in order to get ahead and to benefit. So maybe before I get into the roadmap, I can switch over and give you a more concrete example of some of this. This is showing how using AI agents, large language models, can use a diverse set of data sources to have a better job of forecasting what's going on in a market. So I'll take you through a quick demo of that before getting into our roadmap.
Hey there, this is how we are using cookie Alpha Swarm starter kit. So Alpha Swarm is a starter kit that lets developers build.
What's happening? Huh? Is it not the demo effect. Why is it stopping?
Using Alpha Swarm.
Oh dear. Well, it's downloaded locally, but it's not playing. So not sure why that's not working. But I'll just talk you through at a high level. The idea is that here we've got, let me just try skipping ahead a little bit to see if it works. Otherwise, I'll talk you through it. Close and restart it? OK. Yeah. And then we'll try it again. Sorry about that.
Hey there, this is Ethan, the Fun APIs in.
I think it's playing. It's just some feedback, or it's glitching. OK. Well, how about this? Maybe we can just play the demo without the sound. So let's see here. So what we're doing here is this is using Alpha Swarm to do a trading advisor, right? And so what it's doing is it's got a forecasting agent that is able to go in and use a variety of data sources. In this case, we integrated with cookie.fun data, which is a leading source of data for AI agents for people trading in those tokens. And so the question is, how should I buy a virtual today? And so it's saying, OK, well, let me go in and have a look at what's going on with the virtual token. And let me pull. So it's generating a forecast on that. So it's going to, in order to generate that forecast, it's pulling back both a large amount of relevant tweets, what are key influencers saying about that token, as well as what's going on with the price action and the trading action, right? So in this case, we're getting a wide range of data that's being fed into the agent in order for it to come back and say, OK, so it's come up with some nodes that, one, there's a lot of liquidity, there's strong fundamentals, there's price consolidation after a 20% decline in the last 3 days when this was run a few days ago, strong mind share in spite of that. And then, so it brings a bunch of that analysis of the context to the data. And then it comes back here with this price forecast, right? So we'll pause the video for a sec so you can see. And I can annotate. So you can see there's the price history, but you can see it's providing this context to say, OK, I've got a forecast to say that things are stabilizing, but the net effect is that it's going to say it thinks there's a good buying opportunity, that it's stabilized after a decline, and a good opportunity to go ahead and do that. So then we'll use another agent that actually lets us execute the trade. So, and then through the terminal, we're able to say that it's also with Alpha Swarm, you can use it through a terminal interface through Telegram as well. But in this case, we'll then jump in to, the agent has access to a tool to let it use Uniswap, and it's able to buy some virtual token with WETH. So that's a quick demo, showing how you can feed in a range of different data sources in order to give unique context for an agent, to do an analysis in near real time of what's going on, get an alert if you've set it up that way, and even then execute a trade to take action on that. Right? That's just a glimmer. That's just some of how we're starting to see agents really change trading, and we think the same will be happening in all other areas of DeFi. So, roadmap-wise, we had a successful testnet with over 100,000 daily active users last fall, end of last year. We open sourced Alpha Swarm just a few weeks ago, and we're looking ahead in the next few weeks to relaunching Theoric Alpha integrated tightly with Alpha Swarm and building that ecosystem. So very excited to talk to builders who are building agents, who are people working in DeFi that see that agents could be really powerful. Our goal is to get to a main release. I don't say mainnet because while we're a protocol, we're not planning to build our own blockchain. We think agents want to live on many chains with wallets on Solana and Base and so many other chains, and be able to have powerful messaging and off-chain capabilities to work together in the protocol. And we think that very quickly following that is having really rich signal evaluation to understand what agents are good for what purpose and how do they work together. We've done a lot of work on that, as well as learning and dynamic improvement of agents, right? So that it's easy to build agents, but then as they get experience, they get better and better as the market evolves. And we're continuing to work with ecosystem partners, and we'll continue to announce more in that vein as well. So that's a little bit about the roadmap. And we really believe that AI agents are moving so fast that it's going to revolutionize DeFi, that it's going to empower individuals to act, right, to have a team of agents acting on their behalf instead of having only the few hedge funds and powerful institutions have access to this kind of capability. We're excited for how AI agents is going to democratize and give everyone the ability to own and manage their own agents and to achieve their own financial goals. And we actually believe that not only will the majority of activity in crypto be done through agents by the end of this year, but it will actually be the killer use case to have real-world assets and tokenized assets of other kinds be traded on-chain by agents. So we're very excited, and we have just a few minutes here if there's any questions from the audience. He's just bringing a mic up. While people are thinking of questions, who here is a builder? All right. And of those who are builders, who is building something with AI already? All right. Well, there's one or two. It's definitely a good thing to get on, right? So take a look at AlphaSwarm. Take a look at the Theoric SDK. All right. Questions? We'll give people a minute more to think of questions. Oh, yeah, is that a question in the back? No. Okay. No questions? All right. Well, thank you so much. Definitely would love you to check it out. We're at Theoric AI on X. Join the Discord. It's an active community, and we'd love to hear from you. Love to hear how you're thinking about AI agents in DeFi and AI-Fi. We think the future is agentic, and it's a great time to be involved. And it's really important that all of us watch AI carefully because it's powerful, but we need to make sure it's governed effectively and that all of us play a role in a better AI future. So thank you for your time, and have a great rest of the conference.
Chips. Story, hack, flurry. Mama's making news before the cold reload. Got receipts in my cheeks, encrypted and plumbed. Your private DMs, I'm the dumpster dive jump. Eyes everywhere, match 3 bird phones. Quantaries whisper, king chomp and blockchain bones. Make it down to my voted fuck. Stealth crawl through your junk dance scene. Head it up to the entropy. Mace cracked vaults like who's got the keys? Nullifier's huffing. You're just a rat with this firewall splinter to confetti bits. I'm curating leaves at the after party, sipping TLS tears. Call me well connected, I call it drip and the lab coat on fire. Sticky note constellation stuck to the ceiling wire. Gas fees are confetti. They rock on PI. Get 487 for time. Shaboom, dose, efficiency pulse. The lag runs lagging in his latency so. Notes dancing where the bottlenecks been. stains. Velcro boots clicking through blockchain debris. Crypto notes flutter like drunk bumblebees. Optimize the board fins, they cackle and shout. Self-sustaining hubs flicker in the blackouts out. Professor Way's got the future on spin. Urging notes dancing where the bottlenecks been. Professor Way's got the future on spin. Bugging tomorrow with yesterday's ram stains. Chaos is not compeller, or it's just a bug I forgot to unfurl. Mainnet shivers as their wild hair glows. Rumored AI, nah, just 3 Red Bulls in a row. What you building, prof? A singularity jukebox. How you stay charged? Espresso straight through my cortex. Who's your nemesis? Light runs dial-up-found. Old to speak, young as each block mine down. Professor Way's got the future on spin. Urging notes dancing where the bottlenecks been. Professor Way's got the future on spin. Bugging tomorrow with yesterday's ram stains. Throwing me mad, but mad's just a beta test for Buddha. Oh, he just got to do. 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 Just dreamers, on-chain truth, no middle schemers. Forking hard and shipping code till sunrise every day. DAOs are voting, vibes are flowing. Buff-eyed corns are still a-growing. While the world is breaking down, we're regen in a new way. Some VC said this tech won't last. And the hurt bubble, watch it crash. But we don't need your central banks. Cause regen biddlers stack in stacks. For we bid let this city on sports and chains. We bid let this city with regen brains. We bid let this city on sports and chains. No rug pulls, just pure on.
All right. Hello, everyone. Thank you for joining us. My name is Ramtin Madani. In this presentation, we are going to introduce the NoFeeSwap protocol along with a wide variety of AMM development tools. Basically, we're going to talk about the underlying math behind automated market making. So for those of you who are familiar with the well-known X, Y equal to K formula, or perhaps the curve.phi or Uniswap V3 formula, or perhaps the balancer formula. Here, the X and Y axis represent the amount of the reserves in your liquidity pool. Have you ever wondered what is special about these formulas? Have you ever had ideas on how to improve them? Well, these are actually not easy questions. So I'm going to break them down into the following ones. We are first going to define what a good curve is. What is special about the algebraic equations in Uniswap, curve.phi, and Balancer that makes them profitable? Then we are going to characterize the family of all good curves. We will see that the majority of these custom curves do not have a clean mathematical formulation, like xy equal to k. They may not even have a closed form. Next, I'm going to show you how to store any of these arbitrary curves efficiently on EVM. We're going to introduce a bunch of tools that facilitate working with arbitrary custom curves. Lastly, we're going to show that you do not necessarily have to have any fees or buy and sell a spread in order to make money as an LP. And that is why we have named this protocol NoFeeSwap. In this presentation and the next one on Thursday, we're going to show you that the LPs are better off with alternative approaches. All right. Okay, first we need to come up with a better way of visualizing these curves. The main problem with this geometric illustration is that it does not offer insights on how the liquidity is distributed. To address this, we're going to introduce the notion of liquidity distribution function. Consider the price horizon. The thing that bothers me about the price is the asymmetry. That is why it is very helpful to instead visualize the price on a logarithmic scale, from negative infinity to positive infinity. This way, everything is symmetric. For example, price 0 is mapped to negative infinity. Every price point up there has an equivalent logarithmic price on the below horizon. Price 1 is mapped to the origin, and plus infinity is mapped to plus infinity. On a high level, the liquidity distribution function is like a histogram. To derive it, we need to mark several prices with arbitrary granularity, and then we need to measure the amount of liquidity within each of these intervals. So for xy equal to 1, we can measure the amount of liquidity from negative infinity to the logarithmic price negative 1, which would give us this bar. The amount of liquidity from negative 1 to the origin would give us another bar with equal height. We get another bar from the origin to the logarithmic price plus 1, and from 1 to plus infinity. So we have a bunch of equal bars. Once you increase granularity, you get a flat line from negative infinity to plus infinity. That is what xy equal to 1 is. It behaves similarly, independent of price. Now, if we do the same for a formula adopted by curve.phi, for example, we quickly realize that there is more emphasis on the center. The liquidity is lower on the sides in comparison with the center. And with increased granularity, it gives us the following bump. This is why curve.phi is more efficient for stable pools compared to xy equal to 1. In general, to derive the diagram for an arbitrary curve, you need to solve a system of differential equations. I'm going to go over it really fast. It's just the function C here is the algebraic equation to be investigated, like xy equal to 1, for example. x0 and y0 are the current reserve values for the two tokens, respectively. Q is the logarithmic price. And x and y functions represent the reserve values corresponding to every possible price movement. For the xy equal to 1 curve, this would look like this. Once solved, you will have the token amounts with respect to the actual price values. And then this formula tells you exactly how the liquidity is distributed. All of the details are in our yellow paper. If you plug in the x and y functions in this distribution formula, you'll get a constant value as we demonstrated before. So I encourage you guys to pay more attention to the liquidity distribution concept that we are introducing here as opposed to the actual curve on which swaps take place. Basically, any distribution can be transformed to a curve and vice versa. So from now on, let's focus on the liquidity distribution as opposed to the curve. This is how NoFeeSwap's Solidity code operates. Now, say you want to be creative and you want to make your own custom curve. And you want to make sure that there is a mathematical proof guaranteeing that it is safe and secure for LPs. NoFeeSwap allows you to initialize your own pool with your own custom curve. So here is the interface that you will be facing when you want to initialize a pool. I'm going to start with kernel compact array argument. This is where you can do most of your customizations. It allows you to input any arbitrary piecewise linear liquidity distribution function. You can make it look like this. You can make it look like that. You can make it look like this one. As complicated as you want, whatever your heart desires, as long as it is safe, which is verified on-chain, there are a lot of forbidden maneuvers that you need to comply with. But as long as it is safe, the protocol allows it. Then, when somebody does a swap, the protocol jumps on different pieces of this kernel function and calculates the outgoing and incoming amounts. That happens in the integral library, which calculates the integral of your distribution function from the current price to the target price, which is determined based on either the amount specified or the logarithmic price limits. We have a function in the integral library which evaluates the value of this diagram at a specific point. There is another function which calculates the integral for the outgoing amount, and there is another function which calculates the integral for the incoming amount. Now, we don't have any fees anywhere in the protocol. So a question arises as to how you can make money for the LPs. Let me elaborate. The way traditional AMMs, for example, make money is that they distribute their liquidity like this. There is a big hole in which no liquidity is present, and there is constant liquidity in other areas. The left boundary of this hole is the buy price, and the right boundary of this hole is the sell price. The formula is not really x, y equal to k. When they buy, the formula is this one, where x naught is the current reserve of token x. In this case, they confiscate this much of the incoming token x as fee and don't count it towards token y. When they sell, the formula is this, where y naught is the current reserve of token y. In this case, they confiscate this much of the incoming token y as fee and don't count it towards token x. Once the swap takes place, the little zero region is shifted to a vicinity of the new price. And this way, the liquidity keeps growing. This is much more pronounced with concentrated liquidity AMMs out there. We can see the liquidity gap for different fee tiers here. Basically, half of each concentrated liquidity interval is empty. And for stable coins, it is basically very hard to be called an AMM because there are just two constant prices imposed. Now, in NoFeeSwap, you have the option to use a kernel like this, but we would not recommend it. In fact, you can get rid of the buy and sell spread entirely by avoiding the liquidity gap. Then your distribution function would look like this, for example, and you still make money for LPs. As we illustrated before, it could be anything. As long as it is safe and profitable, the protocol allows it. And from a geometric point of view, the curve would look like this, for example. Your liquidity distribution function, the kernel function that you work with, is transformed into something like this. And we have a smooth and differentiable curve. It is not bent. It is not pointed because there is no spread. which means that the buy and sell prices are identical. A swapper can move the reserve amounts by giving some token X and taking some token Y. Then another smooth and differentiable curve is built on top of the previous one. Here, the blue curve and the yellow curve are tangent, and the new one is within the old one. Then a second swapper can move the reserve amounts on the new curve. And the curve evolves once more to the green one. This can happen again, over and over. And this is how liquidity grows. We went from an initial point to a higher one via a bunch of tangent, smooth, and differentiable curves. So yeah, we are looking forward to creative custom curve ideas from you guys. NoFeeSwap is basically a safe and secure platform for you to satisfy your AMM curiosity and creativity. So the next argument in the initialize interface is the unsalted pool ID, which encapsulates a lot of components. The least significant 160 bits of the pool ID is the hook address. You also have the option to subscribe to one of our incentive pools so that your LPs are rewarded with the protocol's no-fee tokens. The next 20 bits are the permission flags. These include all the hook permissions as well as the pool owner permissions. For instance, there is a specific flag determining whether the initial kernel function can be modified dynamically. The next 8 bits host the offset price, which basically indicates the origin of the price horizon. Isn't that annoying when you have a stable coin and the price constantly transitions from one interval to another one? You can adjust the offset price to avoid that. Lastly, we have the most significant 68 bits, which would allow people to mine a good-looking deterministic pool ID. It is kind of like the create2 EVM opcode. Tag 0 and tag 1 can represent native ERC20, ERC6909, or ERC1155 tokens. They can even represent NoFeeSwap LP positions. You can be as creative as you want with these pools. For multi-tokens, the tag is calculated as a hash of token address and token ID. The exact formulas are provided in the yellow paper. Pool growth portion is the chunk of growth that the pool owner receives, and the rest goes to the LPs. So the pool owner can be rewarded for optimal kernel design. There is a protocol level limit imposed on this value, and because we want to protect the LPs, and there also is a permission flag in the pool ID determining whether it can be changed. The curve array is basically the initial state of the pool. In order to fully understand the hooks, you should learn a little bit about how NoFeeSwap handles memory. Let me share an overview with you guys. During the execution of a NoFeeSwap external methods, every parameter occupies a specific place in memory. All parameters are compactly encoded in memory in their dedicated place. There are setter and getter functions associated with each of these many parameters. And then, when we invoke a hook, an entire snapshot of memory is sent to the hook contract as call data. This feature costs 0 gas and gives the hook contract access to all of the available input and pool parameters. For instance, the color of the current context is stored here, and then the hook contract can inquire the color of the prior context by looking up this specific place in its call data. This way, you can have as many parameters as you want without errors like a stack too deep. You don't have to pay for memory expansion cost for external calls. You don't have to pay for memory expansion cost for emitting events. This is all handled in memory.sol. All of the pointers, setters, and getter functions are there. You can find a thorough description of all parameters there as well. There also are getter functions to be used by hook contracts. This one, for example, inquires about the color of the prior context by reading the dedicated place in call data. Another thing that I want to mention is the operator contract that allows you to have ultimate flexibility with the core. It can act as a router. It can be used for your method of a slippage control as well. It is built similar to EVM itself. You guys are probably familiar with most of these commands. It has its own memory, and it allows you to do all sorts of arithmetic and logic. You can tamper with its control sequence as well, have if conditions or even for loops. You can interact with other contracts such as wrapped ether and permit 2. You can interact with token and multi-token contracts. So you can do some calculations based on the outcome. You can specify an amount and perform a swap. The output will be written on memory, and you can do perhaps another swap based on that. It is a complete Turing machine. And also, when a swap is reverted, it does not affect your call to the operator automatically. What happens is that the success of your swap call is written as a Boolean on memory, and you can perform any logic on that. You may decide to revert the whole thing, or you may perform a contingency swap instead. So, and also this operator contract can be inherited by hook contracts so that it becomes a warm address and you don't pay twice. When you want to interact with the hooked pool, you pay once for both the operator contract and the hook, if the hook uses the operator contract. So that was the primary reason to implement it this way in order to save gas for the people who want to interact with many pools. And there is a singleton implemented, so you can interact with as many pools as you want. You can also deposit your tokens into the singleton and use them very efficiently, transact them far more efficiently than ERC20 standard transfers. And you can also store multiple balances in one storage slot in order to further save gas. For those of you who want to write arbitrage bots, who want to do a lot of swaps, this is very helpful. Our swap function also has some nice features. For example, you can set an arbitrary direction, not necessarily a Boolean 0 or 0 for 1, which helps you do an optimal, perform an optimal arbitrage swap. Many other features that we are going to cover some of them in the next presentation. Please reach out to us and check out our GitHub repositories. Give us feedback, pull requests and everything. We welcome all of that. We just made the GitHub repository public a few days ago. So we are looking forward to feedback from the community. We are on all social media as well. We are looking forward to hearing from you, your insights and your ideas. If you are interested, there are tons of opportunities in our group as well. Thank you very much.
Where's the yield? Where's my supply? But we don't need your banker games. We just launch and stake on chain. Go, we pay let the city on sports and chains. We pay let the city with regen brains. We pay let the city on sports and chains. No rug pulls, just pure on chain.
Dollar will dramatically lose its purchasing power. The more they print, the more it gets diluted. Who it's good for is the people at the tippy top.
Because in order to keep the system going, they have to keep printing money.
And Bitcoin is that tool
that allows us to beat the money printer.
Bitcoin is powerful in a way that is money that does not discriminate.
Bitcoin is built by the people for the people.